Stefanski gets the Bills head coaching job or he returns to Jacksonville and remains the Jags OC. Browns continue their search for new head coach as the team is expected to meet today in Los Angeles with Rams pass game coordinator Nate Scheelhaus. The Rams season coming to an end with their loss last night to Seattle in the NFC Championship game. Now, he'll be in the running for an NFL MVP award, but may wonder if last night's loss to the Seahawks was the last game for Rams QB Matthew Stafford. The 37-year-old was mum about his future following the loss in the NFC title game. The 37-year-old just finished his 17th NFL season. He's under contract for 2026. Cavs have been playing better ball of late. They've won 3 in a row, 5 of the last 6 games. Head coach Kenny Atkinson on what he's liking most about this recent run of success for the Wine and Gold.
4 road wins. That's a sign of a good team. Had to go through some adversity and back-to-backs and all that. I love how our young guys continue to impress.
Cavs back home tonight, play host to Orlando. The team's meeting for the second straight time as the Cavs won on the road against the Magic Saturday night, 119-105. Donovan Mitchell scored 27 of his 36 points in the second half. Now, the good news for the Cavs on the injury front, Sam Merrill could return tonight from his latest problems with that sprained right hand. He's currently listed as questionable. However, the bad news is DeAndre Hunter is currently questionable. He's got a sore right knee. Darius Garland's still out with that sprained right big toe. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Warning. You are running out of football. But don't panic. This radio station will remain open and full of supplies to keep your pigskin pantry stocked.
It's that playoff atmosphere right here, boy.
Hear the games this weekend. Touchdown! And get the latest news all week.
It's playoff football. We'll take it one at a time from here.
It's just football.
Rely on the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, good morning, kids. Hello. Welcome to class, even though your class is probably canceled today. We are glad to have you on board on a very snowy, crazy weekend that we saw not only some nasty weather come to town, but also some interesting twists and turns in the Browns coaching search and a couple of great. I thought both games were good last night, but the late game was obviously the better of the two games, plus a major contract signing from over the weekend for a guy who definitely deserves a statue. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
I am well. You ready for a Super Bowl? LX?
LX. Nice.
Flip the XL.
Yeah, that's true. Is that like a skinny?
Yeah, I guess it is.
I don't know. The Bizarro world.
I like the matchup.
I do too.
Our boy Sam Darnold.
Hey, I don't want to say I called it, but I called it the other day. You guys were all, I'm like, I don't think so. I like Seattle. So.
Well, I picked the Rams at the beginning of the whole thing, so I stuck with them.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, though. I thought the Rams, I mean, it was just a great game. It was a fun game to watch.
Yeah.
And, especially with no horse in the race, you're just kind of sitting back going, all right, I just want to see a good game. And it was a good game, and I enjoyed it. And I also enjoyed the Snow Bowl that we saw in the Mile High City of Denver yesterday. I thought that was interesting. I'm excited for Mike Vrabel to be able to go into the Super Bowl. What was the game was awful, or just
the conditions awful?
And
you shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't play those games in those conditions.
Why not? It's football.
Because you spend 7-8 months trying to get to that point, and then the game comes down to not being able to play the game the way it's supposed to be played. I'm not going to go nutso on it. I just can't stand a game after everything these guys went through to get to the conference championship game.
Yeah.
And they're playing in a snowstorm. That's hurtful.
Sorry, we'll talk about that later. Let's get the update, though, on what's going on with the Browns coaching search.
Yeah.
A little bit of news before we came in here.
Yeah.
Udinski out. Out, Jeff. Oh, it was he almost had his own day here on Friday. Didn't get it. But then, what is it, the Buffalo job? That if he can get the Buffalo.
He interviewed with Buffalo on Sunday.
And if he gets that job, he's going to take it. Otherwise, he's heading, back to Jacksonville? Sorry, Jacksonville. Deep thought?
That's three guys who have told the Browns thanks, but no.
In this scenario, I think Udinski knows what's coming for the Browns, and I think he thinks they're going to sign Shieldhouse today. That was my gut feeling on this, that it was good for him to drop out right now before the Browns went and made another hire. I know it looks weird. You're like, a mentor, he doesn't want to be here. These guys don't want to be. I don't necessarily know if that's true. I don't know if agents are talking or guys are getting a good feel for what's going on or what they think might be happening. But the gist from everybody that I'm talking to lately is that, Nate Shieldhouse could be your next head coach within the next 48 hours, unless something goes sideways. I don't. You tell me, Jeff. What are your feelings?
Jim Schwartz could be your head coach, and Anthony Lynn could be your offensive coordinator.
Which of the two possibilities do you feel is much stronger?
If I'm Nate Shieldhouse, and I just finished my second year of coaching in the National Football League, and I have Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and a couple of other guys who are pretty competent, and numerous kick-butt tight ends, and a running game to go along with my passing game specialist thing, I'm likely going back to Los Angeles for a year and waiting for a better opportunity.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Someone's going to offer you one of the 32 that we talk about so preciously time and time again.
Yep.
Someone's going to offer you one of those jobs and you're going to walk away from it?
No, I'm going to wait and get a better job next year.
No. If they offer it to you, you're walking away from it.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
You're just not accepting it. That's not walking away.
Well, what would you call it?
Walking away to me is you had it and you leave.
Well, if they offer him the job, he's got it.
Okay. We can label it any way you want. If
Okay.
I'm him, I'm waiting for a better opportunity.
Oh, that to me.
Andy, look what he's working with out there. He's working under Sean McVay.
Yeah.
That in and of itself, gold. He's got the number one passing offense in the National Football League, yardage-wise, touchdown-wise. And this was his first year as pass game coordinator, pass game specialist, pass game coordinator, I guess is the title. Last year it was pass game specialist. I think if I'm him, I think I'm waiting one more year for a better opportunity. And this opportunity, he's a passing game guy.
Okay.
Look at our passing game. Look at the Browns' passing game.
He gets to start it from scratch. He gets to build and do whatever he wants from scratch.
Except for one thing. There it is for you.
No, thank you.
It's not like he's got like cinder block. It's not like he's got brick. He's got hay for a house. He doesn't have anybody who resembles Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams. He doesn't have anybody who resembles Matthew Stafford. And I would think it's a really difficult spot for him to come into. He's a pass game guy. And our passing game is atrocious. And I know there's nowhere to go but up.
Yeah.
Except he doesn't have the talent here. And if you want to,
I'm actually shocked that you're saying he should wait a year.
If you want to step into the league, I would think you'd want to set yourself up for success. And this, to me, is not a great situation for a guy who's made his mark as a passing game guy. I think the Browns would be just fine if they hired Jim Schwartz and fill in the blank as offensive coordinator.
I'm not going to disagree with your second part of that.
If Shieldhouse doesn't get a head coach opportunity here, if I'm him, there's no way I'm taking the OC job here. No way.
What if it's assistant head coach OC?
No way. I'm staying in Los Angeles, waiting a year, and going to pounce on a great opportunity.
What if it's significantly more money?
I get all that, and it's tough to walk away from a lot of money. What are you setting?
It's tough to walk away from the opportunity to be a head coach of one of the 32 football teams in the NFL.
But he's going to get it again next year.
How do you know?
Because that's the way this league works. That's the way this league works. He's a hot assistant coach right now. He's 35. He has a bright future. He'll get another opportunity. And I think he's got to pick the right job. If they think
Can you imagine if the Browns fly
phenomenal,
all the way out to California today and then he turns them down?
well, they have good food on the plane. It doesn't matter.
Oh, come on, man. It already feels like this. If they hire Shieldhouse today or tomorrow, then the plan looks like it was executed the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, and if they don't, well, then you get Jim Schwartz, which will be just fine.
Then you're like 0 for, and now you're talking about being 0 for 4. You know, Udinski says I'm not coming, but I think Udinski today has a feeling, or someone's saying to him, "Hey, Shieldhouse is the man in Cleveland. They're going to hire him. You might want to pull out now while you got a chance." And then turn around to your own franchise and say, well, I'm still in this thing in Buffalo, so I'm going to hang tight. Maybe there's a chance I'll get this job in Buffalo. Well, if you were Shieldhouse, would you go to Buffalo then over Cleveland? I mean, quarterback-wise, you
Well,
would.
sure. I mean, let's be realistic.
Yeah.
Josh Allen or question mark?
I'm looking.
I'm looking at it
I'm
from
just-
I'm looking at it from their perspective, Andy.
Yeah.
If you want to set yourself up for the most advantageous opportunity, this probably isn't it. If you're a defensive coach, this would be it. You know,
Because there would be no offensive pressure on you?
No, because you've got a really solid defense in place, and you can tinker with the offense. I mean, this team, if you're, and maybe Shieldhouse takes the job, and maybe they pay him a boatload of money, and he's got a long runway. This team needs an offensive line. How many guys on this line return next year? No more than 2. You need wide receivers.
You have a running back and a tight end. That's about it right now.
Yeah.
That you can feel
So
confident.
you need a line. You need an entire,
Maybe 2 running backs, sorry.
an entire wide receiver group. You might keep 2 guys on the wide receiver group from this team. Corley, Judy, maybe Tillman. That means at the very least you need 3. And you need a quarterback. Is the quarterback here? Maybe. But maybe not. So, I mean, you've got a ton of work to do. But, Andy, you write a big enough check. You tell them, you're here. We guarantee you this much money. Maybe he takes the job.
Dan, that was a curveball compared to what we were talking about before the show. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Jeff to say, look, they're going to, if they do offer Shieldhouse the job, he would turn it down.
Well, he could turn it down. I'm not saying that he would. If I was him, I'd wait for a better opportunity.
I don't know. The opportunity, you never know what's going to happen. Your Rams are a couple injuries away. You never know what's. I'm just saying, if somebody offers you a job at this point in your career, and I mean, it's not like, you look what happened to Kevin Stefanski. Teams are coming after him. If it doesn't work in Cleveland, you're not going to have the scarlet letter on you that you wouldn't be able to coach again.
Except that Kevin had success here. Kevin had success here. If Shieldhouse were to come here, because the offense is going to be completely him, he's going to have to turn the offense around, or he's not going to look like he did a good job. You could. I mean, Andy, you could, and you could offer him enough money that he comes here, and offer him enough power that he can pick his guys. He might say, yeah, I want Jimmy Garoppolo as my quarterback. He's working with Jimmy G out there.
Right.
He said, I don't like these guys. I want Jimmy G.
Is that going to work? I mean, we kind of saw that last year, didn't we?
Well,
didn't Kevin have the guy he wanted to work with? And
who?
Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Kevin didn't have the guy. I mean, I'm not talking about Deshaun.
You talking about Gabriel?
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, or Flacco.
Well,
and I know he walked away from Flacco. I mean, I know Flacco wasn't starter when he left, but
there's a whole chapter to come out that we don't know yet
about how that whole thing went down.
Yeah, and who Kevin might have wanted and who he didn't, and who Andrew didn't want, and blah 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 blah. If Shieldhouse is hired and takes the job, I would think that there's no way that he's not going to have major input into who his quarterback is. And he's working with Jimmy G out there. He just might say, I want Garoppolo. I want him for 2 years while I put my system in place and we look for the young guy. We'll get the young guy in 2027. Let's go. Or he might say, I love Shedeur Sanders. Let's bring him in. He's my starter. Let's go.
All right, Udinski out. Shieldhouse is who they're talking to today. They went out to L.A. to talk to him. What does that mean that they would even hop on a plane? First of all, I'd hop on a plane today and get out of town too. But they're interviewing in Los Angeles. Anthony Lynn interviewed on Saturday.
In Florida.
Yeah, in Florida too. So not a bad move on those guys' part to get out of town for this weekend. But you're looking at the coaching search now. What do you think? And I think I think Jeff's premise, if you're Shieldhouse, you got to think twice about taking the job if they offer it to you, because you think a better job is going to come up next year. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, because you want to set yourself up for success.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak joins us at 11.
The thermostat says 72.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Okay, let's get you up to speed on what's going on with the coaching search. Udinski says he's out unless he gets the Buffalo job. So, I don't know, is that the best way to describe that?
He's out in Cleveland. That's all that matters
to us. Yeah, he's out
us.
here. So, Nate Scheelhaase.
In other words, Andy, he's doing exactly what I think Scheelhaase could do. Hey, I'm not
buying it that way, though. I've heard too many things this morning that make me think that Scheelhaase is taking it.
All right, well, maybe. But, and maybe Udinski's been told that. Who knows? But his option now is to go back to Jacksonville as offensive coordinator.
Not a bad gig.
Maybe get the Buffalo gig. Yeah, I know, but that's my point.
Yeah. All right, so Scheelhaase, they're interviewing him today in Los Angeles. And then you're looking at Anthony Lynn, who also interviewed on Saturday. So
former Browns running back coach.
And so that's what you have right now. That's
married to former Fox 8 anchor Stacey Bell.
That's what you have for your updates on what's going on with the coaching search as of right now. You totally flipped me in the first segment on Scheelhaase because I never once thought. I thought if they would offer Scheelhaase the job, he would take it.
Andy, you don't know me.
I don't know you. I really don't. And then you kind of were like, if I were him, I don't know if I would take the gig. Would you? Would you take the gig? It does seem convoluted, but all you got to do is get in here, finally figure out. It might take 2 years to figure out the quarterback. Let's be honest, right? Might take 2 years to figure out what you're doing here at quarterback.
Well,
especially with Deshaun's situation.
1999. That's 26, isn't it?
Yeah,
27 years.
Thanks for your addition. I appreciate it. The one thing is the addition.
Thanks.
That's what you're going to say. So. You look at that and you're like, I don't. This job just does not feel real desirable. Defensively, it does, and then it just makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. Just stick with your defensive coordinator and move forward, because Schwartz did a good job. He's done a good job. He's been a head coach before. You know what you're going to get with him.
He's younger than Mike McCarthy.
Oh, there you go. That's not a bad point either. He's younger than Mike McCarthy. Thanks, Jeff.
And John Harbaugh.
So if you look at it that way,
and every bit is successful,
I don't know why. I feel like this whole search has left me a little dazed and confused. Because I think that when you left Kevin Stefanski, you need to upgrade. But everyone's sitting around here going, well, do they need a yes man for Andrew Berry? What do they need? Like Scheelhaase, you're right. You might want to bring in his own quarterback. So then if he wants to bring in his own quarterback, now where are you? Where are the Sanders fans then? Trade him. I can hear it. I hear the phone calls coming. I can smell it, right? And so now you're back to...
That's not quarterback you're smelling, Andy.
Oh, what is that?
Move along.
I look at it and I have a feeling that we're going to end up right back where we started. If they don't get players, it doesn't really matter who the coach is. And that's the...
Well, there you go.
After watching over the weekend...
Pretty clear, wasn't it? Boy, Nate Scheelhaase really knows how to orchestrate a passing game. Well, there's Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Matthew Stafford having an MVP year. Nice. And I'm sure Scheelhaase had something to do with that. Let's give him credit.
For sure. Then there was the other thing that came up over the weekend, this Tom Pelissero thing. And he had said kind of what I'm wondering, and it adds to the negative stigma of what's going on here. And the headline is just kind of reading some of the Sporting News headline had this one. Does anybody want this Browns job? That's the headline. Pelissero reveals bizarre reason coaches are snubbing Cleveland. Now, Darryl Ryder had a retort to this earlier today, but they were saying that, Pelissero was on the Rich Eisman show, and he exposed the team's unorthodox methods, revealing what potential hires are being asked to complete between interview rounds. The quote is,
this sounds bizarre.
They are data-driven operation in Cleveland. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments, Pelissaro told a stunned Rich Eisen. If you were a head coach, I mean, how bad do you want it? I guess that's what they're asking. Are you willing to take an essay? Are you willing to do an essay for the Browns?
Dano has the sound of Pelissaro talking about that.
All right, let's hear it.
Audio courtesy of the Rich Eisen Show.
Okay.
The Browns search process and interview process, which they have run a number of times, is unlike any other in the NFL. And it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland. And so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and the second rounds of interviews. It plays toward the types of candidates that they have in the mix, which is very, very smart people in a lot of cases that just often happen to be tall, thin guys who came from Ivy League schools, so that's certainly not a requirement. That's the type of candidate generally that is going to fit into a data-driven environment. So
there's a written test. There's a written test, huh? Like they want you to write an essay. This is why I want to be the coach of the Cleveland Browns, or
questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and then additional homework assignments if you get through the first round to get into the second round.
So you got to take the SAT to get the Browns job, according to Tom Pelissaro. Now, Daryl was on this morning, and he said he was told that like this isn't true, that they wanted them to write down what their basic philosophies were on defense, on offense. And
why do you even have to write it down? Isn't that why you interview?
I would think so. And then I'd be hesitant to do that as a candidate anyway, because if you're a candidate for other teams, why would you
give them your
why would you give that
here's
to
your
a team?
blueprint.
Here you go. Here's how to be a winner. When you steal what I do.
And though I think Kevin Stefanski had a good run here, Pelissaro said it's different than any other team in the league. I wonder how far back that's gone, because it hasn't worked.
So, and listening to what
has it worked the way?
No, it hasn't. Take the SAT to get the job. Really? Would you make Mike Vrabel take the SAT according to what they're saying? No, you wouldn't.
You know, we know you've got 3 Super Bowl rings, and you know you've had head coaching experience, and we love you. But here, write this. Sit down. Fill in the bubbles. Don't color outside the bubbles. Is that a number 2 pencil?
Oh, are you going to go Genesis on me? You know what that is, right? Abacab.
It's a car.
No, it's Abacab. When you fill out those bubbles, you just keep doing Abacab, over and over and over.
I had a teacher who would do that on his Scantron test. I was the only one who figured it out because my parents decided that I needed to hear a lot of Genesis as a kid.
Were the answers actually Abacab?
It was A-B-A-C-A-B. Yep.
Oh.
Yep, write down the whole test. And I walked up to him and I went, "Did you do this on purpose?" He's like, "Yeah, Genesis is awesome."
It's awesome.
What class was this?
It was a history class.
Can we send this guy some cookies or something? I love that. What a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many tests I would have passed
if I used to swap Grateful Dead bootlegs with him?
Wow.
A lot more than you did, apparently.
Oh. I don't listen to what Daryl said. Daryl made it sound like it was a lot softer than the way Pelissaro explained it. Now, Pelissaro may have just been repeating what somebody else said.
Yeah.
And somebody might have just said, "Wow, I can't believe they made me do this." And, they basically want me to take a personality test to take this guy. If passing the SAT to get the job for the Browns is a prereq, then the SAT has completely failed. What success have we had? We haven't. I don't. It's embarrassing if it's true, too.
We know they do a lot of stuff like that with draft prospects, all teams.
Yeah.
I wonder if our team does more than.
Which I kind of think is ridiculous. That some of the tests that they take are insane. You ask questions of someone who had some of the questions just aren't fair. They're not relative. They're just not fair. You're asking somebody who maybe lived a different lifestyle to answer a question. I can't. And what really bothers me are when the scores get leaked. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous when those scores get leaked. Jim is in Strongsville. Hey, Jimbo.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Listen, Jeff, you really got my panties in a bunch here today.
Good.
I got to tell you that. Listen, you know what? Okay, yeah. I guess the Browns job is just so tough. We should just quit. Why even play next year? You know what? You guys can find different programming. I can find something different. Let's just quit because you know what? They stink and they're going to stink and they haven't been good since 1999. So you know what, Jeff? Let's just mail it in. Let's just be done with the team. Why even cover them? Why talk about the coaches? They stink. Jimmy stinks. Andrew Berry stinks. Everybody stinks. It's such a bad job. Nobody wants to be here. Nobody. Why should we be fans of it? Let's just leave. Let's go. What are we doing? What are we waiting for? Maybe we're idiots. Oh, I'm out of breath now. Anyways,
Jim, I didn't say it was a bad job. If I'm Jim Schwartz, I take it in a heartbeat. But if I'm Nate Scheelhaus, I think about it because he's in as good of a spot as a young offensive assistant could be in right now, working with Sean McVay in Los Angeles with great talent.
Except for the fact that we don't know if Matthew Stafford's going to come back or not. He questioned whether he was going to come back last year. Puka Nacua he's a mind game that they've talked many times. The talking heads have said the Rams may move on from him because they don't like his act. There's a lot of things in play here. You just act like everything's just stagnant in the NFL and stays the same from year to year, and it doesn't. Look, I think if you bring in Scheelhaus, here's the good thing about it. I truly believe this. If Jimmy brings one of these young guys in, that means he believes in them. That means I don't think they're bringing in anybody who's tied to Andrew Berry because nobody left out there can Andrew Berry lord over. Even the young kids, if they're willing to take the job, that means Jimmy thinks highly enough of them. And so I don't think that you're going to have this dynamic where Andrew Berry is got a yes man in the coaching ranks. I think Jimmy's going to give whoever he hires plenty of rope, unless it's like a Jim Schwartz or something like that. Because honestly, Schwartz might be great, guys. He's been around. He's done that. I can't argue either way. I would be happy with either one. I feel at this point like Schwartz is their safety pick. He's like their backup guy. Like if everything else falls apart,
a lot of people feel that way, Jim. Jim, I'm with you on that too, and I don't think it should be that way.
That's rough for him, though.
I don't think it should be that way. Thanks, Jim.
I just, Andy, if I'm Scheelhaus, I know that where I am is a great spot. See, that's what it is. It's not, and you're right about the 1 out of 32. That's why if I'm Anthony Lynn and they offer me the job, I'm in. If I'm Jim Schwartz and they offer me the job, I'm in. But Scheelhaus is in one of the best positions a young offensive coordinator could be in, offensive coach. And if I'm him, I'm thinking long and hard about it if they want to offer me the gig.
All right, couple things here. So you've got your updates. Again, Udinski out. That's what the story is this morning, that he has basically turned down the Browns. And unless he gets the Buffalo head coaching job, he'll be staying in Jacksonville. Then you're also, you're looking at the interview today in Los Angeles. The Browns went to Los Angeles to do this interview today. So with Nate Scheelhaus.
Private jet travel's tough, man.
I'm just, what does it say that they hopped on a plane to go do that? Because to me.
Well, they knew they could get out, but didn't know if he could get in. Remember, he was busy yesterday.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
Yeah.
They wanted to talk to him immediately. What does that say? There are a couple things there. 216-474-0092. And then the other question is, how about Pelissaro dropping this bomb saying that, you're talking about having to take a personality test to write an essay? I don't know. Daryl rebuked this morning, saying that was taken out of context and maybe blown out of proportion. So we'll talk more about that with you. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin.
However, the bad news is DeAndre Hunter is also questionable. He's got a sore right knee. Darius Garland's still out with that sprained right big toe. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. It's that simple, but oh wait, there's more. Now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10. Baskin and Phelps, that'd be us. 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092.
I caught your cold.
No, you didn't.
Thanks.
You don't have a cold. I don't have a cold.
Yes, you do.
You
did.
Well, I don't. Dan, did I have a cold last week?
I thought you had a cold last week.
That's what you told us.
Maybe
you lied.
I had like laryngitis, which is not good for this job. And I'm surprised. I get like two dingalings that like to hit me up all the time on social media. Why'd you go to work today? Shut up. Shut up. Don't you have anything better to do than question why I wanted to go to work? Why I actually wanted to work? Are we so lazy that we can't get to work sometimes just because our throat's a little bit off? Although I was struggling last week. I will tell you that. Probably should have walked out the door. I don't think I got you sick last week. I hope I didn't. But it's not like we're locked in the same room for 4 hours.
It was weird. Perfectly fine on Saturday. Woke up Sunday in the middle of the night. Like, wow.
And did you go, Baskin?
I did.
Like Newman?
Yeah.
Same thing?
Bask. Hello, Baskin.
Did you do any shoveling this weekend? I'm just curious. We'll get back to this.
Can I give a shout out to my neighbor Scott? My snowblower broke.
Can I give a shout out to my neighbor Joe?
Yes.
Who did probably exactly the same thing?
My snowblower broke last time I used it. Yeah. And since I no longer have the minivan, I can't just like load it up and take it somewhere. And I thought, I got to try and fix this thing if I possibly can. And I'm as mechanically inclined as like, a cup. And so I couldn't get the thing working properly. And my neighbor Scott had already said, hey, you ever, I'm happy to plow. In fact, I was going to come over and do it, but some guys like to do that themselves. And I went out yesterday with a shovel. I was just going to check out some things so I could shovel later. He was in my driveway with his all-terrain vehicle with a plow on the front.
Wow.
Already there. And he plowed it 3 times yesterday. Scott has no idea what I do for a living. Not that he needs to.
Right.
He has no idea. Scott, if you happen to be listening, you now know what I do for a living, and I thank you profusely.
So I'll give you the same kind of story. My neighbor Joe saw me out. I was shoveling, and I was just trying to clear a path, mainly for the dogs. I'm like, I was too far in to kind of shovel the driveway for to get the car out. I'm like, the car's got new tires. We can plow through this. I'm not worried about it, right?
What a guy.
That's just kind of how I am. Meanwhile, I've got a snowblower that's sitting in the shed that the tires are off. So I forgot. I was going to pull it last week, and I forgot to pull it. And
you've not used your snowblower at all year?
Not once. Just, manual labor. It's good for us every once in a while. So my neighbor across the street has not only a robot that cuts his lawn for him every day, but he also has the robot version that plows his driveway.
Joe has too much money.
And so as I saw him, he said, hey, do you want me to plow your driveway? And I'm like, is he going to send the robot over here? This would be kind of cool. And then he pulls out of his shed, the snowblower that he had before he started using the robot. And so he came over. It took him 3 minutes to do my driveway because part of it was already shoveled. But, he just killed it. And I used to be the guy that would, when I got the snowblower initially too, I would go up and down the sidewalk for my whole neighborhood because I just loved doing it. I thought it was fun.
That's what I told my wife. I said, once a guy gets all dressed up, all the warm gear, and he's outside plowing or whatever, just keep it rolling. That's what guys do.
So anyway, shout out to your guy. Shout out to Joe.
Yep. Way to go,
Appreciate
Scott.
you guys. So I don't know. We're digging into this. The feeling I got when I walked in the door today was that Nate Scheelhaase is getting the gig, and that we're like on standby.
You just flat out thought that, huh?
Well, from listening to some stuff, reading some stuff, and then hearing some stuff, and then I made a couple phone calls. So, and it seems like it's his job to win today as they fly out to L.A.
I would think that's fair.
It's his job to win.
I would think that's fair.
And it was an impressive show. Again,
do you not think in this situation he's interviewing them as much as they are interviewing him? And I just got done with Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and Matthew Stafford for a year. And tight ends who are, arguably as good, if not better, than your group of tight ends. And an offensive line that's better. My only concern, if the Browns really want him, is that he thinks I am in a great, 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 great spot for an offensive assistant coach. And I can afford to go back and run it again. Jim said something about Puka and moving on and with the Rams. I've not heard that from anybody.
Maybe Puka wants to come here.
I doubt that.
You never know.
And Devontae Adams was phenomenal out there. And I would just think he'd be really hesitant to give up as good of a spot for an offensive passing game specialist as you could possibly have in the NFL to come here where there are so many question marks on the offense. It has nothing to do with, being the head coach of the Browns. That's a great gig. It has everything to do with coming to a team that needs so much on offense. Jim Schwartz isn't going to worry about that. Jim's got his defense.
Right.
They can pound the football and run it. Keep that in mind, Andy. The Browns' offense right now is built to run. And you're going to hire a passing game specialist. The one thing this team isn't built to do right now is pass the football. How are you going to sell that to him?
No, I mean, it's hard not to, what they threw for 374 in a losing cause yesterday.
Oh, Stafford was nails. So was Sam Darnold.
The Browns didn't sniff that. Well, they sniffed it once. Shedeur threw for 364. What did I say? They threw for 10 more yards. 374 yesterday. Shedeur threw for 364 against Tennessee. I mean, imagine putting up more than 20 points in a game consistently. God, that sounds awesome, doesn't it? Give you a chance to win. Chris is in Virginia. How much snow did you get there, Chris?
Oh, we got absolutely crushed. I'm from Ohio, so I'm used to it. But we got crushed.
Yeah, where are you in Virginia?
Leesburg, about 45 minutes west of D.C.
Gotcha. Driven through there. Anyway, What do you got?
Couple quick points. I don't buy that Udinski backed out because he didn't want the job. He went through 2 full interviews. He's 30 years old. He waited 3 days. Ian Rappaport had a report that Scheelhaase is the guy. I think people around him were like, hey, it's a bad look if you don't get the Browns job. Go ahead and pull out. But if you don't get Buffalo, that's totally fine. So I think he would have accepted the job if they would have gone after him. And I think Scheelhaase is the guy. I think Scheelhaase would absolutely accept. I don't buy that, hey, wait for the right opportunity. I remember a couple years ago when Bobby Skolnick, or whatever his name was, OC for the Texans after.
Bobby Slowick just got hired by the Dolphins as their OC.
Just got hired.
His dad was here, wasn't he?
Dad was the coach.
Yeah, was a coach.
Yeah, after C.J. Stroud's rookie year, he was talked about as the next great thing, and then following year they fall off, he gets demoted. So I think you strike while the iron's hot. I think they're going out there to hire Scheelhaase, and Udinski knew it, and we're going to have a coach here the next couple of days. And when it comes to the quarterback spot, there is no good upgrade. We're not going to find the franchise guy this offseason. So unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you look at it, I think we're going to have a battle between Shedeur and Deshaun. And I don't think Deshaun's going to be the guy, but there is an element that gives me pause to say, hey, what would he look like with a passing game coordinator such as Scheelhaase? So, I think it's very easy for the national media to pile on the Browns. They're low-hanging fruit, easy target. I don't buy the essay piece. And so candidates pulling out, I think it's because they knew they weren't going to get the job and they didn't want to have the egg on their face for not getting the Browns job. Whereas if you don't get the Bills job, it's the Bills. It's coveted. So
the only way I think you're not right is if Scheelhaase is offered the job and doesn't take it. That's the only thing. Then you got egg on your face.
then you got a really bad problem. I think Jim Schwartz is a good consolation prize and probably would be a good head coach, but I think they're flying out there for a reason to give Shieldhouse the job. And, I think as a Browns fan, there's no reason to be negative. Let's get excited about it. Let's support the new guy, and let's hope for the best.
All right. Thank you, Chris in Virginia. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Stay warm, my friend. They're not used to having all that snow down there.
Yeah.
Just looking at the Virginia models there over the weekend as I was watching the Weather Channel, taking notes. Figured we'd talk about it today a little bit, so I was taking notes on the Weather Channel.
That's nice.
Oh, yeah, it was great. They were at Boston Common. They were showing dogs running around. It was high intense news right there. It was good stuff. It was very fun. All right, so at any point now, have you flipped just a little since the first segment, feeling that would you be surprised if Shieldhouse takes the job then?
No.
Okay.
No. But if I'm him, and if he were highly thought of and not working in a great situation, I would think there'd be no question. But I just think there's the chance that if he's offered the job, he just might think, I've been in the NFL for 2 years. I'm working for Sean McVay. I've got Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Davante Adams. Now, Matthew and Davante are older. No guarantee they're coming back. I would bet they both do because they both played, they were both terrific this year. Really good. Stafford, to me, is the MVP in the league. And Davante Adams led the league in touchdown receptions. And Puka Nacua is probably the best receiver in the league. So my guess is Shieldhouse has a chance to go back there and do nothing but pad his resume.
I think
if he doesn't think this is the right opportunity at this time.
Yeah, I'm leaning a lot more towards what that last caller said, that Udinski probably got wind that they're going to offer Shieldhouse the job today, and that gave him the opportunity to bow out before he had a chance, especially because he said, I'm just kind of taking my name off the board for the Browns gig, which it's a weird look. If you're up for another job, maybe if you're up for the Buffalo job, why wouldn't you just stick it out and just go, okay? And if Shieldhouse got the job here, then he gets it. And everyone's trying to save face. It's all politics here.
Yeah, if he didn't bow out because of Shieldhouse, then it's the scenario that I laid out about possibly Shieldhouse staying in L.A. And it's this. That's not the best opportunity for me to thrive in. I'll stay in Jacksonville for another year. I'll pad my resume and get him the next time. He's only 29. Shieldhouse is only 35.
Yeah, I think we worry about some things with the Browns that some other teams don't. Like, when we watch them just epically flail all around the place when they hired Mike Pettin, who, by the way, I read yesterday retired from football.
Yeah, good for him.
That when they hired him, he was the last of the candidates. And that and I don't know, Jimmy Haslam was still a young owner at that point as far as experience, and that he sat there and, he listened to Joe Banner and those guys go back and forth, and it just seemed like a train wreck. It just seemed like a train wreck then. And I think we all walked down that road at one point and thought to ourselves, oh, man, could it get any worse than this? So I think we cringe every time the Browns aren't able to go out and get the first candidate that they wanted. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to feel that way anymore. I wonder how Scott Petrak feels. We're going to find out. We'll do that next. He is from the Chronicle Telegram, and he will give us his insights on the Browns. That's coming up. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is
play calling. I don't give a damn. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We continue to sled down the hill of trying to figure out who is going to be the Browns' next head coach. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline, and we bring in super friend to the show. He is Scott Petrak, and, of course, you can catch him all the time on brownzone.com. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Scott. I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Is this Nate Shielhouse's job today to take or not take?
I don't know if it's that clear. He's only interviewed once, right? And the most you could do was 3 hours on Zoom or whatever remote platform you want to use. So I feel like the second interview matters. And they sit down in person and, he's got to present his case and they ask him questions and all that stuff. So while I think he's probably the favorite, I think it'd be a little presumptuous to say that his job before he has a second interview.
What do you think's a bigger sell? Nate Shielhouse selling himself to the Browns or the Browns selling themselves to Nate Shielhouse?
Yeah, it feels like the Browns selling themselves to Shielhouse, doesn't it? After
it does.
McDaniel withdraws and then Udinski withdraws today. It's such an interesting dynamic because you're young. You're looking for your first head coaching job. It feels like he's 2 steps away because he's not a coordinator or a play caller, just a pass game coordinator. So is that guaranteed to happen next year? You don't know. But you also don't want your first job to be in a situation that you think is not a winner. And who knows? I mean, he could turn it around. People turn organizations around all the time. But there's no homemade quarterback or ready-made quarterback you're walking into unless you think Shedur's the guy. It's not Buffalo. It's not Baltimore when you look at the other jobs that have been out there this cycle. So I do think the Browns have to show him that, they're willing to give him time and they're willing to give him they will give him all the resources he needs and he would need to succeed and have him believe that. And I don't think that's, an impossible sell. Kevin Stefanski took this job 6 years ago and I think it looked like a worse job 6 years ago than it does today. So it can be done, but I do think that's part of it, is convincing him that this is a job we're taking.
Tell me about what you think the look of this job is right now, especially when you hear Udinski's out and you've had other guys drop out, and it doesn't feel good. How's that sound? Is it doesn't have that? It doesn't. If I'm a fan, I'm like, what? Why does it feel like we're getting turned down?
Yeah, I get that. It doesn't look good at all. And there's reasons for it. And to me, the 2 reasons are there's no guaranteed stud quarterback that you're walking into, right? And it's different at other organizations. I mentioned Buffalo and Baltimore. Those are the 2 perfect examples of, they got their quarterbacks. I can go win there. And the other is the history of the organization for the last 27 years. And even since the Haslam's took over in 2012, bought the team, it's been a lot of instability. And that changed to a good degree over the last 6 years, right? And I think that's a positive step. And I think the Haslam's learned some things from the first however many coaches they fired between 2012 and 2020 when they hired Kevin and Andrew Berry. But there is a history. And, when we talked about it last week, I think, when you look at Kevin Stefanski's quick hiring in Atlanta, it says a lot about Kevin, and it says a lot about how the league views Cleveland and that Stefanski had success there. So I don't think that what's called stigma has gone away, and people look and go, hey, is this owner really stable? Will he give me a chance? Are they too analytics driven? Whatever, all those concerns you hear about the Browns, I think when they're looking to hire a head coach and a couple guys back out of the process, I think those are the reasons they would do that.
Scott Petrak joining us from brownzone.com. Let's look at it from the Browns' perspective. And, Dan and I have said all along, we would love to find your own Sean McVay here, your guy who you develop and everything else. 2 years in the NFL and none as a coordinator.
Yep.
Does that make Shieldhouse a huge risk, or is it like, boy, are we cutting edge and we're going to beat everybody to the punch?
Well, I think it's a risk. I think when you compare him to Grant Udinski, right, who was the other young up-and-comer with kind of a thin resume, if we can call it that,
yeah.
Shieldhouse has, I think, a much more complete resume.
Because of his college experience at Iowa State?
Yes. Well, and the fact that he played quarterback at a high level in the Big Ten, right? So you assume he knows quarterbacking, which is crucial in this job. Then he went on to Iowa State and called plays and was a coordinator. So he stood in front of a room, or, maybe not the entire room like a head coach does, but a big room. And he did that there. And Grant Udinski was coordinator for this year in Jacksonville, but he's never been a position coach. He's never called plays, never been a head coach. So I think Shieldhouse does have a fuller resume, and I think you can kind of sink your teeth in that and go, okay, if this guy has the personality, if you think he can be the leader, whatever Sean McVay says about him in a positive way, you go, okay, we think this guy is ready. I think it's more about the resume than even the age, at 35. I think there's plenty to like about Shieldhouse, but when you've never done it, right, you've never called plays at this level, you never run an offense at this level, those are certainly concerns, but we've seen plenty of people have success without having that background, but it's certainly a risk.
I'm just curious, after watching yesterday's game, how far away are the Browns? And when we saw a game, excuse me, maybe because of the snow, that the offense wasn't rolling, how far away is this team?
Yeah, I mean, that game's tough to tell. But you look at Seattle, right? Seattle goes 14-3 this year and gets the number 1 seed and is in the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying they don't have a good offense because they have an unbelievable receiver. And Sam Darnold played at a high level yesterday, played at a high level this season. They have a good running back. So they have an offense too. But their calling card is their defense, right? Could the Browns have the Seahawks defense? Sure, right? The defense is that good. So you just have to get the other side of the ball figured out. And you can say that that's a huge just have to, or you can say, okay, you know exactly where you want to put your resources, and you need to make sure you have the quarterback. Whether that he's in the building right now or he's not, you got to make sure you have the quarterback. And that's always going to be the number one thing that keeps any team from getting where it needs to go. So you got to figure out quarterback. So, I don't have that answer right now, but if you figure out quarterback, then it's, okay, you need to bring in 2 or 3 linemen and another receiver or 2. Right? That doesn't feel like that big a stretch to me. Like, you can figure those things out in 1 or 2 off seasons. It's solving the quarterback issue, whether he's in the building or whether he's not. That's always going to be, and right now is the number one issue facing this team once they find their head coach.
What do you think Andrew Berry, Jimmy Haslam, Tom Telesco, if Tom is on these interviews, former GM of the Chargers, who is in on the committee apparently, what do you think they are telling candidates about the quarterback situation here?
Well, I think they're probably looking for feedback, number one. Okay, what's your thought? Right, there's 3 guys in the building right now. What are your opinions on those guys? And then what are your opinions on Mac Jones and Malik Willis and whoever else are those candidates that we've talked about, right? The veteran candidates through trade or free agency.
Jimmy G,
right?
Who's
Jimmy
with the
G?
Rams?
Sure. Daniel Jones, Jarrett Stidham, a possibility. I thought of you yesterday if he'd played great and took him to the Super Bowl, that all of a sudden he becomes, a hot guy. And then like Nate Shieldhouse or Jim Schwartz, they probably haven't watched a whole lot of film on the college quarterbacks, so that's probably unfair. So you want their opinion, and then you tell them what you think about your guys. And I don't sense a commitment to Deshaun Watson as the answer, right? I expect him to be here next year, but I don't think the Browns are forcing Deshaun Watson on any potential candidate. But it'd be interesting to hear what they say about Shadur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, but mostly Shadur Sanders. If they're saying, hey, we think this guy can be the guy, right? And if they're not forcing, but if they're pushing that on the new coach, I think that would go a long way in what that candidate would think about the job, right? Hey, are they making me work with this quarterback who I may have liked or I may not have liked coming out in the draft, who I haven't seen a ton of in the pros? I would hope, if I were running it, that the Browns weren't putting that as a mandate, right? You have to accept this quarterback. Andrew Berry said January 5th that the new coach would have a lot of input on what they did at quarterback, and I think that's how they have to run it. But I'm sure there'll be a long discussion about Shedeur and Dillon and Deshaun.
I'm just wondering, do you think they pushed Shedeur and Kevin then? And why wouldn't they change their mind on the next quarterback or the next head coach they would bring in? See what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I kind of felt like they pushed him on Kevin, especially when you take away the two veterans, and then unfortunately your other guy got hurt.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they want that on the next head coach? I'm just interested.
Well, they might. I mean, you might be right. They might. I just think that's the wrong way to operate, and I think that probably limits your pool of candidates. So maybe that has something to do with this. Andrew Berry did not, said the opposite, but for whatever that's worth. We could talk about Shedeur all day. I thought he made a bunch of improvements. I didn't think in those 7 games he showed enough to say without a doubt that he can be the starter that takes you to the playoffs in 2026, right? And I know there's plenty of people that disagree out there. There's plenty of people that think there's no way he can do it. I don't think that – I just couldn't make that decision. I don't think the sample size is big enough for me to say one way or the other he can or can't be the guy. Maybe they say, hey, we want to give him 2026 as an organization. And then it's up to the coach to say, okay, well, if he isn't the guy, then you're going to be patient with me, right? Because you're handing me a quarterback and telling me to play him. I just think that creates some difficult situations, right? To put that on a coach and say you're forced to have this guy when he hasn't proven himself at that level, right? I don't think he's established himself as a starting quarterback in this league to this point. I think it's difficult for a coach to force him to accept that. And when it goes back to Kevin, yeah, they certainly forced the rookies on Kevin by the way they handled the roster, right? Trading Kenny Pickett and then trading Joe Flacco was, okay, it's these 2 rookies. And then Dillon Gabriel got hurt, so there's no choice but to play Shedeur Sanders. So I don't know. I don't know if they certainly forced that situation on the team, and so did the losing at the beginning of the year. It became a reality situation where, hey, they're not going to make the playoffs, so you want to see these rookies, and it put Kevin in a really difficult spot. And we can talk about the wins and losses, mattering or not mattering with Kevin Stefanski. So I completely get your point, Andy. I just don't think that's the right way to operate.
I agree.
Scott, should we actually be looking at Anthony Lynn as a real candidate here? He worked for Tom Telesco in San Diego. He's got a great background, was here before.
Yeah, I mean, he had a winning record as a head coach, right, which is not easy to find. I knew they fell off in his last 2 years with the Chargers. I think he started 9-7 and then 12-4, and they won a playoff game, and then they slipped, I want to say 5-11 and 7-9. But yeah, I would not dismiss him. Obviously, he only had the one interview, late getting added to this process, for whatever reason that is. I think the focus right now is Scheelhaase and Schwartz. But could that change? If Scheelhaase says no or the interview doesn't go well, could the Browns reevaluate and say, hey, let's take a longer look at Lynn? Sure. I don't think that's out of the question at all.
All right, so who does Scott Petrak want? Who is the best fit for this job
Scott,
right now?
who do you want?
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, it has no bearing on the situation whatsoever. I think the ideal situation is probably Scheelhaase, and he keeps Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator. So it feels like the best of both worlds. I think if Jim Schwartz gets the job, I have no issue with Jim Schwartz being the next coach of the Browns. Then the question becomes, who would he hire as his coordinator and his quarterback's coach? And let's assume it's not Nate Scheelhaase, right? So if it were Schwartz as a head coach and Scheelhaase as a coordinator, I think that'd be great too. I just am not sure Scheelhaase takes that job and leaves the Rams to be the coordinator play caller. Maybe he would, right? Because it is a step up and you get to call plays and run your offense. So I think either of those combinations is fine and could work well, and you have your defense and you have your young offensive guy, right? What I would be worried about if it's Jim Schwartz is who's his coordinator. And maybe it's Todd Monken. And, I think Todd Monken's a good head coach or a good coordinator and a good play caller. I also think he could join John Harbaugh with the Giants. So if you don't have Monken or Scheelhaase as your coordinator, where does Jim Schwartz go? And I think that would be a concern because we talked about it. The offense needs to be fixed. So how are they going to fix this offense? Yes, they're going to do it with players, but they also need to do it with coaching and system. And I think that would be the huge question facing Jim Schwartz is what do you do at offensive coordinator? So I think by hiring Shieldhouse and keeping Schwartz to run the defense, you solve both those problems.
Last question, how long before they have a coach?
I think tomorrow by noon at the latest.
Tomorrow at noon, by noon. All
like
right.
it.
Love it. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Talk to you later.
Thank you,
Scott
Scott.
Petrak, Chronicle Telegram. Nice enough to join us today, as he does each and every Monday, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Oh, he had a bunch of nuggets of wisdom there. By tomorrow at noon. Oh, doesn't that sound good? Wouldn't that be outstanding to have your new head coach by tomorrow? We'll talk about it. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
big toe. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The ideal situation is probably Shieldhouse, and he keeps Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator. So it feels like the best of both worlds. I have no issue with Jim Schwartz being the next coach of the Browns. Then the question becomes, who would he hire as his coordinator and his quarterback's coach? And let's assume it's not Nate Shieldhouse. If it were Schwartz as a head coach and Shieldhouse as a coordinator, I think that'd be great too. I just am not sure Shieldhouse takes that job and leaves the Rams.
And then he went on to say, maybe by noon tomorrow we'll know who the next head coach is. I could see this playing out, though. I know everyone's saying Shieldhouse. Or I shouldn't say everyone's saying that. It just feels like people are leaning that way. But would you be shocked if they got Shieldhouse to say, you know what, we're going to make you the assistant head coach and offensive coordinator, and you'll have the opportunity to advance your career by calling plays, and you'll keep moving up, and we're going to give you the opportunity to do that with Jim Schwartz as the head coach. Like, that doesn't sound horrible to me. That actually sounds like a good game plan. Although it does seem
from
like
a Browns perspective,
it could also flip the other way, where you bring in a young Shieldhouse who's going to have to bring in someone probably to call plays. And then
I would think not. I mean, if you're hiring this guy, Andy, you want him calling plays. That's his appeal, even though he's not done it. He's done it at the college level.
Doesn't appeal to me. I can tell you that.
Well, then why hire him?
To be the head coach and then kind of...
Why would you hire a guy to be the head coach who's coached 2 years in college and has never been a head coach? Or an NFL, 2 years, in the NFL, and never been a head coach.
But hasn't called plays.
It hasn't called plays.
What if you brought in another great mind that could call plays along with him, and the three of them could grow together?
If he's coming here, he's going to be the offensive guy, and he's going to call plays. There's no way he's bringing in an offensive coordinator. That's why you want him.
I could see it, though, the other way. I could see a possibility where you might take the head coach's job because you want to learn how to be a head coach, too. And, I mean, part of that is calling plays. I just don't see.
I disagree completely. If you're going to leave your comfort zone in a great spot in Los Angeles to go trust somebody else to call your plays, that's not happening.
But if you're the head coach, you're the end-all, be-all. So what's the difference? I mean, he could call the play and you could overrule it if you wanted to. It's not. Didn't we just go through this with Kevin Stefanski?
He has skipped this step in the process. He hasn't called plays. He's got to call plays. I'd be really discouraged if they hired him and they said, and he's not calling plays. Well, then why hire him?
To give him the opportunity to be a head coach, to settle in and just, and work your way through this, especially with the quarterbacks you have coming back next year that you don't feel like are your star-studded quarterbacks that are going to lead this team and this franchise for, the next 5 years. Sanders still has a lot to figure out if they give him the opportunity, and perhaps he would be the guy. I mean, I heard another phone call this morning hoping that Watson could turn things around and become the quarterback that he was. I have no faith in the quarterbacks right now. None. I have no faith in the offense outside of Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins. Do you have? Because I don't know that Njoku's coming back. How much? I have zero faith in our offense right now.
I don't know why you would.
Yeah.
No, if they want to hire this guy, Andy, I think there's, without question, he's your play caller. The offense is all him. There's nothing left.
Can you see it either way? Can you see Schwartz as the head coach?
Oh,
Shieldhouse as the offensive coordinator.
If I'm him,
it's an upgrade.
Yeah, I know, but if I'm not him, I'm not coming here unless I'm the head coach. And even then,
unless you feel like something's going to flip at the Rams, and maybe they're going to have some kind of coaching.
It's not. They had a great year.
Dan, how can you see this?
If you hire Nate Shieldhouse, he's calling plays. It's that simple.
All right.
This is the NFL in 2026. If you're hiring these guys, they're probably calling plays.
Experience means nothing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Liam Cohen had very little experience, and he calls plays for the Jags, and that's turned out well. Sean McVay had no experience calling plays when he showed up. That's turned out well. Like, if you're hiring these guys, they're play calling head coaches.
Yeah. It's for that.
Could you see it the other way around? Could you see Schwartz as the head coach and Scheelhaus coming in as an upgrade from where he is right now?
Agreed. If they hire Schwartz, I think Anthony Lynn will be his offensive coordinator.
And so do you think that's plan B?
No.
You just think they're both out there as plan A's?
You got to hear what Scheelhaus thinks.
I have no interest in watching an Anthony Lynn coached offense. No, thank you.
You'll have no choice, though.
No, thank you.
If it plays out, you'd have no choice.
I will go lay down in a snowbank.
Which could be detrimental to your health at this time of the year.
If they're going to try to sell me on Jim Schwartz, head coach / defensive coordinator, and Anthony Lynn as his offensive coordinator, I will politely ask them to play these games in Mozambique.
Did something happen with Clint Kubiak over the last couple of days?
Yeah, he's got a plan for the Super Bowl.
Other than that.
I mean, if you heard Tom Brady talking, it sounds like he's heading that direction when he's done. Tom Brady was drooling over him last night.
To go to Vegas.
Yeah. Tom Brady needed a bib midway through.
Well, I mean, because they kept talking about it. The last couple of weeks, his name has been atop the list if you looked at the betting sites for the Browns job. Yet I just never heard anything about him, interviewing or being a part of it. There was a breath. They had a breath there before the.
If suddenly, remember last week I said I wouldn't be stunned if they threw this thing open again and started interviewing other guys. They did that with Anthony Lynn. Obviously, part of it is to fulfill the Rooney Rule requirement, which
or to look at hiring him on staff,
right? Which feels cheap to me.
Not if you hire him on staff. Not if you make him a coordinator.
Otherwise, just hey, thanks, appreciate it. Hope you didn't mind serving us dinner. It feels cheap, but Anthony Lynn's always been a good football coach. Dan might not be interested in his offense. I see that. He's always been a really good running back coach, and he has an above 500 record as a head coach. And oddly enough, the guy who hired him to be the head coach of the Chargers is on the search committee for the Browns for the new head coach, Tom Telesco, the former Charger GM, Raider GM for a year.
Right.
And he's helping the Browns with this. Now, maybe he just facilitated an interview to meet the Rooney Rule requirement, which, again, feels cheap if that were the case. But maybe he's going to be here.
I could see it coming back. I just wondered why Kubiak's name as I was watching the game last night, too, I was like, man, Kubiak looks good. This whole situation looks good to me. And look what he's done. Although you've got a quarterback that's won 14 games 2 years in a row with a great story and the one that you can take a champion's pose for. Congratulations, Jeff. You called a winner on that one.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. You called a winner. The hardest part of this whole conversation is, does it really matter who they have the head coach if they can't figure out the quarterback?
Yeah.
And can't rebuild an offensive line.
And I hate to.
I mean, I watched these guys play last night, all four teams, whether you hated the AFC game or not. They all feel like they bring something to the table that the Browns don't. All four teams did yesterday. And I was just like, why can't we get to this point?
Look at the quarterbacks you had yesterday playing football. And there's no reason the Browns can't get here. They had, in the NFC, a former number 1 overall pick who one team kind of got tired of and the other thought he might be the answer, Matthew Stafford. So they got traded from Detroit to L.A. But Detroit kind of had enough of him.
Yeah.
You could pull off a trade like that. You had...
Who are we trading, though?
Picks.
Okay.
You had Sam Darnold, who, I love Dan's line, he wants somebody in his life who loves him as much as I love Sam Darnold. Not completely true. I always just thought Sam was better than his circumstances.
He left his body yesterday.
He was He was really good yesterday.
He played
great. It looked like Neo in the Matrix.
Let me just throw this at you though. Last 2 regular seasons, Sam Darnold's been the quarterback of a team that went 14-3.
28 wins in 2 years isn't too bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's in the NFC. In the AFC, Bo Nix was the 12th overall pick. Now, he wasn't in there, so you had Jarrett Stidham. Jarrett was okay. And you had Drake May, who was the 3rd overall pick. In other words, they liked 2 guys more than him in that draft. And he's going to the Super Bowl. You have the 6th pick. What if they love Ty Simpson from Alabama? I mean, you love him. You can get him at 6.
Sure you can.
So you can get the quarterback. Hey, Nate, we'd like you to come be the head coach of the Browns. Great. That's outstanding. I don't like your quarterbacks. Get me Jimmy G, and I'll come in. I'll coach Jimmy G. We'll get a young guy, and we'll look for our quarterback in 2027.
But if they didn't let Kevin Stefanski do that, what makes you think they're going to let the next head coach do that?
Oh, because they need a coach, and they're kind of up against it.
Do you see the comparison there, Dan? Where if they didn't let Kevin Stefanski kind of, whether you like Gabriel or not, it appeared that he was Kevin's guy. Or maybe Kevin liked Pickett, or maybe didn't. Or maybe he really liked Flacco. And it seemed like, and I'm not buying that injury changed the whole thing. I'm just not. And it seemed to me like once Kevin couldn't have his way at quarterback, everything went south, and we all knew he was going to be gone after that. Yet he's unbelievably respected around the league. Unbelievably respected. Didn't take him very long to get a job.
I wonder if he's respected enough that it might make some of these coaches shy away from the Browns gig.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I wonder.
They did at the start. When Kevin Stefanski came in here, Case Keenum came with him. So in the very beginning of this, to institute what Kevin Stefanski wanted to do, they brought the backup quarterback that Kevin Stefanski wanted.
That was the backup, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But at least they got somebody in there who could do that. So going and getting a Jimmy G type guy for Nate Shieldhouse, if that's the direction they want to go, would fit the track record of Andrew Berry and what the Browns want to do. At least to start.
Kevin inherited his really good friend, Baker Mayfield.
I still think Baker would have worked if just.
Of course he would have. He would have. He's been a more than competent NFL quarterback.
Although I don't know what Baker would have looked like with this offense this year. I don't think he looked any better than anybody else did.
Well, maybe it wouldn't have gotten to this point because you'd have had 6 draft picks that you'd have put to use.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah,
and I have trouble.
And a lot more money on the cap to go sign guys.
It's
let's not even go there.
No. All right, Nick Shook is going to join us at high noon, and we'll get his thoughts.
NFL Network?
Yeah, from NFL Network.
NFL.com? Our guy.
Pride of Kent State.
There it is.
He will join us coming up at high noon. You heard what Scott said there. Would you be okay with, I guess, a ticket, which we would call, of Shieldhouse and Schwartz, or Schwartz and Shieldhouse? I don't know how that would play out.
And I still wonder if Schwartz would say, yeah, I'm good with that. I want a 35-year-old boss.
And just quickly before we go to break, what were you reading? Didn't somebody have something on Schwartz now, Dan, that Dan might be, or that
Diana Rossini.
Oh, it was Dan. Okay, it was Diana Rossini. Had kind of just thrown something out.
Next.
All right, we'll do that when we come back. We'll tell you more about that in a second here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey.
for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, as always, you can listen to our show, listen to all of the local shows here on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Two good championship games yesterday. I thought they were good. I don't care what, was the play on the field great at the end of the New England-Denver game? No, but it was kind of fun to watch them wallop through the snow like we were as we were looking outside our windows. The other game had perfect conditions, which you would think is weird because Seattle's farther north. But it looked like a beautiful day in Seattle yesterday.
Andy,
yes.
Weather in Seattle is temperate all year round.
That is because of the sound, or why? Why is the weather always so good in Seattle?
It's because of where it is.
Because of the Puget Sound there. Because of the way it's socked into the.
I would think, and I forget exactly what kind of weather pattern it's called. I have a buddy who lives out there. His apartment building doesn't even have air conditioning.
Really?
No, they don't need it.
Huh. I don't know. I love Seattle. I think it's a great city to go to. I think it's beautiful. And there's a lot of great things there. It's weird how Western Montana or Western Washington is so much different than Eastern Washington. But to be able to watch these games yesterday, I thought was fun. But you, my friend, have a pet peeve.
Well, I've made it real clear. I think it's a shame for these guys to spend all season working, getting to where they get to, and they play the Super Bowl at a neutral site, correct?
Yes, it's the Super Bowl.
Well, conference championship games are a big deal. They now play college playoff games at neutral sites.
Yeah,
leading up
college
to the championship game.
Okay.
I can see it both ways. What I hate is...
But in college football, they're trying to appease the old bowl system by doing that. That's what they're doing.
Well, this might make you a lot of money.
To go back, but I think...
It's mainly this, though, Andy. I hate the fact that you have incredibly skilled athletes, and they end up just trying to make do because of the weather factor. You're right. It's fun to watch those guys slop around in the snow. Except guess what? They don't practice slopping around in the snow. It doesn't allow them to show their real attributes, and I don't think it necessarily gives you a great indication of which team is the better team. And so I wouldn't mind at all. I mean, think about this. What if the Browns were in the playoffs and they had a home game yesterday?
That's funny.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
They had a home game on the lakefront yesterday.
Yeah. We've been there, done that.
But that's not an indication.
Red Right 88.
But that's not an indication of what kind of a team you have. I would. It's tough because, you earned the right for the home game. I get that, but take away all of your athleticism or a good portion of it, and have guys out there, throwing footballs in incredibly bad conditions,
kicking footballs that have no business going straight. Yeah, I agree with that.
And I just think it's a much better indication of which team is better if you could play them all, conference championship games and Super Bowl in good climates.
If we were worried about who was better, we just stop at the end of the regular season and give the Lombardi to the team with the best trophy.
Except for one thing. 17 games. That's not like Major League Baseball. It's not even like the NBA. It's, it's
a lot of games.
Not compared. In baseball, you know who the best team was over the course of a regular season. In football, you don't. If your quarterback misses 5 games and you go 1-4 in those games, but your quarterback is back for the last 6 games, something like that. I would not mind having neutral site games for the conference championships. I just think it's a better indication. I thought New England would win that game yesterday. They did, but I can't tell you it's because they were the better team. I can tell you it's because they had the lead when the weather went up.
But their defense also had to come through. Came up with a big
Denver's
interception.
Defense did too.
Yeah, but New England got the interception when they needed the interception late in the game
because
Denver decided they had to throw
threw
the
it
ball
about 5 yards short into a big gusty wind.
Oh,
it was a terrible throw.
Well, both teams had to play in the same weather.
I know. You get my point.
I understand your point.
Yes, they all had to play in the same weather, blah, 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 blah. But it just doesn't, I don't find it nearly as entertaining as watching great athletes display their great athletic skills on a clean surface.
All right, so this goes back to the dome debate too, right?
Yeah,
we're not going to have to worry about it here.
Dome. Thrilled. Seriously, can you imagine a game if the Browns had a home game yesterday?
It would have been awesome, and our fans would have been awesome.
It would have been an ugly
come on. Our fans would have
man.
loved every minute of it
No,
yesterday.
they wouldn't have.
216-474-0092. Tell me you wouldn't have loved every minute of it if you were a Browns fan and you were sitting there in the conference championship and the Browns won. If they lost, you'd be miserable. You'd be miserable because they lost.
With
Browns fans would have absolutely loved to have packed the stadium yesterday and had them come out there and try to snow blow or blow the lines off the field and do whatever they needed to do.
That's all well and
people
good.
Would say, this is Cleveland. And then people would be mad today if they won, saying, I can't believe we're moving to a dome because we're losing home field advantage.
I so appreciate the athletic skills of these guys that I hate not seeing them on display because of bad weather conditions.
It doesn't bother me. I like watching those games. I like seeing the weather become to be a factor in these games. Now, will I miss it when the Browns play inside? Probably not. I won't.
You
Personally,
better not
I won't.
because you're the vice chairman of the Basket and Phelps
as
Retractable Roof
I've
Committee.
said for years, I really don't want a dome in this town. Did you ever hear me say that?
Move along.
Never. Ryan. Hey, Rhino, what's up, man?
Hey, Menigan, Andy, Jeff, gentlemen, chiming in. Just want to give my perspective. Andy, man, hats off to you, buddy. I'm diehard. I like ugliness, dog pound, cold weather. Bring it on, man. That's just where the feistiness is, and I hate to say it, Cleveland's identity is a little bit ugly, and that's what we identify ourselves as. We're not sit on your hands type of Arizona Cardinal fans. Don't get me wrong. Teams like Detroit, they play indoors. They still are feisty. But again, it's a moot point. We're moving into a dome. But again, just having the outside.
You're going to tell me the other thing, Rhino. I mean, the Seattle fans are amazing. I'm sitting there watching that whole thing yesterday, going, our fans are just as good as these fans, but yet they win, so they get credit.
All fans are good,
right?
No, not necessarily. Philly fans are pretty
most
tough.
fan bases are good.
Yeah.
I hear you, Jeff, and I'm in agreement, man. Football is fun atmosphere. Again, just watching that game yesterday, guys, just envious of seeing those two quarterbacks. Just a fist fight between those two, obviously, and Arnold and Stafford. Just envious. Obviously, we don't have that. Again, you alluded to just opportunity still at hand for our Brownies, which is getting that proper head coach in there. Obviously, the Rams have a guy there that we feel is comfortable with us. And you alluded to, Jeff, Jimmy G obviously joining. That would be phenomenal. That dude is a veteran. He's not going to pout about, recognizing he's going to be second fiddle. We're going to be moving on from at a later point. Sanders is the opposite. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's going to pout, but he recognizes that he wants to be the first stringer or nothing. And again, I just don't feel that he's the guy moving forward for us. Again, there's a lot of opportunity out there. We need to obviously our bookends, a tackle. We need our quarterback. We have everything corrected on that defense, man. We just need some offensive help. Sky's the limit, man, but football is just a blast, just like yesterday's always. Browns moving forward. Hey, great show as always, guys.
Rhino, the big question, though, Rhino, should they move the conference championships to a neutral site?
Oh, man, no, that you alluded to, Jeff and Andy. You just said the fan base, man, they deserve it. If you get home field advantage because you fought, scratched, and clawed during the regular season, man, you better be honored with that, especially in a warm climate. Again, we've seen it obviously in New York or whatever with cold climates, Buffalo, et cetera, man. But, again, that's just football. That can't be taken away. No, I don't want to see neutral field like in Vegas where I helped build the stadium. I love the Legion Stadium. But, again, we don't need any neutral fields for conference championships. Super Bowl, yeah, but not conference championships. But yeah, hey, great show, guys.
Thank you, Rhino. Appreciate it.
Do you remember?
Did you hear him drop it? That was kind of a ding. I helped build
the stadium. Yeah. Rhino, here you go. Ding.
Do
you remember? And I just read this. Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk, who joins us regularly, which we appreciate, wrote. Remember when DeMar Hamlin was hurt for the Bills in the Cincinnati game? And
yeah,
they didn't play that game, and it was a forfeit. it was going to be, he said, I believe if Kansas City and Buffalo made it to the AFC Championship game, they were going to have a neutral site game, and it was going to be in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, I do remember
And
that.
as soon as it was announced for Atlanta, boom, they sold 50,000 tickets right away. Think about it as a bowl experience, Andy. Fans would go like crazy. Fans, like Ohio State
I would
fans
think,
travel. Buffalo Bills fans,
the other
Browns
problem
fans, they'd all travel.
The other problem I have is that people you hear that go to the Super Bowl, since we've never been there, I wouldn't know what this is like, but it's too much of a corporate experience. You're not getting the real fans when you're going to that. And you definitely get the real fans when you're having at home a conference championship at home. Now, if ticket prices would stay low and it was affordable for a fan, I don't know. It's still not. I mean, regular ticket prices aren't affordable for most families.
NFL cares so much about the fans, Andy. Hey, let's go to London. Hey, let's go to Munich.
Australia.
Hey, let's go to Barcelona. Hey, take Nelson.
But with an extra game, I don't think that if you still look at it as an extra game with 17, I don't think it's that big a deal. Nelson's in Avon Lake. Hi, Nelson.
Hey, Nelson.
Guys, how are you?
Good.
Andy, I hate to disappoint you, my friend, but I have to agree with Jeff.
It's okay, Nelson. Everyone has a bad day.
You want to see quite possibly the best athletes in the world at their best instead of making the weather the story. Like yesterday, the weather was the story and not the game. I mean, and you're talking about the fan experience. How much do you think it costs to go to a football game nowadays, right? Like,
well, it's a little more affordable to go to a home football game in Cleveland than it would be to go to a neutral site AFC Championship game somewhere else.
I mean, I get it. Well, and in 3 years for us, it won't matter, right? But I agree with Jeff. These games should be the story should be the game and not the weather. I guess it's fun for some people, but I could barely be entertained. I want to be entertained. I want to see these guys at their best. All right, boys. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Nelson. Although I will say,
that's
Jeff,
my point, Andy.
I mean, if the AFC Championship game goes neutral with a dome, we'll have a shot to host it.
Yes, indeedy.
So wait, maybe I should change my mind on this. I enjoyed it. I was, I liked watching it. I like watching the defense come up with big play after big play late in the game. I also like the theory of trying to make sure that if you knew a snowstorm was coming, to put points on the board earlier and to try to score as quick as you can to get as many points as you could. And, I mean, remember, Denver had a shot for a field goal early on but decided to go for it on fourth down. And so that came back to – that's a coaching mistake. They should have kicked the field goal early on, especially if they knew the forecast coming in.
Well, I thought that too. Dan disagreed.
What, Dan, why would you disagree with that?
Go for it. To me, you take the points because you had a backup quarterback. You knew the conditions were crummy, and you're in a conference championship game. Put them up on the board because they're not coming back down.
I hate to say this. I 100% agree with Jeff on that.
6 is worth more than 3. My defense is nails. I need 14 points, and I win this game.
But do you trust your backup quarterback to get you a conversion there as opposed to just putting up 3 points?
Yes. Because he's been in my system for the last 3 years.
Yeah,
and you
it's
love
not like
watching.
they just picked him up from the street. He's been there for 3
years.
years.
I get it, but it didn't work.
And do you love watching teams just throw up 3 after 3 after 3 in the fourth quarter because 3 is more than 2? Do you like that?
Yes, the numbers would state as such that 3 is worth more than 2.
Yeah, I know, but do you like watching that? Because I watched the Cavs play the other night, and guess what?
I don't give a crap about enjoyment. I give a crap about winning.
Yeah, and I'm also telling you that your odds of making a basket from 1 foot out compared to beyond the 3-point arc are a lot better.
Especially
so
the way
take
the
the
Cavs
2
shoot 'em.
when you And by the way, when they won on Saturday night, they played a pretty good low game on that, and so I wasn't watching them chuck threes up left and right the way we normally are, and it was a game that was enjoyable to watch.
Just
I'm
switch
sorry.
sports on me.
No. My point is that you're making the 6 and 3 comment, and what I'm saying is that I'm making the 3 and 2 comment on basketball.
14 points wins that game. That's why I go for it.
10 points gets you into overtime.
14 points wins that game. That's why I go for it.
they didn't get.
And by the way,
but you got hindsight.
The ball
in
went
your back
sideways
pocket.
when you decided to kick the field goal later in the game.
I don't.
You've got hindsight
I don't
in your
need.
back pocket.
I don't need hindsight because I've been screaming for 2 weeks. Take the points. Take the points. Take the points.
And
Dan,
when these teams win, I notice that you don't sit there going, "Oh, look at that! They didn't take the points, and they somehow won."
I'm arguing against
amazing development.
Take the points. Take the points.
Notice how that never comes up.
Take the points. Because it rarely works out that way.
Help Dan out, please. 216-474-0092.
By the way, is that hoodie you're wearing, is that seafoam?
It is.
Very nice.
That is seafoam.
Yeah, very nice.
Okay. It's a good-looking color on you.
Oh, yeah.
Just tell yourself that. You'll feel
Accentuates
good
your
about
eyes.
That's very kind of you.
Nick Shook, the Shookie Cookie NFL Network, coming up next.
This is an
Cards take on Seattle in the Pacific Northwest March 29th on Peacock at 7:20. NFL Network's Chris Shook joins Baskin and Phelps next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Okay, we're 17 days into this thing. You've interviewed Jim twice. Okay, he's interviewed with another place. You're bringing in other ones. You're just going to settle on Jim, and then you're going to tell everybody he was your number one choice all along? Is that what you're going to do? Now, if I was Jim Schwartz, I wouldn't give a damn. Maybe I was the one the players wanted all along. Because I do believe that they really, really, really respect Jim. I think that he treats them sternly. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that he treats them with excitement. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that you have a lot of guys on that defense that he empowers them to lead themselves.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, win a pair of tickets to the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards. It's at Rocket Arena Thursday, February 5th. You can get tickets at clevelandsportsawards.com. Enter the word awards, AWARDS, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Plenty of NFL news to talk about, especially when it comes to the Browns and the coaching situation, and then yesterday's championship game. So we turn to a dear friend, fellow Kent Stater. He is Nick Shook, the Shooky Cookie, as he was once called. Maybe still is. At least he is on this show. He is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline, and he is Nick Shook. Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Does anybody still call you that, or is that just us?
Yeah, they don't call you that around NFL.com, do they?
No, I was able to leave that in the past before I ever made it out to LA. So that's more of a college thing. That's a younger. My younger sister sometimes gets that. So yeah, sometimes it goes around.
I don't know. I think it's a great nickname. I'll just be honest.
There
I think
it
it's good, and it made me want to read your stuff. I'll be honest. So let's tell it the way. Let's tell it the way it is. All right. First of all, how was yesterday? How were the games yesterday?
Well, I mean, if you look at the comparison between the two, you had one that had some potential and ended up being a clunker because of a snowstorm in Denver, and then you had an absolute classic in Seattle between the Rams and the Seahawks, setting up for what I think is going to be a fascinating Super Bowl matchup between a team that's going to be favored pretty significantly and a Patriots team that nobody believed would be here. I didn't believe they would be here at the start of the season. In fact, I had to pinch myself, not out of joy or anything, but just to kind of make myself realize that it's 2026 and I was looking at Robert Kraft on the celebratory podium again. But that's the way the NFL works.
Before we get into the Browns coaching search, conference championship games, neutral site. Make sure you don't have what you had in Denver, or just go ahead and deal with what you had in Denver and call it a day.
I think you got to bring some sort of value to earning the top seed or earning the highest seed in this matchup. So you keep it, as a home game. I mean, we already have the Super Bowl being a neutral site, right? And I think that a lot of what, we encountered in Denver yesterday is kind of unfortunately to some going to go by the wayside over the next 5 to 10 years as all these teams build new stadiums, and seemingly every new stadium rendering includes a dome, save for Buffalo. I just believe that the NFL is probably moving into a direction where football weather, as we know, is going to become something that is a rarity and will be confined to only a few locations where stadiums continue to be outdoors as we get more and more canopies built over these stadiums. And economically, it makes sense. You get more use out of the facility. Think about, what is now known as Huntington Bank Field. The Browns use that, roughly 10 to 12 times a year, and maybe you have some concerts there. You're just not getting a lot of use out of a massive facility, so it makes sense to put roofs on stadiums. But I think that, I was anti-roof for a long time, and then I watched the second half of yesterday's game, and I thought, you know what, maybe it is best that we're moving toward this future with lots of domes, because I think we want to see the best football product on the field, and we are well beyond the days of the old school grinded out 3 yards in a cloud of dust, or in this case, a cloud of snow football of decades past.
So do you think Jeff's right? We would be leaning towards conference championships at a neutral site or in a dome?
No, I wouldn't say the neutral site. I just think there's going to be a lot of domes in the NFL in the next 5 to 10 years. So we should just prepare for that. But I do think that there should be value associated with earning a higher seed and getting home field advantage all the way through the playoffs and keep the Super Bowl only as the neutral site to, keep the special nature of it.
Browns are reportedly out interviewing Nate Scheelhaase today in Los Angeles. He was busy yesterday, obviously coaching football. And because of that and where this thing sits, Nick, it kind of feels like this guy's the leading candidate. What would you think of a coach who's never been a coordinator at the NFL level and has been a coach in the NFL for 2 years, taking over a football team?
I think that it would be a reach, and I also wouldn't put it past the Browns because this opening, it's not entirely unique, but it is somewhat rare in the fact that I think it's a little radioactive, given that you are going to be expected to show up and assimilate to, an existing regime with Andrew Berry at GM. You're going to have to accept the fact that your offense needs a ton of work, starting with quarterback, including an offensive line, and you can go beyond to receiver as well. So you know that the potential is low, and that the strength of your team is your defense. It's just a bit of a kind of just an unorthodox coaching search because of their seeming preference to try to hang on to Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator, but he's also a head coach candidate. And it makes sense that they would target a very young offensive mind to try to pair with him. I just don't know if it necessarily, bodes well for your long-term planning. But I think as soon as they held on to Andrew Berry as GM, you kind of knew that this is potentially an opening that could only be filled for a few years. So you kind of have to narrow in your scope of who you're going to try to hire. And I think in that case, you're looking for guys who want their first head coaching opportunity, who want to make the leap and climb the ladder very quickly. And Scheelhaase is one of them. And he's a guy with playing experience. He's coming from the McVay tree. It's produced a lot of successful candidates that have become head coaches elsewhere. But it's just not your traditional opening. It's not an opening that would attract, a brand name, I guess you'd call him retread, but well-known head coach like a John Harbaugh who ended up with the Giants, because you don't have the quarterback and you have a lot of questions to be answered and you have to fit into this existing regime. So you're right. I think that it does point that maybe he is the leading candidate. It's also mildly concerning that multiple candidates have voluntarily withdrawn from consideration. But then again, as we know with the Browns and their interview process over the last couple of decades, they've tended to zig when others have zagged, and sometimes it's landed them Mike Pettin, and sometimes it's landed them Kevin Stefanski. So we'll see how it plays out.
That was what I was just going to ask you. 3 guys have backed out. Is that a concern? 1 is like, okay. 2 is like, wow. 3 to me is like, there's something going on here.
Yeah, it's definitely not a positive sentiment. It doesn't produce that feeling. I'm not all warm and fuzzy about 3 candidates pulling out. And really today's candidate was, like, I understood why Mike McDaniel would withdraw, right? Like, okay, he's a former head coach. He's kind of, to a degree, got his pick of the litter of who he wants to be an offensive coordinator for. I thought Detroit would be a great fit, and it seemed like Detroit didn't want him that much, which is why he ended up heading west. But with Udinski pulling out, it's like he's basically in the same company as a Scheelhaase, and yet maybe he has learned that it's not worth his time. There was also our own Tom Pelissero's report basically discussing and describing the Browns interview process and how it's unique compared to every other team's process, and maybe that might drive the candidate away, because if you think about it, I mean, a lot of the discourse on this made a lot of sense. I'm an established coach. I've been a head coach in the NFL. Why do I have to, write an essay or fill out all these questions and quizzes and everything for this interview process instead of coming in, wear a nice suit, ace the interview type of thing? And I think that probably makes it a little off-putting to some candidates as well. But I really think it's more than anything, it's about the team situation, just as it currently stands, knowing that you don't have an answer at quarterback. You still have to deal with the Watson contract for another year. There's void years tacked onto that. That's going to limit your ability to acquire talent. You need to be able to add a lot of talent. You got 2 first-round picks, but this is not going to be an overnight, rebuild of sorts. And you have to come in there and fit in within Andrew Berry's structure. So there's a lot of, things that you have to kind of fit into this puzzle to make it work, which I think lowers your potential for hiring from a vast array of different types of candidates.
Sorry, Nick Shook from the NFL Network, NFL.com. His daily podcast is on YouTube. Do you think that Nate Scheelhaase is the man right now? Because there's a feeling around here that Scheelhaase, it could be Scheelhaase's job to lose at this point, or to win if he wants it. That I don't know why, but just over the last 24 hours, everything seems to have shifted towards him. What are you hearing, and does that sound truthful?
Yeah, I think that there's some truth to it for sure. It's interesting that the Browns have. I mean, they're not the only team that still hasn't hired a coach. So we should just put that out there first and foremost. That this process is still playing out with a lot of different teams. I kind of would like to ask Browns fans: would you like to be the Steelers who just quickly went and hired Mike McCarthy, or would you like to be the Browns who have waited out, for potentially their ideal candidate in a shield house, waiting for the Rams season to end? Because that kind of dictates, whether you're happy about this or whether you're just content with them continuing to wait and further vetting these candidates. But it's the idea of, okay, we wait for a young offensive mind or we fall back on Jim Schwartz. Like, I've been waiting for them to figure out which of these young offensive minds can we convince and do we want to be our head coach, and then try to double back and convince Jim Schwartz to stay on as defensive coordinator. And if that doesn't work out, then Schwartz is just your head coach by default. That seems like that's been the plan for a while as this has played out and as other guys have dropped out. It's almost like they've kind of read the tea leaves or gotten the signals that they, may not be interested in waiting this out and may not fit exactly what the Browns are looking for. That's why the Udinski thing, him pulling out, kind of perked me up today because I'm like, oh, well, I thought it was going to be him or Shieldhouse, and they're going to try to pair him with Schwartz. And if Udinski pulls out, then it seems like, the path to this resolution here and the answer has gotten a little bit narrower, especially after the Rams were just eliminated yesterday. So it sure feels like that right now. I feel like if they were going to go after like a Dan Pitcher or some of the other guys that have since been hired elsewhere, they would have done it by now. So it sure seems like they're kind of headed in that direction.
What'd you think of Pittsburgh not sticking with their formula, although a formula that started 55 years ago and then they hired another one 35 years ago? I don't know if that's something that you have to stick to. But McCarthy in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, as I've grown older, I've tried to remind myself that nothing in this life is permanent, whether good or bad. And even the Steelers' reputation for continuity and sticking to the way they do things apparently doesn't stand the test of time either. Because I was surprised and very underwhelmed, and I felt like, oh, that's too cliche to go hire the Pittsburgh guy with head coaching experience, who also happened to be Aaron Rodgers' coach for a long time. Now, they said, Art Rooney said that it had nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers' presence, which I would hope he wouldn't make a head coaching hire based on a 42-year-old quarterback who's openly flirted with retirement over the last year. But it felt kind of, I don't know, bland. Like, it's just, the Steelers have long been the model of identifying up-and-coming coaching talent, securing their services, and then supporting them properly with talent and stability from a franchise perspective. And they've just gone away from that direction, over the last few years. Yes, Tomlin was there, but there was always the rumblings that, or at least the calls for his job from fans, and the whole, they haven't won a playoff game in forever, and maybe his time's running out, and ultimately he's the one who steps down and just gets himself out of the situation. So it feels like the club itself is just taking a step in a different direction from what we've known them to be over the last half century. I don't know if it's really going to work out. What it screams to me more than anything is that they're desperate for leadership, which is weird because they had that in Mike Tomlin, but they wanted to go in a new direction. And I think that they probably don't necessarily make this hire if they have quarterback figured out. But more than anything, they are feeling the pressure of not producing in the playoffs, which is why you go get a veteran coach with experience, because you expect him to come in and lead your team, to success immediately. But the problem is unless they bring Rodgers back again, they still don't have that quarterback question answered. So it didn't give me great feelings. I wasn't at all impressed by the hire. I know he did well in Dallas for the most part, especially on the offensive side of the football. And maybe he should have been fired by the Cowboys when he was. But it just does not get me overly excited. I don't think that's a slam dunk hire by any means, even though it's going to give the Steelers the idea that they should be able to compete immediatly.
Nick, last question. I got about a minute. Is there a guy you want the Browns to take the job that's available right now?
I worry. I don't have a preference necessarily, because I feel like this is a job that's going to last for 2 years, and then they're going to make another change, and it's going to include Andrew Berry's job unless they're able to pull off some sort of minor miracle and continue to infuse this roster with talent. So I worry that whoever gets this job, it's going to be a short-term job. But if you're going to go in that direction and shoot for the stars, you go with a young guy, you go with the Shieldhouse, you hope to convince Jim Schwartz to stay as defensive coordinator, which is its own sell job in its own right when he's interviewed for the head coaching job. But I wish whoever gets the job the best of luck. There's a lot of work to do on that roster, and we'll see how they fit with Andrew Berry and the existing regime.
Nick, great stuff. As always, we're reading you at NFL.com. You're the man. We'll talk to you later, Nick.
Nick, thanks
for having me, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Nick Shook, we call him the Shooky Cookie because we've known him since he was in college. It was on the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. 2-year job? Is that what we're looking at? I gotta tell you, that hasn't crossed my mind once, especially after what we saw with Kevin Stefanski. Do you believe what he just said? Maybe. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
50 games. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows and live streams of our shows from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft, and, of course, coaching search. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Nick Shook from NFL Network just joined us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And I thought one of the interesting things that he said at the end was, whoever the Browns hire, this feels like a 2-year hire. Does it feel like a 2-year hire to you?
I don't know, Andy. It depends on how this thing goes. If you hire Shieldhouse, I would think you're hoping that it's a 10-year hire. If you hire Jim Schwartz, you're asking him to hold down the fort until you get it together. But see, here the thing to me is, if you hire somebody and they do well, why would it be a 2-year hire? It's a 2-year hire if you hire someone and you think they're going to fall flat, that's a terrible way to go about this.
I just think it's going to take more than a year to repair that offense. So now you're saying, okay, well, we'll repair the offense. That'll give us 1 year. And then they're saying you need to produce the year after. Meanwhile, your defense is getting older.
Yeah.
That scares me to think that it would be a 2-year hire. And then what Nick had said, well, you're looking at Andrew for 2 years, and that's it. If that's what happens. I am so tired of being in the basement of everything and watching every other team play in the playoffs.
That's why ultimately I would love all this to happen. You hire Shieldhouse. He gives the Browns a real offense. They find a quarterback. They end up having a good offense, and he's your coach for a long period of time. Well, it's a lot to ask, isn't it?
It is.
We were chatting in the break, and I mentioned, ideally that's what I'd love to see. I wonder, can the Browns identify that guy, and then can they give him what he needs to succeed? Because we haven't seen that here in a long time. I think Andrew Berry has shown he can identify defensive talent, both in trades, in free agency, and in the draft. I don't think he has shown he can identify offensive talent very well, Andy. That scares me. And if I'm Nate Shieldhouse, I'm looking at Andrew Berry's draft record, and I'm thinking, you didn't do very well here. You haven't drafted an offensive lineman that's really been good. You haven't drafted a wide receiver who's really been good. You haven't brought in a quarterback who's really been good.
I got a tight end and a running back for you.
Best quarterback you had, you inherited.
Yes, this is true. But you did build a defense, and you did that around
your best defensive player you inherited.
You still, but you
best
still,
couple.
Yeah. But you still have a defense.
You inherited Denzel too.
Yeah, I know. That's as soon as you said inherited, Denzel was the next thing I thought of. There's a lot of work to be done, and they need a miracle worker to come in here. But the hard part is you look at these other teams, I'm looking at New England. Look how quick they turn things around.
Last 2 years before this year, 4-13, 4-13. This year, 14-3.
I felt bad for their long-suffering fans that had to endure those 2 4-13 seasons. It's really just devastating. I don't know.
It's been so long between Super Bowl appearances.
I think Sam Adams' rates were through the roof for the last couple of years due to the depression of the downfall of the Patriots. And then what would they do without the Celtics?
It is kind of cool that they've made it back to the Super Bowl without Brady or Belichick. I give him that.
I'll be
I think that's a cool
super honest with you.
It's a cool storyline.
If Vrabel wasn't their head coach, I would hate them.
Yeah, I would too.
I would hate them. Dan, you with me on that? Vrabel makes them likable to me.
I mean, whomever their coach was, it's pretty awesome.
Oh, Travion Henderson. I like Travion Henderson too. Sorry.
Drake May's really fun to watch. I mean, he'll sling it all over the place.
Yeah.
He can run as well. Travion Henderson is fun. I mean, the fact that, again, they've invested in that offensive line. I mean, that's the big part of this is they haven't had many dud high round picks throughout all this whole process.
With a guy who used to work in Berea. With a head coach who used to work in Berea and is from Nordonia area, Northfield, Macedonia, wherever he's from.
Yeah.
And an offensive coordinator who's from Canton.
Wait, aren't you going to give Walsh Jesuit any credit there?
Walsh Jesuit and Canton McKinley High School.
Yeah.
For Josh McDaniels. I mean, think about it. Elliott Wolf worked here. Vrabel and McDaniels grew up here. Huh. Okay.
You can't keep those. You can't expect them to stick around.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it stings. But I'm telling you, the only reason I like New England is because of Vrabel. It's just because he's just...
I would agree with that.
Because I don't think Mike Vrabel is coaching... Like, I don't think it ever would have worked here for Mike Vrabel. I don't think Vrabel
I don't
coaches...
think he would have taken the job.
Yeah, I don't think Vrabel coaches what the Browns want. And we're watching that play out in this interviewing process. I don't see it. Like, I don't know.
Remember when they interviewed Dan Campbell, the Browns? The word was that they liked Dan Campbell until he said, I want to run the ball like crazy. Like, oh, well, okay. Sorry. Well, how's that worked in Detroit? You know, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, and now Gibbs certainly more than Montgomery. Been a great combination. And the Browns have kind of tried to emulate that, actually, by drafting Judkins and Sampson last year.
Nick Shook said another thing that was really interesting. Let's come to back. We'll talk about that next segment here in a second. One of the things that he brought up, especially against our foe over there in Pittsburgh. Greg is in Canton. Hi, Greg.
You know, I think the thing I get worried about with these coordinators who have Hall of Fame quarterbacks is that this is Josh McDaniels 3.0. Take Tom Brady away from Josh McDaniels, and it was a disaster. Matt Stafford is going to be probably top 3 in passing yards, top 3 in touchdowns. He's a first-time Hall of Famer. He throws the 2 future Hall of Famers in Nakua and Devontae Adams. You know, you can't just look what he's done with that team. He doesn't call the plays. And yeah, anybody, you know, look how many guys can do that if they have talent. This is not going to be. He's not going to bring this offense to Cleveland and it just be like the Rams. It's going to be a much different offense because you don't have the talent.
Yeah, correct. I'm not saying he can't bring the offense to. He could try to design an offense like that, but I just don't. You're right. They don't have the talent. They're nowhere near the talent that the Rams have. It's not even close.
And, you know, when we talk about McVay developed Kirk Cousins before he had Cousins, and he still put big numbers up. You know, so there's this tree, this whole idea about this coaching tree doesn't make a lot of sense. Look at Eric Bieniemy when he took him away from Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. That's what I'm saying. You got to be careful when you start talking about, you know, he's a disciple of this person. I mean, outside of Vrabel, name one Belichick assistant that ever did anything.
Hard to do that.
Right.
McDaniels had a couple of opportunities that didn't work. Matt Patricia.
Mike Weiss
didn't work.
And, you know, and just one more thing that's off topic. I hope we all begin to, and we continue to appreciate what we have with Jose Ramirez, considering he's actually taking less money per $40 million less than Kyle Tucker.
Greg, I'm glad you brought that up because we sat around this morning and we were talking about what is the biggest sports story, right? And you know, the Browns coaching job seems to be the biggest sports story, but the most important story is what you just brought up. Like, I think the Ramirez story is the most important story of what happened over the weekend, more than conference championships to us, at least.
You know, with what some of these guys are getting, and Jose has much better numbers, and he's taking less, and then deferring enough money so that we can maybe go out and upgrade the team.
I agree. Greg, thank you. Appreciate it. And appreciate the fact that he wants to be here. that he wants to be a part of this team, that he wants to be a part of this community. That, I mean, he's doing stuff that no one else. I mean, do you know how much money he walked away from to stay and sign this extension again? I don't know. It says something about his character.
It's cheaper rent here, too.
Oh, that's true. Good point. Cost of living. Eddie's in North Homestead. Hey, Eddie.
Hi, Eddie.
Hey, Jeff and Andy, long time no talk to you.
Appreciate it.
I'll remind you, former Golden Glove Amateur Boxing Hall of Fame and an ex-U.S. Marine. I'm glad to get you guys. Hard to get through there, boys. Listen.
Thank you for protecting our family.
Hey, thank you. It was wonderful to serve my country, the greatest country in the world. Hey, guys, just a couple of comments. You guys remember from back, I loved Baker. John Dorsey, first of all, did a great job with talent. And with Freddie, let him go. I don't understand that. You had the guy here last week. Maybe nobody wants to come here. When I saw the Patriots yesterday, we had the coach in the house. I do like Schwartz.
Do you think Vrabel would have taken the job here? I don't see it. There's too much analytics going on. There's too much.
I think you're right.
I don't think it works.
Nobody wants to come here. We're at the bottom of the heap again. And what really bothers me, when you go back, listen, I heard Jeff say this once before, but he didn't say it today. Look at Andrew Berry's drafting record for the first 4 years. Now, one All-Pro. He is the result. He should have been the one led to the door. It's like a card game, buddies. You guys play the hand you're dealt. And we had an opportunity there when we had Myles Garrett, Chubbs, Baker, and some of them guys when they were young. We had the door open there. I think you got the right guard from Buffalo. What's his name? Wayne
Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, great play. I love John Dorsey, and I don't know. I think Andy makes a good point. I just nobody wants to come here no more. And
yeah, I'm not saying that I think nobody wants to come here. I do think it's still one job out of 32, and it's not easy to get. And Eddie, thank you for your service. We appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie.
It's still, the job is coveted. Whether it comes with strings or doesn't come with strings, or comes with a clear-cut plan or doesn't come with a clear-cut plan, it's still a job. I've never once heard the Haslam Sports Group say we can't afford that. So, money should not be a factor in whatever coach they want to hire, which is something we should have going for us. They just need to hire the right coach, and they need to win games. They need to win games. You could be the worst coach, but a good delegator of authority, and win games, and people will think you're the greatest coach of all time. That's how I see it. All right, let's come back. We'll talk. I want to talk about the Steelers. How about that? They make a hire while we're off over the weekend. And I thought a
lot of people don't like it.
What Nick said was super interesting. We'll play that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
September 5th on Fox. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, we've been talking about the Browns coaching search. Again, Browns are out in L.A. today talking to Nate Scheelhaase. So we'll see what happens. If that breaks any news here over the next 24 hours, you'll hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. One of the other stories, how about Mike McCarthy heading over to Pittsburgh?
About that?
What are your thoughts on that? That, to me, did not seem like a very Pittsburgh hire. It did, and it didn't.
It's funny to me because Pittsburgh is based on, this is how the Steelers do things. Well, they've only done 3 things since 1969.
And you know what's crazy? They've done it right. Sorry.
Well, it worked the previous 3. I think McCarthy's an interesting hire for them. And before Dan chimes in and says how much he despises Mike McCarthy and what he did for Dan in Green Bay as a Green Bay guy. Sorry, Dano. It's this. McCarthy went 12-5 in Dallas. Yes, Dan, I know he had good coordinators, but hopefully as a coach you can hire good coordinators. I think it's an intriguing hire by them, and it screams to me that the Rooneys aren't thinking anything except let's go compete and let's go compete right now. The weird thing about McCarthy, and people don't know it, guys who just got hired, John Harbaugh, Sean Payton recently, Mike McCarthy now, real similar in their resumes as far as how long they've been coaches and how successful they've been. It's really it's weird because Harbaugh is considered terrific, Payton is considered pretty darn good, and McCarthy is considered and they're all about the same when it comes to their numbers. So we'll see. I think it's a fascinating move because it's not a typical Steeler move.
It's not.
Yeah.
But it is. Like if you're I wonder how Steelers fans, you want to talk about a he gets us guy?
Yeah, but you don't need that.
But, sometimes it makes a difference.
You don't need that.
Sometimes it makes a difference. Look at his life, right? If you go back, blue collar, his mom was a secretary. His dad was a firefighter and an officer for the police department. They owned a bar called Joe McCarthy's Bar and Grill. And
that sounds Pittsburgh.
And then he also spent Sundays cleaning before church.
Sure.
And he was raised in Steelers and 1 of 5. He screams Pittsburgh.
Yeah. You ready for this?
If you had the same story for Cleveland, and we had the guy who was, the same resume where you said, well, he worked for the fire department in Cleveland, was a Cleveland Police Department guy.
They had a
parade. They'd have a little. They had a little bar. I don't know, down in the flats or something like that, or somewhere around, or like in one of our older neighborhoods around Northeast Ohio. You can I totally see it. We'd fall in love with this guy.
Here are the exact things, and this is great. 14th all-time most wins as a head coach, regular season wins. John Harbaugh is 14th. Sean Payton is 13th with 184. John Harbaugh is 14th with 180. And Mike McCarthy is 15th with 174. All 18 seasons as an NFL head coach. So they are 13, 14, and 15 in wins. And before you scream, well, what about the playoffs?
What about the playoffs, Jeff?
Sean Payton is a 500 playoff coach, 10-10 in 20 games. John Harbaugh is just over 13-11 in 24 games. Mike McCarthy, 11-11 in 22 games. So he and Payton and Harbaugh, almost identical when it comes to the successes and the careers that they've had. And I think he'll do a fine job there. Now, to me, he feels like a 3 to 5 year hire. I don't think Pittsburgh is going to have Mike McCarthy coaching there in 15 years. He's not going to go Cowher on it. Cowher has something interesting to say about it, though. He had a really, really interesting comment about, and, this was Cowher's job. And then he walked away from it. But here's what he had to say on all of the CBS pregame goodies the other day.
Well, I know that Art Rooney, Omar did that, and also Dan Jr. was sat there, and they did a very diligent look at what was out there. They did a lot of interviews, sat back, but also looked at their football team. And I really like this hire for this reason. Number one, he's an offensive-minded guy, Mike McCarthy. Everywhere he's been, he grew up under Marty Schottenheimer, so he understands the value of running the football. He coached Joe Montana. He coached Brett Favre. He coached Aaron Rodgers. He coached Dak Prescott. Everywhere he's been, he's uplifted the offense. And if you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers right now, if there's been inconsistencies in the last recent years, it's been the instability of having a reliable offense. They got defensive guys that can sack the quarterback, they can create turnovers. So I like where they're at. He also walks into that room with credibility. So I like what they did. He'll put together a good staff right here. Oh, yeah. He's from Pittsburgh, too. That doesn't make it bad. He knows the tradition. He knows what the expectation is. He knows what that fan base is all about. He's a Yinzer. I think is a very good hire for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Jeff, I said what he said at the end, and you're like, oh, it doesn't really mean anything.
It's not as big of a deal as being a good coach.
Bill Cowher spent, if that was a minute soundbite, he spent 12 seconds talking about being from Pittsburgh.
Well,
and how important
that's the cherry on top.
Yeah. Dan, why do you hate this hire?
Mike Tomlin wasn't a Pittsburgh guy. That worked.
All I'll say is, as a Browns fan, I'm thrilled about this hire. This is the best hire the Steelers could have made. I'm over the moon on this.
I know you don't have siblings.
Nope.
Maybe you have a long-lost sibling in Wisconsin, and Mike McCarthy treated her poorly, and you found out about it.
Is
that what happened?
I will state
you got cousins up there. They dated McCarthy, and he dumped her.
I will state this one time. I am very thankful for the Super Bowl that he brought. I am thankful for what he did for that team. I am thankful for his development in Aaron Rodgers. I am thankful for all of those things that came with it. That all ended in about 2015, and it just started sliding downward from there. And the Packers waited too long to move on from him. He went to Dallas, where he was handed a really loaded roster. And he did a nice job with that roster for a little bit. His coordinators left. He was left in charge, and that offense sank. I have a feeling the same exact general idea is going to take place here in Pittsburgh. If Mike McCarthy is going to be the one in charge of building that offense and being your offensive mind, your offense is going to be stuck in the mud. And as a Browns fan, I am over the moon at the idea that the offense that Mike McCarthy will throw out there is going to be from 2014, and it's going to be stuck in the mud.
See, I have this is bad for me because I've always liked McCarthy. I'm going to be rooting for him like crazy, except for the fact that I can't root for the Steelers. So I'm stuck here.
Can't you see him? They can't see him hanging on to Aaron Rodgers for another year and then getting Will Howard ready to play. Telling you, man.
Remember this.
I hate when you guys laugh about when I bring up Will Howard. Yeah, you can play that soundbite all you want.
Apparently,
dude's a winner.
Andy, are you ready?
He is a winner.
Hold on, are you ready?
We put a quarter in the machine, Jeff.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
McCarthy apparently likes Will Howard.
All right.
Will.
When the offense went to the tank, Dan, as you talked about in Dallas, when the coordinators left.
Yeah, where they did nothing but steal Mike McDaniel's offense from the Dolphins. Yes.
Dak Prescott played only 8 games that year.
They literally took the entire offense from Mike McDaniel.
It was the Cooper Rush season.
Funny.
Was Cooper Rush at quarterback?
And notice how Brian Schottenheimer all of a sudden came in, and we were all laughing at that hire, and that offense took off. It was just the defense that tanked the Cowboys.
Well, he had the same record that Mike McCarthy had last year, except he tied one game instead of lost it.
Yeah, and except the defense tanked the Cowboys.
Okay.
The offense soared.
I'm just saying, McCarthy's not the 15th winningest head coach in NFL history by mistake. The guy obviously knows what he's doing. We'll see what happens in Pittsburgh.
Again, as a Browns fan, I'm thrilled the Steelers made this hire.
Well, I hope you're right in that regard. I hope you're right.
How many games Will Howard has a 300-yard passing game there?
Where's he playing? UFL?
For Pittsburgh.
Oh.
I am going to sit here and do the biggest champions pose in the history of the game if he gets the opportunity to get out there and throw for 300 in one game.
And Jeff and I will
I know
laugh.
he's a 6th-round pick. It doesn't matter.
And Jeff and I will laugh so hard that our stomachs hurt when they draft Ty Simpson.
Get ready for that.
If he likes Will Howard, I like the thought.
I have a feeling
You're keeping Rodgers for another year, though,
I have a
aren't you?
feeling Jeff and I will register an ab workout laughing way too hard when they draft Ty Simpson.
Okay. All right. We'll see.
I don't know if Rodgers will go back there or not.
Well, wouldn't you think he'd be more apt to now?
Their relationship.
Dan, you know better.
Their relationship was okay. It wasn't great at the end, right, Dan?
It was not good.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
It's okay.
Yeah, but things have a way of working themselves out.
Yeah, I need you and you need me.
That's how the show has existed for 14 years.
I was going to say kind of what we think every day. It's like, good Lord, there he is again.
Two of you start singing Sonny and Cher, I'm leaving.
I got you, babe.
Yeah. Oh, man, I was going to... Never mind. I can't even believe I was going to tell it. Never mind.
Who gets all the plastic surgery? I'm picking Jeff.
Oh, I thought you were going to make a skiing remark. That's where I thought you were going.
Wow.
That's where I was like, I can't walk down
not
the road.
touching that one. I was just going to make plastic surgery jokes.
No, it's not funny. Yeah, it's not funny. All right, Trevor's on the road. Hi, Trevor. Yes.
We want an offensive mind. Why are we not just waiting for the one play caller I can point to that this season looked at his roster, saw the weapons he had, and now is playing for a Super Bowl? Just wait for Clint Kubiak. Give the guy a chance.
That's what I said about an hour ago, Trevor. I said the same thing. And if you go and look at the betting sites, they all love Kubiak to be the Browns' next head coach.
If we're going to say that we're really going to take a look and we're going to turn over every rock again and we're going to do it differently, then wait till the Super Bowl and then interview all the candidates. I don't understand the urgency to name one because, quite frankly, I think you know who your defensive coordinator is going to be. So
as long as you get him to stay, there was the Diana Rossini thing today saying, Dan, what'd you think? His agent went out there and started, I don't know, putting gas in the
So
car?
Diana Rossini put this out. If the Browns opt to hire a young offensive mind like Nate Scheelhaase, I'd be interested to see what happens to defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz. Schwartz, who was interviewed twice for the Browns coaching vacancy, would be passed over despite taking ownership of and coordinating one of the league's top defenses over the past 3 years.
Kind of said something there, but not really.
Yeah.
You down with that, Trevor?
I could see him not wanting to stick around.
I could see him becoming assistant head coach and getting a lot more money and having a lot less stress.
Yeah, I see him essentially, if he gets the offensive coordinator, he already runs the defense. Nothing changes for him. And for him, I don't see the appeal, much like the argument made about Scheelhaase. Why come into this situation?
Mm-hmm.
Why would Jim Schwartz go anywhere else? Because he's got it made here.
I agree, Trevor. I agree. But we'll see what happens with Kubiak.
Because he's had enough and didn't want to get passed over. And he thought, I'm not going to go back there.
There was also a rumbling over the weekend from Richard Sherman, who said that if Jim Schwartz were to become available, Kyle Shanahan would be throwing bags of money at him to come to San Francisco.
Yeah, could he throw more money than Jimmy Haslam?
Sure.
Would he?
Got me.
I don't know what the owner of the Niners does.
At that point, if you're...
Jimmy, you can criticize him for a lot of things, but he's not going to lose a bidding war on a coach.
Except, Andy... If you're Jim Schwartz, and who knows, maybe he loves it here and wants to stay regardless.
Who wouldn't want to coach Myles Garrett? Right?
Well, but there are a lot of good players in the NFL. Who wouldn't want to coach Nick Bosa?
Fred Warner.
If you're
Denzel Ward.
Oh, I feel like right now you're going Marcellus Wallace on me. From
if you're
Pulp Fiction,
Schwartz,
talking to Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
If you're Schwartz and you've talked to the Haslams
Why, you going boxing later?
About this
that
gig,
voice inside your head, that's just pride.
and they, Andy, let me paint a bad picture for you.
Oh, you're good at that. Go ahead, Leonardo.
If you're Schwartz, you've talked to them twice. You've given them one of the better defenses in the NFL in your 3 seasons here, and they hire a 35-year-old young guy who's never even been a coordinator and ask you to work for him. and Kyle Shanahan wants you to come to San Francisco and be his defensive coordinator, at that point, I think I'd say, yeah, you know what? Thanks.
Would you put it past ownership to say, no, you know what? You don't report to him. You report to me now. I mean, like, we've seen our organization do everything possible that you can think of. Like the last scenario, the head coach reports to the owner. The general manager reports to the owner. Why not have the defensive coordinator just report to the owner, too? Why not?
You know,
why not? I mean, it wouldn't be the craziest idea. We have all kinds of crazy ideas around here.
Who knows? I can see a pathway where he would leave if he didn't get the gig. I think we all can. If you want to be realistic about it.
All right, we'll continue on with this coaching talk here in a second. We do need to take some time out here to talk about what truly should be the biggest story in Northeast Ohio sports. What was it? We'll talk about it next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Scott Petrak was with us a little bit earlier in the show. So was Nick Shook from NFL Network, NFL.com. Scott Petrak from BrownZone.com as well. Look, there are a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the Browns right now. And, who will the next head coach be? Who will be the coordinator du jour? What will happen with Jim Schwartz if he doesn't get the job? There are a million different things, and with that, there were two big games yesterday in the NFL. You have the AFC and the NFC Conference Championship, which leads us to a Super Bowl. Jeff and I sat down this morning, and we were like, my only question is where will Jose Ramirez's statue be? Because this guy has earned it, deserved it, and, we were sitting around talking about Mike McCarthy being from Pittsburgh. Jose's not from Cleveland, but, man, he does everything every Cleveland sports fan would ever want, including probably taking less money. The new deal that he's inked will keep him through age 39 and 32, and it's pending a physical. It restructures 3 years and $69 million remaining on Ramirez's previous contract and adds $106 million in covering new money through the 29-32 seasons. So, a lot of people could say...
A lot of deferred money in that, too.
That's all right. I mean,
love that.
How do you not love this guy?
Bobby Bonilla Day.
How do you not love him? I don't know how you can't.
You know what he is, Andy? He's the perfect example of something that I've talked about a lot and that I think you've agreed with. Sometimes a guy just likes where he is, and he wants that to happen. And I think too often that's not appreciated, and too often it's not even thought of, that you think a guy's going to chase the absolute last dollar. And Jose's not doing that. He likes playing here. He's comfortable here. He likes the organization. He likes it. And if you want to make sure that you do something you like, well, you might have to make a concession. And he has.
Guys, the NFL has once again ruined a fine baseball conversation.
Are you serious?
What's Nate Schillhouse's what?
Nope. Jordan Schultz. You ready?
Yeah.
Sources. Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders has been added to the Pro Bowl roster as a replacement. Sanders is the first fifth-round rookie to make a Pro Bowl since Puka Nacua. So Shedeur Sanders has made the Pro Bowl.
They can put his statue right next to Tyler Huntley's for making the Pro Bowl.
Tyler Huntley had more of a case. This screams, please watch us. We know you're not going to watch us, but please watch us.
Does he...
with sugar and sprinkles and cherry on top. Please watch us.
Who does he replace?
Watch us play flag football.
Does he replace anybody? I don't even understand how the Pro Bowl works anymore. Not like I knew how it worked before, but they still haven't put his picture up on the... Unless I'm...
Hey, good for him being out there. I can't state that enough.
I'm
good
happy
for him.
I mean,
good for it's nice to see. It's just one of those like.
Let's not kid ourselves. He did not have a Pro Bowl season.
I think we can now bury using Pro Bowls as an argument for anybody doing anything good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but you know that every time someone calls now to make an argument about Shedeur Sanders, they'll be like, "He's a Pro Bowler. He's a Pro Bowler. He's a Pro Bowler."
Dan just said it.
I think we can now tank that argument from here on out on anybody being a Pro Bowler.
But they're not. People
as a
will
sign
not.
of quality.
That's you can say it all you want, but the history of being a Pro Bowler,
it went away when Tyler Huntley was thrown into the game because they needed a quarterback.
And again, good for him.
Yeah, absolutely good for him. But let's be serious.
I'm looking at the roster. You know what? Oh well, I'm sitting here thinking they're actually playing a real game. Stop, Andy. Stop. What event will he be in now? Which Battle of the Network Stars event will he play?
Tiddlywinks. As long as they bring out, Susan Anton.
I don't know. Does this
little Battle of the Network Stars reference going way back?
I mean, are you not? Why would you need a competition going into camp next year when your quarterback is a Pro Bowler?
Okay.
You can okay me all I want. I'm saying this is an argument that's going to come up.
He was 49th in the NFL in completion
Jeff,
percentage.
I hear you.
I mean, because we have eyes.
Thank you, Dan.
I mean, just because
we have eyes. It's all you want.
Just because somebody hands you an award doesn't mean that it's like everything's fixed now and it's fine.
Major award.
He's a Pro Bowler now. Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowler.
And Homer Simpson won the first annual Montgomery Burns Award for the Achievement of Excellence. It doesn't mean that he's a quality citizen.
Dude, did he not own the nuclear power plant?
Mr. Burns did.
Yeah. What was the award?
It's just like, that's okay.
Simpson, yes.
You know, it's one of those. It's like, okay, you
Sanders,
want people
what
to
a
watch.
young go-getter.
You want people to watch. That's fantastic, and good for him for being there, and good for all of those different things. I don't think it clears up a whole lot of anything except make us all look and go, okay, so the Pro Bowl wanted ratings. All right, that makes sense.
Shedeur, I'm putting it out there. Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowler. He is now 216-474-0092. It is this. I mean, he's a Pro Bowler. You can't argue that anymore. The league has this. Who votes on this?
No one.
Well, there's a
The
fan.
league just slapped somebody on there.
There's a
no
fan
voting.
vote. There's a fan vote overview that they have on the website.
Right, so the fans will do fan voting, and they'll go down the fan voting. So the fans picked this. Okay, fantastic.
I'm just saying, man. When you go to make an argument about Shedeur Sanders in the future about whether he should be the starting quarterback, people will say Pro Bowler.
It's like that year when all of the Royals were the starters
you
in the
can
All-Star
say
game.
whatever you want.
It's like, okay,
He
cool.
now has Pro Bowler to his resume.
That's
Well, there's-
delightful.
Even if he was
Yeah, good for him.
142nd in the league.
Cannot stay good for him enough.
I'm waiting for the argument. Did he earn it?
Andy.
He was selected.
Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl the year he started 4 games.
Okay. What kind of numbers did he have in those 4 games? Off the chart?
He had 2 touchdown passes on the season.
Just telling you. You guys, and you know I'm right.
No,
You know
well,
people
you can't,
will say.
you won't be able to take it off the resume, but anybody who says it doesn't trust their eyes, apparently.
Isaac and Shaker Heights. Your thoughts? Shedeur Sanders, Browns Pro Bowler.
I think you're totally wrong because I think in the past the Pro Bowls, a long time ago, the Pro Bowl went downhill with me and with a lot of other people. I remember in the past the Browns had 4 Pro Bowlers because a number of guys didn't want to go or they were replacing players. It means absolutely nothing.
Isaac,
you're making
I
a
can't.
big thing out of nothing.
I'm not. I'm telling you, people are going to call him. They're going to say he's Pro Bowler.
Nah.
Which is
Some
a
people
fact.
will, but
It's a fact.
That don't mean
That doesn't mean it was good.
anything if people do that. Doesn't really mean anything because Pro Bowl doesn't give you that much. Doesn't give you that much of the credential for being a Pro Bowler is not as like it used to be. It's absolutely nothing now. Really, it's mostly for people that don't want to go. The people just want to take their family on vacation. I mean. The rules are.
Well, I mean, they're not even playing the games. They play flag football right now. Yeah, I get it, Isaac. But
So I think,
Isaac, here's what I'm saying. This is totally generational too. How old are you, Isaac?
I'm 68.
All right, so it's. I mean, I'm not.
You sound a lot younger.
Yeah, you do sound younger. But I'm just saying, it's.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying because we have been brought up in an area of like respecting what you thought when someone said someone was a Pro Bowler. I get it. I understand it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you, Isaac.
Exactly. So right now, and I understand what you're saying. People are going to say, oh, he's a Pro Bowler, but it means absolutely nothing. I mean, right now is what have you done for me lately? You know what I mean? It's Janet Jackson talk, as the young people would say, I guess.
Nice.
If me with Shedeur, I want him to succeed, but he has done absolutely nothing to tell me that he's the franchise quarterback. But I'm giving him a chance to prove that he can be. And if he can't, then he can't. That means we're stuck again. So
Isaac, that makes way too much sense.
Isaac,
man.
we can, based on this conversation, we can have peace all over the world knowing that someone from Cleveland Heights and someone from Shaker Heights agree on something. Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
All right,
Take
bye.
care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Isaac's right, Andy. Just I mean, and Dan's right. It's just like the NFL is thinking, oh, my goodness. So they put him on the team. And again, it screams the Tyler Huntley year. I just looked it up. Tyler Huntley's passing yards in the games that he played in 5 games the year he made the Pro Bowl. He played in 5 games. Passing yardage, 187, 88, 138, 115, and 130.
Except this one more screams, please watch.
Yeah, it sure does.
For the love of God, please watch.
Watch.
Please pay attention to us.
I wonder if Shadur's whole film crew can get credentialed for the Pro Bowl.
Ouch. You know, they still get ratings.
Please watch.
So wait, are the guys that lost yesterday, are they the coaches then for the flag football teams?
No, Andy. It's Steve Young versus Jerry Rice.
Oh, I
yeah,
am
baby.
so stupid. I'm so dumb.
How do you not
I'm betting
know
on
that?
Jerry Rice.
You even cover sports? God.
Betting on Rice.
Now, why the hell I know that? I have
Yeah,
no
why
idea.
do you know
I
that?
don't know. I need to go outside and shovel.
I'm going to say something about, I shouldn't say this, but I mean, you look at, why can't I remember the kickers? The kicker that presented the trophy yesterday for New England.
Adam Vinatieri.
Adam Vinatieri. That's who it was. Yes. I don't know. I'm going to tell you, as a Browns fan, I kind of smiled yesterday that it was him that was up there other than John Elway.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads like Craig does here. Maybe they should call Udinsky and see if he could reconsider now that they have a Pro Bowl quarterback.
There you go.
I wish I had said that.
Craig, outstanding.
I
Thank
wish
you.
I had said that, Craig. Well done.
Did you not enjoy that just a smidge yesterday?
Dan's right, though. We're getting into Jose and talking baseball, and we're ready to go. Then the NFL goes and does that.
Maybe they knew we were going to talk about baseball and they were concerned.
Quick, get it back on the tracks.
We got to get 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland back talking football. Oh, my God, they started talking baseball there for a second. Brutal.
Fearless leaders pulling strings in the back?
Maybe. It might be. Jose gets a statue, right? Are we good on that? Are we all clear? Can we agree on one thing in this segment?
Yes, I will help pick the marble.
Thank you. Jeff, Jose, statue. Like I'm asking you for the money. I'm like, hey, Jeff, we need $6 more to get the statue going. What do you think?
I hate the whole statue conversation. I think it's ridiculous, but why not? Fine.
Jose, you know what? I'm going to go one step further. The only thing better than maybe having a statue is having a street named after you.
I hope his body doesn't break down by the end of the contract. Last couple of years.
He's still earned it. He's earned. Clearly, he's earned every penny that he's about to get. Because he could have had this money somewhere else on the last contract.
And I love the fact that the guy wants to be here. So, to make things happen, you make a concession or two. He's still never going to have to worry about cash the rest of his life as long as he pays attention.
Jeff Phelps, financial analyst.
Well,
to the
seriously,
Stars.
Andy, could you screw up 170-some million?
Jeff, I absolutely could. I don't question that one iota. I could screw that up very quickly.
Oh boy!
You know, all you got to do is start. All you got to do is start doing the private planes places, and you're good. And then you can't stay.
I don't want to travel.
You don't want to travel?
No, private planes, no thanks.
Really?
No, I'm going to go live in the woods.
All right, more Baskin and Jeremiah Johnson coming up next. We'll talk. We'll get back into this conversation about the Browns coaching search and where they are. Again, they're in L.A. today. Congratulations to Jose Ramirez on his contract, but more about congratulations to you, the fans of the Guardians and formerly the Indians, to make this a place where he wants to play his entire career. Nate Shieldhouse is the guy they're talking to. We'll get back into that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
sports content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Oh, big headlines. Northeast Ohio. Forget about the snow. We might be close to having a head coach. Nate Scheelhaase is being interviewed today in Los Angeles. And congratulations. Your quarterback for the end of the season, Shedeur Sanders, officially, no, I shouldn't say. Is it official yet, or is it just a story? It's just
Jordan Schultz reported it.
Jordan Schultz reporting that he will be a Pro Bowler.
Multiple reports on that.
Oh, multiple now.
Reports. Yes,
okay.
Yes. It's coming from every direction.
Bigger story. The fact that the Browns are out in L.A. talking to Nate Scheelhaase, or the fact that now whoever takes this job is now going to have a Pro Bowl quarterback.
You're just enjoying this, aren't you?
I just think it's interesting. It's all in how we frame things and we talk about things. And, you know, to me, Shedeur Sanders is a young quarterback in the NFL with upside, and I want to see what he does next. His numbers don't lean out to what I've seen. I'll be honest with that.
Neither did his play. Forget the numbers.
Well, I'm not going to sit here.
I hope he can become a big-time Pro Bowl quarterback, Andy. That'd be awesome.
I agree, but I also think not, and it shouldn't be based.
What a joke the Pro Bowl has become. Doesn't even exist anymore. They don't even, not that they ever played, but.
Well, they still have the flag football game.
You know, and that does what for you?
It gets players less hurt.
Does what for you?
It gets players less hurt.
You ever watch it?
Yeah, bits and
exactly.
Yes.
That's all you had to say. Yeah. You ever watch it? Yep, me too. I feel the same way. Jeff,
when Myles
you ever watch it? Right.
What did Myles Garrett almost got hurt in the tug of war, or what was he in last year?
See, you
obstacle course.
Pop things if you're doing the tug of war.
I think he was doing. Wasn't it an obstacle course that he almost got hurt on?
Pop is never good. Yes, it was.
Oh, could you imagine if we would have lost him on a stupid obstacle course during the Pro Bowl?
What if that happens to Shedeur?
Well, it would be another quarterback that didn't work out for the Browns.
What happened if his camera crew can't make it over the wall on the obstacle course?
I would hope they have more than one camera, or they would use a drone.
What if they grab the swinging rope over the water and slip and fall into the water and their camera gets all messed up? What are we ever going to do?
Andrew Siciliano will join us here in just a few moments. What's he getting off the plane? Is that what the gig is?
No, he's taking Shedeur to the Pro Bowl.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
They're on their way already.
Yeah, give me a little bit. He's getting off a plane and into his car.
Oh, we got to wait for him to get to the car. He can't stop in the concourse and talk to us for a second?
What do you want,
What do you want from these people? They're giving us their time graciously.
If Andrew asked me to be on any one of his shows, I would drop whatever I'm doing, no matter where I was, even if I was in the middle of a conversation with Jeff, even if I was in the middle of this show, I would get up and be like, boys, I'll be back in a second. Andrew needs us. That's our loyalty to Andrew Siciliano, who's been was on the show with us way before he ever started doing play-by-play on Sundays for the Browns. Let's be honest. Super friend of the show. There are people that we go the extra mile for. He is a guy we would go the extra mile for. I wonder if he thinks Shedeur Sanders should be a Pro Bowler. Do you?
Oh, of course.
216-4. I'm not talking to you. 216-474-0092.
You're really going to ask people to call in about this?
Yeah.
Look.
What's a bigger story? Shedeur Sanders Pro Bowler or Nate Scheelhaase possibly having the opportunity to get the
What
gig?
do you think is a bigger story?
I think I truthfully think Nate Scheelhaase having the opportunity to be the head coach, if that's the way it's leaning right now.
Go.
Well, don't patronize me on this. I'm telling you that fans will think.
No, they won't. They'll be just like Isaac. Isaac's right. Isaac, you're right. And you know what Isaac said?
This goes back to my whole story of relevancy. It doesn't matter what you're doing on the field to make you relevant. And if you're quarterback for the Browns, you're going to tell me that next year when you're watching a game, they'll be like, and the Browns at starting quarterback today, Pro Bowler, Shedeur Sanders. Yes or no? If you were the producer trying to pump up a game for the Browns in week 2, week 3, and you're sitting around talking about storylines, you will say Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowler, because it's a fact.
Andy, they just needed somebody to go. Good for Shedeur. I hope he has a great time.
I hope he throws for like 15 touchdowns.
In a flag football game.
Yeah, why not? It's flag football. Why wouldn't you? You have the opportunity to throw for 700 yards and 15 touchdowns. Could you imagine if you had him on your flag football fantasy team? Oh,
I have a good one.
I'm not surprised. It's probably a keeper team too, isn't it?
I think it is.
Josh, North Homestead. What's up, Josh?
I think the Shedeur story is bigger because I have a 9-year-old boy home on a snow day, and he is in his Shedeur jersey, and he's hitting the watch celebration. And after several years of Deshaun nonsense, it's good to see my son excited about a quarterback in Cleveland.
See, that's the bigger picture on the whole thing. So did you tell him that his quarterback is a Pro Bowler now?
I sure did. He is uncontrollably excited, and he's excited he gets to stay up for the Pro Bowl. And I'm excited that I can let him wear the quarterback's jersey.
A jersey that you can be proud of. Thank you, Josh.
I still
Appreciate
think
it.
my favorite Pro Bowler is Earl Anthony.
I thought you were going to say Wayne Webb. Darnell
who
is
lived in
Painesville,
Beaumont, Texas for a while.
I know, Jeff. That's why I said it. Darnell, Painesville. How are you?
How you doing?
Hi, Darnell.
So, Shieldhouse is definitely the bigger news. But
Thank
why
you,
all the
Darnell.
Shedeur hate?
I agree. Why the hate on this?
Well, there's no hate. I hope one day that he actually deserves to be a Pro Bowl quarterback because that'd be great for our franchise. That'd be awesome. I mean they Darnell, they needed to put somebody on the team, and they put Shedeur on it. That's great. There's no hate. What it is a hate of the Pro Bowl.
I'm not saying he's a technical Pro Bowler.
No, he is. He is. They put him on the Pro Bowl team.
Well,
it's a hate of the Pro Bowl. It's not Shedeur.
I just don't understand. It seems like we're down talking a lot of Shedeur, and honestly, he may not have been the best that we've had, but who's been better?
Darnell, thank you. Brian Hoyer.
Where should we start?
All right, let's go to
Watson when healthy.
Make It Right.
Flacco.
Call Kyle Wright hotline, Mayfield. Let's talk to Andrew Siciliano, voice of the Cleveland Browns. Andrew, your resume just got better because you spent the season calling you spent the season calling a Pro Bowl quarterback's year. Congratulations.
I heard. I mean, guys, if you go back to the final preseason game, that final drive, Kevin benched a Pro Bowl quarterback to get Pro Bowl quarterback Tyler Huntley into the game to set up Andre Schmidt to win the kicking job and beat the Rams in that final preseason game.
And there you have it.
In all seriousness, the Pro Bowl is a fun event. Like, I'm happy for Shedeur that he gets to go hang out. It's a fun event. It's a kids thing now. I don't mean just like it's more for the younger players. There's the prestige still. Obviously, you like to have that on your Wikipedia page.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an event that kids really enjoy watching. Like, I know my nephew who's 11 likes it. It's like football. It's fun. But, yes, obviously, Shedeur had an up-and-down season. He made some plays. He also looked like a rookie at times, optimistic for the future. And, yes, he can say he is a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey.
That's wonderful. Nate Shieldhouse has been an NFL coach for 2 years and has never called plays.
Correct.
If they hire him, I'm giddy. I hope you found your Sean McVay. Is this a risk, or is this... I guess, are they all risks? Are you thinking Jim Schwartz? What do you think here, Andrew? Because it's intriguing.
I would love to see, a Shieldhouse Schwartz combo if Jim were willing to stay. I don't know if that's in the cards. I would have to believe, and I'm this is speculation, not inside information. I would have to believe that the possibility of staying as defensive coordinator with a younger head coach, offensive-minded head coach, has at least been broached. Whether or not that's something Jim wants to do, I cannot speak to that. I just spent the weekend in Seattle. I just landed, guys. I was at the game yesterday.
Oh, how awesome was that? Are your ears still ringing?
Yeah, it was loud in there. That is the most difficult home venue or road venue for a road team to play in the NFL, bar none. All due respect to our wonderful fans, just the way the stadium is constructed, it's so darn loud there. The Rams scored 85 points in 3 games against the number 1 scoring defense and went 1-2. So obviously they leave with their heads down. But I was there with a lot of Rams people over the weekend, and they all love Nate Shieldhouse. I cannot put that into words in stronger terms. Is he ready? I asked that to a lot of people, and everyone kind of shrugs their shoulders. How do you know if anybody is ready? But they think he's a great leader. He's going to command the room. No, he's never called plays. Correct. But they're gonna back and count and bet on the person. And they really, really like the guy. So if he's the guy, I know they are excited for him. Don't know if he is the guy, but they love him.
Do you think it's his job, though, right now at this point, that it's Shieldhouse's job to win or lose in this secondary interview process?
I mean, I think he certainly is coming down the home stretch, and he's got his foot on the gas. Whether or not it is his to lose, I don't know. I honestly don't. I think if we could, back up a second and go back to the Udinski thing, like I am so tired of the clickbait. Oh my God, somebody makes the Browns sad, and nobody wants that job. I mean, grow up, people. Like, good gosh almighty. There was no headline. Phillip Rivers stuns Bills, makes Bills fans sad by pulling out. Nobody wants Bill's job. I realize it's a stretch to compare, but there are so many clickbait headlines here. Just can we all look at this from a reasonable adult lens and understand that sometimes people pull out of jobs because they know they're not getting it. I don't know that that's the case with Grant Shieldhouse, or rather, I'm sorry, with Grant Udinski, but you never know. Like Mike McDaniel last week, people lost their mind. Guys, he's going to go live in Manhattan Beach, with Stephen Ross paying for it, and he gets to coach Justin Herbert. They'll undoubtedly have a gangbusters offense this year because he's good, and they can throw his name back in the head coaching pool after a year of Justin Herbert rehab. Like, I'd do that too, rather than be a head coach in this cycle for the Browns or anybody. Like, so I just think people tend to go to the easiest clickbait response to some of these decisions without any proper context.
Andrew, the interesting thing through this whole thing for me has been Jim Schwartz and where he may fit, where he may not fit.
Absolutely.
I wonder, there are only 32 defensive coordinators, and they make a lot of money. So those are two big factors here. I wonder if Jim would want to come back if he had gone through 2 interviews, didn't get the job, and is asked to work for a 35-year-old head coach who's never even called plays. I'm going to be curious to see how that plays out.
It's what I was just referring to as well. I don't know the answer. I don't. I think it's also fair to ask, was the coaching search hindered by anyone suggesting to the candidates that, hey, we'd really like you to keep Jim Schwartz? I don't know that did or didn't happen. I don't. I truly do not. And we're only going to find out after the fact. But the Browns firmly believe, and they are correct, that they've got a very good thing going in Jim Schwartz and that defense. You've seen offensive coaches leave, Tommy and Chad O'Shea, among others, obviously. Those are the 2 notable ones. You've seen offensive coaches leave. The defensive coaches haven't left. Ephraim Banda interviewed for the Cowboys defensive coordinator job. In the end, didn't get it. But the defensive coaches, for the most part, are all still there. And I know they would like to keep that together. They've got a really good group. Whether or not they're all on board to do that, if it's a younger head coach, not named Jim Schwartz, remains to be seen. I would love to see it, though. I think that's a great combination. And if you remember, like, as the Steelers get lauded, by the way, they only do it the right way. To their credit, they've had success. A 35-year-old Mike Tomlin, when he got the job after 1 year as a coordinator in Minnesota with the Vikings, was told, hey, we've got this veteran defensive coordinator here named Dick LeBeau. He's going to be your defensive coordinator. That worked out just fine. So there is precedent here where a young head coach is told, hey, we've got something already that's here that's good. Okay? Please keep it.
I think New England was kind of an inspiration for me for the Browns, and seeing how quick they were able to turn this thing around. Yeah, I mean, you're at the NFC Championship game yesterday. How far away are the Browns from being a team that we just talk about making the playoffs consistently? I'm not even talking about getting to the championship. I'm talking about a team that can get to the playoffs. Defensively, I feel like it's there. I guess the other side of it is, how do they fix the offense?
Well, if they fix the offense and just make it representable, then they're there. I truly do believe that. The New England Patriots guys just went to the Super Bowl with 35 points scored in 3 games, something nonsense like what is it? Look it up. I think it's 35 points in 3 games. Although don't quote me. I mean, that's absurd. So if you could score some points, you can make the playoffs. Period. The Carolina Panthers made the playoffs this year with a negative 67-point differential. Now, obviously, that was a huge part. I mean, the big reason was their division was so bad. But, yes, score some points, you can absolutely make the playoffs. Full stop.
I ask because I know you love the game. Neutral sites for conference championship games?
No, I saw Florio's post this morning, and I like Mike, even though I think he's a little overly snarky about the Browns, but he's not the only one. I find that to be ridiculous. Why have number 1 seeds then? Why do we battle, and why does it go down to the wire, and why is home field so important? You had 2 cold weather teams who both have played in snow this year, by the way, in Denver yesterday. So the idea that one of them had an advantage is foolish. They're 2 cold weather teams.
Yeah, I just hate the way the game is played in conditions like that. I agree. You should get the reward, but boy, I just hate watching a game like that when so much is on the line.
And by the way, it changed so quickly. Me and my friends were at a watering hole across the street from the stadium and watched the first half, and then all right, well, let's go in. We're going to go in at halftime. So we go in at halftime. And we were down on the field and look up, and they're playing the game, obviously, up on the big screen in the stadium. And we all went up and went like, what the heck? Like, how did Denver become Hoth in the time it took us to walk into the stadium?
I don't know. As long as you don't chop off my arm, I'll be okay. We'll figure out the rest of that.
It was just a hand, and it's going to smell bad, but it's going to keep you warm. Just so you know that. Okay,
well, it is cold, so you might as well figure out a way to stay warm, even if you got to. Yeah. Never mind. I'm not going down the rest of this road for non-Star Wars fans. Can you just give me? We only have 60 seconds. Can you tell me exactly what that atmosphere is like in Seattle? Why?
It's amazing.
Why though? What?
Well, they have a great, very engaged fan base, much like our own. Like you're in it the entire game. Like you know every time it's third down. Not just Jeff Shreve telling you, like you're on it, right? Much like Browns fans. And also the way the stadium is constructed, the stands kind of go straight up, which, by the way, in Brook Park is going to be just like that as well, where the stands kind of go straight up, and it's going to keep that noises. The new Buffalo building is going to be the same way. It's just the way the sound bounces off those stands there. It is unreal.
You would think it'd be louder with a roof too, right?
You would think potentially, yeah. Talking about Brook Park there, but the cold. It was cold. The gray skies. I mean, the sun's never shining there, although it was pregame yesterday. It was actually a pretty mild day, all things considered. It was an amazing atmosphere.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. We do appreciate you. We know you just landed, and your time is very valuable, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
Guys, I already made it home from the airport. Thank you for keeping me company.
Very nice. Andrew Siciliano, thank you. He was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright Hotline 2020 right now.
Space is limited. 1-800-354-8761. 1-800-354-8761.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Wow, what a show we had today. Scott Petrak joined us at 11 from BrownZone.com. Chronicle Telegram is where he calls home. Nick Shook from NFL Network, NFL.com. Andrew Siciliano from the Browns Radio Network, fresh off a flight back home to Los Angeles from Seattle. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind function on the Odyssey app or any show if you missed it, whether it's afternoons, nights, whatever, midday, mornings, all those shows. Use the rewind. Use the rewind feature. Weekends too. Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in fire, water, and storm disaster restoration. That's our good friends at Integrated Restoration. We have a Pro Bowl quarterback. What else do we have? We are on the edge, I think, of having a new head coach by tomorrow. Those are the big two headlines for our 4 hours.
You think tomorrow, huh?
Well, Scott Petrak said maybe by noon tomorrow.
I would think certainly by Wednesday. Either that or they open it up and interview more guys.
Or you wait until after the Super Bowl and then you're 2 weeks away. If Kubiak's somebody you still want to talk to, I feel like all these other names were thrown out there. Uzinski said see you later earlier today, but I think that's probably because he believes that the Browns are not going to hire him.
That's an interpretation.
Okay. It's what I'm here for. I just kind of feel like I would bow out if I knew someone else was going to get the gig. And
why would they tell him?
Well, agents talk. That's why.
Yeah, I know, but why? We'll see.
I mean, you wait a couple days, and by the way, he looks like he got a pretty good raise.
At the very least, he played the Browns' interest into a pay raise with an exit to go to Buffalo.
So that's fair. I mean, look, he was able to get a little bit more money.
It is a little interesting that 3 different candidates have backed out of the Browns job. That's not just circumstance.
I do want to look at over the next 2 years, 3 years here to see what the Browns hire means compared to the Steelers hire, right? With McCarthy going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Or Baltimore too. You know, what's going on there, and Cincinnati stays the same. And I just remember that week before the end of the season, and we're like, Jeff, we could have 4 new coaches in the AFC North, and now we end up with 3 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, pretty serious.
It's interesting. Do we have a moment of the show? Crowley, Tommy, back there? Yep.
Yeah, yes, we do. We have a moment of the show. It comes courtesy of Jim in Strongsville. He was kind of negative about the Browns fans freaking out about Udinsky dropping out, and he had a great call for us at the first hour.
We should just quit. Why even play next year? You know what? I can find something different. Let's just quit because you know what? They stink and they're going to stink. And let's just mail it in. Let's just be done with the team. Why talk about the coaches? They stink. Jimmy stinks. Andrew Mary stinks. Everybody stinks. Dylan, what are we waiting for? Maybe we're idiots. Oh, I'm out of breath now. Anyways, listen.
In his defense, I didn't mean to cut you off, but in his defense, Jim didn't know that this was before we have a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Maybe he would change his mind if he knew what the difference was.
Jim's cold sounds better. I picked it up.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for them to put Shedor's picture up on the AFC roster. I'm a little disappointed.
Great.
This is how much they don't like the Browns.
My guess is his film crew will be able to get a good picture of him on the screen.
I mean, I'm looking, Tyler Linderbaum's on there.
Maybe we can go get him. Isn't he a free agent?
Is he? I'll take it.
Yep.
Travis Kelce's on there. That's all that really matters.
Maybe we can go get him.
Brock Bowers
is
on
engaged.
there. Is he? Did he make up his mind yet if he's retiring or not?
He said he can't wait to welcome Eric Bieniemy back into the building, so I'm guessing he's not.
He's not going to retire. All right. He's got to pay for that wedding somehow, man.
Hey, She can start writing checks. My man, he's been picking up all the tabs at Applebee's.
Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine in pain. Give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan, why are you smarter?
Smarter today, courtesy of Andrew Siciliano and what he had to say on Nate Shieldhouse. You got to remember with Andrew, he used to be the preseason voice of the Los Angeles Rams, so he does have some institutional knowledge of how that works. 92.3 The Fan, or use the rewind function, or, of course, wherever you get your pods.
Corelli time. Matt.
Smarter today because of Nick Shook. That was really good stuff from him at noon. And like Dan mentioned, you can listen to that wherever you get your pods, 923thefan.com, and using the rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
Sir Jeff Phelps.
I enjoyed our conversation about Jose Ramirez.
All 4 seconds of
Sometimes a guy just wants to be somewhere, and he can allow a concession or two to make that happen. So good for him. Congratulations, and good for the organization.
Yeah, I'm smarter from all 3 of our interviews today, but when Nick Shook said, look, what if they're hiring a coach and the coach is only going to give 2 years? I mean, it could be over quick. He said Andrew Berry could be out in 2 years, and so could the next head coach. I do think that's a negative way to look at it, but I can't tell you that didn't cross my mind. How long are they going to give the next head coach? It seems like teams are giving head coaches less and less time to try to establish, and they were extremely patient with Kevin Stefanski.
The fact that there's a dome sitting there waiting in your future might actually put you on that kind of a timetable. You don't want to be stumbling into the dome. Dan's got something.
I was going to say, I'll give you a little bit of good news then to show with as well, to go with Shedeur as a Pro Bowler and where the coaching search is and all of that good stuff. And, of course, Jose Ramirez. Turner Classic Movies has announced that they have bought the Looney Tunes library. So if you want to watch your Looney Tunes, you're going to be able to do that. They're bringing all of them back. They're going to be on there. I'm so excited.
You want to know my one good parenting moment?
Please.
I recorded like 8 hours of Looney Tunes. Made my kids sit down and watch.
The only reason I have any backing with classical music is thanks to Looney Tunes.
It is weird that your kid drives a car built by Acme. All right, that's all.
And has his own anvil.
That's true. You can never have enough anvil. All right, that's all, folks. You know what's coming up next, Afternoon Drive. We're back again with you tomorrow at 10. Till then, be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.com. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
by that on football, you're going to try and do with candidates. How about you just hire the human? This is the kind of stuff that when you hear it, it goes, it doesn't have to be this hard.
How long are you lasting before you go to cannibalism?
I think we know not long. I think.
So you crash no sausages?
I think I'm going to be the peacemaker until somebody tells me there's no sausages left.
You know someone would make
and
the
then
suggestion.
Someone's getting it.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a snowy-ass Monday in Cleveland. We got plenty of football to get into. It was a great weekend for that. It was a great weekend to be a Cleveland Guardians fan, which we never really get to say in January. The Cavs keep winning basketball games, but we're not there yet. We got plenty to get to on today's show. That open, courtesy Westwood One and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Got to put a lot of respect on Ignatius guys' names this week. Love all you Ignatius guys, all you people. Woo, good for you. And we got Jake Murrin, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, doing some producing for us today. If you're watching us on YouTube, on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, please like our videos. We like to be liked. And, of course, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And we got Cam Manna, or as I almost just called him, Cam Dana, because his name sounds too similar in my head when I go to say it on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you?
We're here.
Yeah, that's good. No, everyone made it.
Yeah.
All weekend long, anytime I ran into somebody, like we went out to dinner on Saturday night, they're like, so you're going to do the show from home on Monday? Do you have the capabilities to do that? I'm like, yeah, it never even came up.
I believe the Pittsburgh Morning Show, with the news of Mike McCarthy getting hired, I think Doran Dickerson was on some sort of line there.
Like a Comrex or something?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we have the capabilities. We all did it during COVID. You know how to do it, but it never even crossed my mind.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm a hillbilly. These are my days. I got my kickers on. I got my Ram truck. Like this. I pushed a car. My mom got stuck. Her beautiful car got stuck today. I pushed it. I pushed the damn thing so hard I bent the back fender in, because that's how strong I am, guys.
Okay.
All right. This is my time. I spent 15 minutes shoveling off a foot of snow off my car, and guys, I was mildly excited while doing it because these are my people. This is my weather.
We were born for this.
Yeah.
That's the idea. And we were made to do this. And so I don't know. Every now and again, it's nice to just kind of, I'm not going to say it's nice to get out in the snow or anything like that. That was miserable. And Sunday was absolutely atrocious. But, it kind of reminds you where you came from. Like all weekend long, I was texting with friends. I was like, reminding me of when I was a kid. And my dad would make me get out and shovel the snow. And then he'd make me go do Mama Pat's.
Yeah,
by the way, I would have to. That was part of it. I'd have to do Mama Pat's yard as well. Her whole everything.
Just her yard.
Well, I mean, really, we plowed the the front portion, and then all the way up to
where you go.
all the way up to her driveway and everything like that. And it's like it just builds character. It builds character in a nice way.
I just
the
like
things
it.
You just don't ever forget.
As long as when I become the biggest sissy, if I'm in like my normal shoes and I don't have jeans on, I become a baby. But if you put me in my kickers and my jeans and I got my flannel on, this is what I personally was birthed for.
Yeah, then it's game time.
Yeah.
Let's get this thing going.
So, no, it was a great day, great weekend. Plenty we can react to on that one. Obviously, we now know who's going to be in the Super Bowl. Seattle versus New England. By the way, just real quick here, I'm withdrawing from the playoff eliminator game.
You can't withdraw.
No,
what are you withdrawing
I'm
for?
withdrawing because, quite frankly, it's a little beneath me. I'm a little bored with the contest, and I think
dead last doesn't suit you well.
I think my attention would be best served in other parts of the show. So this next week, or not this week, but next week, we bring back the playoff eliminator. I'm not going to be partaking because, quite frankly, I'm a little above it.
Oh, you can't pick one final game?
No. I have so much
Matt,
I focus on.
What was his record then overall?
Over the weekend?
Not only just over the weekend. Do we have a total tally?
Guys, let's not get lost in the brass
How did he do over the weekend? You tell me how he did over the weekend.
Let's not get lost.
0 for 2. 0 for 2.
Listen, let's not get lost in the big data here. The point is, I've done it. It was so much fun. Can't wait to do it again next year.
2-4 the first weekend. Last weekend you were 2-2. Then this weekend you went 0-2.
I don't think this
We're not
year's,
even doing it against a spread. These are just games straight up.
I don't think this year's playoff eliminator. I don't think this year's playoff eliminator kind of suits me right now. So I'm going to seek out better opportunities next year.
All right, good for you.
Yeah.
You're going to do this how I like to do the quarterback Deadpool at this point, which also I need you to be a part of as well. Where it's like we start these games and then when we stink, we just kind of take ourselves away from them.
Now, speaking of the withdrawal method, Grant Udinski. His name came up on Get Up today. This from Adam Schefter.
Grant Udinski, the Jaguars offensive coordinator, just pulling out of the Browns job.
Another one?
He pulled out on the Browns just now, and so he's going to be staying with Jacksonville under a new deal unless he gets the Buffalo Bills head coaching job.
And do you expect we still have 4 vacancies here? How quickly are these moving?
I would think that by the middle of the week, most, if not all, these vacancies will be filled.
Anybody that at any point is at a favorite in the coaching search, unless you've been on Team Jim Schwartz since day one, everyone's officially wrong. Can we just throw that one out there?
Yeah, that's cool.
We didn't have a lot of people on Friday pounding the table for Shieldhouse. The Udinski is Dinsky. That push was so hard last week.
Or the Dinsky.
Yeah, but now it's Dinsky.
Dinsky.
Duvinsky. Okay, that didn't work. I just like Liam Cohen didn't work when he did it there. But he's out, and I thought it was really interesting watching how quickly people spun their wheels and tried to turn from, well, I've always been really interested in Nate Shieldhouse.
It definitely bothered me all day long. Everyone's like, it was always going to be Shieldhouse, guys. It was always going to be Shieldhouse. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. We do this every day for 5 hours all day. Well, no, it wasn't. You believed, everyone on Twitter believed it was Udinski. A lot of people that listened to the radio believed it was Schwartz. Like, there was a lot of people that believed in a lot of things, but nobody believed in Shieldhouse.
And listen, I'm not saying that Nate hasn't been a serious candidate for this the entire time, because he's one of the guys that got second-round interviews.
He's there. He's been there.
So, and listen, I think the popular read here is Udinski pulling out of this search likely means that it unless there's something we're not seeing here, it's Shieldhouse, or at the very least it's Schwartz. Okay, we can get to that, but I just think it's wild how many people were like, over the weekend I started feeling like it wasn't Udinski, and I was like, was over the weekend? Did you mean about Monday at about 9:36 this morning? Because that's what it sounded
was
like.
Was it like Tuesday or Wednesday of last week? I said something to the effect of how like maybe Shieldhouse is actually the front runner because Barry just loves to just mess with everybody so much, and the idea that Udinski was getting so much love. And like Barry's been on the record, he just likes to throw people off and throw the scent off in such a way that makes everyone look like an idiot. See what happened draft night, by the way, where everyone was convinced the Browns were taking Travis Hunter at number 2 to then trade out of it to take Mason Graham. Like, he likes this stuff. And so, there was a part of it in the back of my brain where it was like, are we all reading this so incredibly wrong? Because it, once again, is just Andrew Barry throwing everyone for a loop.
Yeah, I do think the Browns have tried to play a game of, anytime there's a negative report about this search, we're going to shoot it down, while also we're not going to be incredibly forthright about all the things that have happened. Like, for instance, there have been rumors, reports, innuendos that there were a fair amount of people that just turned down the opportunity to interview for the job altogether. I know Lima brought the Shula thing, which then everybody ran with. That's not the only name. Like, a guy like Clint Kubiak was in the building a year ago. The fact he wasn't at least interviewed, or at least it's not reported that he was interviewed, is really interesting. Mm-hmm. It really is. Now, maybe he didn't turn them down. Maybe they weren't interested. But it's so funny. Like, I guess because I wasn't that enamored with the idea of Udinski, I can't really this is really bad. We do have to acknowledge half of the guys that got second-round interviews here, half of them said thanks, no thanks, even if that's all perfunctory. You could tell me, and you can spin a yarn to me that might be true. Well, you know what? Each guy found out they weren't going to get the job, so they pulled out prematurely. Okay, but Mike McDaniel didn't pull out of the Baltimore job when everyone knew it was going to Jesse Minter. He didn't pull out of the Buffalo job, even though now he's officially been unveiled as the OC in the Chargers. Grant Udinski withdraws.
He did pull out of the Buffalo job, didn't he?
It was literally within the last 24 hours, right? It was this weekend.
It was this weekend. I thought, it's Saturday or so.
But at the time, he withdrew from the Cleveland job and then took the Chargers job, and then it was like, But if the Ravens
I
or
think
the
he's
Bills,
still in on the Raiders job, by the way, isn't he?
That's so confusing.
Or something
I don't even
like
know
that,
how
yeah.
the hell that works. However, like with Udinski, it's really interesting that the wording is he's pulled out of Cleveland. He's still in the Buffalo job, but he also got a raise in Jacksonville. So, but again, like none of this means you have to panic. Do I love that it looks like we chose between two candidates, really, and it was two guys who were pretty inexperienced in the NFL in like signature positions? That makes me a little nervous, and something we'll get into. But it's funny, like, it's just kind of, I think the most telling thing is if any other job had three candidates of their final whatever withdraw from the job, it's just not much of a story. But because the Browns lack such a credibility around the NFL, and because this search has been painted in such a light because of many reports, you're just not going to get the benefit of the doubt
No, you're
from
not.
the NFL at large.
No, you're not. That's why, like in Buffalo, for instance, McDaniel pulls out, Phillip Rivers pulls out today, and it's not as if people in Buffalo are losing sleep over this. They got a faith. I don't know why they have a faith, but they have a faith in the ownership and then being in the front office to be able to get something done and be able to get it right, because that's the type of job they have. But even within this, with Udinski pulling out, I'm not terribly upset. I really am not. I can't tell the difference between Udinski and Shieldhouse anyway. So if we're going to end up with a young offensive mind, if that was the goal, young offensive mind, pair him with Jim Schwartz, we're still going to likely get what we wanted anyway, or at least what Andrew Berry wanted anyway.
Did the Browns do a bit of a shadow boxing job here? Did they leak any of this stuff, or was all this stuff leaked about Udinski so that we would pick apart his candidacy, so that at the end, when you go to Shieldhouse, it's like, well, he's also inexperienced, but I've picked apart thinking about him.
You see, but
less.
it didn't work then, because people, instead of picking apart Udinski, they just got so happy with the offensive side of the ball that I think people just were like, oh, okay, that's great. I watched a 3-minute clip on YouTube about him. I love him. Like, it didn't work. People got excited about Udinski in a weird way. They did.
Well, no, but they immediately pivoted to Shieldhouse.
Well, now they have to.
I think the shadow boxing job was for the critics. I think you put out Udinski there because he was the one that I actually think he was a little bit more.
I think he was just trying to throw him off the scent.
And you're probably not wrong. I mean, we're probably grasping at straws trying to figure out what the hell the Browns are thinking.
And then even within that, it would have kind of worked, because it's not like Shieldhouse got a lot more people banging on his door. Meanwhile, Udinski got an interview for the Bills job.
See? Threw everybody. You know what? Laser eyes.
Threw even the Bills off of the scent.
Laser eyes. Get it going. Listen, I'm not panicking about the Udinski thing. You have to note, half their second round interviews did pull out after interviewing. Or actually, that's actually what makes the Udinski thing different. Is the first two didn't even get to the second round interview. Udinski actually went through with it, and then something in that process made him say, thanks, no thanks.
He's like, did they not like my essay enough?
What? Yeah, I really thought the Scantron really was going to...
He knocks on Andrew Berry's door. I want to know what percentage I got in the test. Did I get a 95?
Listen,
I'm a big test guy. Did I at least score an A?
I don't want the job, but can you at least grade me? Because I'm a teacher's pet. I need this.
Andrew Berry comes back with like punctuation notes. Like he's like an 8th grade English teacher.
We're not a big Oxford comma group here. I mean, we didn't knock you for it, but it didn't help you.
He does seem the type that if he saw the wrong version of "there" in a paragraph, that'd be enough for him to take somebody out of job consideration.
I'm barely literate, and that would also frustrate the hell out of me.
He seems like that would be enough.
There.
Yeah, that'd be enough for him. Yeah.
I've actually, in Vanessa and my personal messages, when she sent the wrong there, I've definitely done the asterisk and then put the right there.
Yeah.
She's also, every once in a while, the girls, because Vanessa's family are Yinzers, so they'll say, I seen. And I caught my daughter saying that once, and I was like, "You've seen?
You're right. You have
you seen?
We're not speaking that way.
You haven't seen. You haven't seen, but you have seen." And
I'm sure they love that.
Yeah. No, everybody. Loves it.
You don't make it more friends without correcting people's grammar. That's what I always say.
Wow, that's why they're family. 216-474-0092.
They have to accept you.
Yeah. They have no other choice. By blood or by legal writ. That's what they got. Grant Udinski withdraws from the Browns head coaching job. Big deal, little deal, or no deal. Obviously, we got to get into Nate Shieldhouse, who seems like the favorite right now. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Jeff D. Lowe, Barstool, and the Project Big Screen project. That's a little redundant, but he's joining us at 3:20. We'll get his take on Shieldhouse. We'll get his take on the Jose Ramirez extension, which obviously we'll have some thoughts on today as well. Daniel Oyafusi, ESPN Browns writer, will get his take on the latest with the Browns head coaching job and so much more. Shedor's a Pro Bowler, baby. Woo woo. 216-474-0092. The Browns have their Pro Bowl quarterback. Now they just got to find the head coach. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers. Is it Shieldhouse or bust for the Browns? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for North.
down with powerhouse Benoit St. Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
I think when you look at it right now, Grant Udinski pulled out on the Browns this morning. They've got 4 candidates left. The Commanders' run game coordinator, Anthony Lynn, the former Ravens offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, and the 2 guys that I believe this job is coming down to. In the end, the 2 guys out front are the Rams pass game coordinator, Nate Shieldhouse, and their own defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. I think those are the 2 choices.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Hope everybody out there is driving safe, especially if you're downtown in Cleveland, because apparently we don't own snowplows anymore. But
I did see that there was one video going around where a Cleveland garbage truck had put a snowplow, had put like the actual scraper to remove it on the front of it, as if it was like a makeshift snowplow. That's what they're going with. So we're in good shape.
I really got to get one of those. So I don't want to put a snowplow on the front of my Ram truck. I would like just like an ATV or something like that. Hint, hint, anybody out there listening that might have an ATV.
You're going to turn into Mr. Plow, aren't you?
Oh,
you're going to turn into Homer with Mr. Plow.
I'll plow just about anything. I'll tell you that right now.
We still talking snow.
Just get me out there. Because here's the thing. I'm not doing it. Like, God bless my mom. And my mom comes from a generation where she was out there with a shovel.
Yeah.
Because she got her car stuck because of the way her allotment was plowed. And so she got her car stuck. That's why I had to go push it out and push it over.
Yeah.
And then she's like, by hand in the back of her car. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, why? And she's like, well, I'll have to leave tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, but I could do that for you. But I would not do my own driveway that way. No.
I don't even mess with the driveway. I told you on the east side, I got a plow guy. I do the other stuff.
Up.
He doesn't show up. He still didn't. I mean, Friday night he showed up at midnight, which is insane because you see somebody coming into your actual driveway at midnight. That always freaks you out. And then he showed up yesterday at like, I don't know, it was like 3 or something like that. Like all the snow had already, we'd already done it. We'd already been there. And then new snow had compiled. This guy's got the worst timing ever. I'm convinced he just takes better jobs and like takes the money as it happens, and then just the people that like have like an actual contract with him, he's just kind of like, I'll get to you when I get to you.
That sounds about right. We need one of these days, we're gonna get you to plow your own way, and I'll be very proud of you that day.
What do you mean? How am I going to do that?
Get one for your car. You get a nice little car there, get a little plow. No, just you can just get the snow plower devices that are only like a couple $100 or up to like you can get them up to like a couple $1,000.
And you just attach it on the front yourself?
No,
is that what you're saying?
It's its own. All it does is plow snow. You haven't seen one of those? Dude,
I don't know what you're talking
fun.
about.
Oh, my God. They're just, I mean,
are we talking a car attachment, or are we just talking an actual just regular?
I was being facetious about the car attachment. I'm talking about just a
I zeroed in on the car attachment in a strong way.
No. And I know I can't get you on an ATV. I know I can't get you on that.
No, that's not happening.
Because you'll break your
neck.
neck.
I might sign up for, though, have you seen like, it's like a, you know how you have like iRobots that clean your house in different portions, like Roombas, essentially. Yeah. It's like a Roomba for the snow. And those have been going around like crazy on TikTok these days and all the way across all sorts of different social media platforms. You set it, and then you set the pattern that it's got to go, and it just goes. And it takes like 10 hours. It takes forever. But it'll go, and then it'll come back, and it'll charge itself up, and then it'll go right back out. And it'll just a constant wave. They have them for your lawn, by the way, for like cutting grass. Same type of thing. I've seen them on the golf courses. They're very popular now in golf courses. Golf courses just have these robots that come out and just cut the grass and spend all day long. You'll hit a drive, and all of a sudden you'll hit one of their little robots cutting grass. It's kind of wild. But they made those for snow now.
No.
Why? I mean, you just set it off and go.
It's impersonal.
What do I need the personal nature for?
Because
my snowplow guy that didn't show up is already impersonal.
On the verge of getting very toxically masculine, as a man, they're two very these are borderline manly things to do. But I think mow your own lawn and shovel your own snow. Yours is a little different because you don't have as much space as I do. But like a Roomba for that, that's a little too 1984 for me.
I kind of like the idea of it. I just don't know how much I would spend on it is the problem.
Now, all this being said, good job out of Schefter for deducing that this is either going to be Shieldhouse or Schwartz.
We've had a lot of people sound like I don't want to say idiots and make it sound mean, but like, I mean, Diana Rossini in one of her tweets today was like, well, if it's going to be Shieldhouse, the big question that remains is, Will Jim Schwartz stay on? Oh, really splitting the atom there, Diana. I mean, what are we doing?
Listen, guys.
I know we're in the bubble. I know we're in the bubble.
What are we doing?
This is all we talk about. I get it. So it's very obvious to us. And for people that are in like New York or Boston, that might be a groundbreaking thought. But it's a lot of that type of thoughts that are going out there right now.
Coming into today, I thought to myself, they could hire Udinski. They could also go with Shieldhouse. But don't sleep on Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, I heard people say your sources on Twitter were already wrong.
I thought that was
because it was an obvious joke. The whole thing was an obvious joke, but then
I will tell you what joke.
Your source saying Udinski, and it wasn't Udinski.
What that joke entails tells me that while there are a lot of really smart people on social media, there really are. I've not given up to the fact that eventually social media won't just be a complete net negative for all of us in society, but there are more smart people than realize. But the dumbest sect on Twitter has never been louder.
I just think people don't understand how to do jokes on Twitter.
But yeah,
or understand sarcasm in any way. That's kind of one of my beefs with the whole thing is that I'm a pretty sarcastic human, and there's just people out there that just don't detect any of it.
Yeah, Lenny on Twitter. Well, your source is a poor one because he just withdrew his name. Got me there, Lenny.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's like, what are we talking about?
John.
It was a joke. The first part of it was a joke.
John, this tweet didn't age well.
It's like, again.
Oh, man. I was worried about that.
Now, flip side of that, those two people that are tweeting at you really believe you got boots on the ground. They really believe that was you got boots in the ground, you're sourcing things, you're calling things, which is another product of this, by the way, this like 2.5 weeks of coaching interviews and going through this process. The amount of people that all of a sudden are like, oh, I talked to a guy. I talked to a guy over here, and this guy says this, and this guy says it's gotten out of hand. People that never break news are now all of a sudden the Adam Schefters of the city, and it's amazing to me.
I just think
let's leave it to the people that do it.
So listen, I think obviously all the signs point to legitimately it's Shieldhouse, right? And I think there's a lot of smoke here. All I'm going to say is at this point, I think the Browns have done a good enough job of not really leaking out too much of their own what they like and what they don't like in this process. So I'm kind of just going to go along for the ride. Like today, all right, it makes sense. Udinski's not there. It would make sense that maybe Shieldhouse, given that he's the last second-round interview candidate, given the fact that, I don't know, everybody else that isn't Monken or Schwartz is pulled out of this job, it would make sense that it is Shieldhouse. I'm just not going to lose a lot of sleep over it.
Well, the Browns also don't do what makes sense often. And so, like, just like last week, and when it gets Udinski now, and I'm like, just because of that, I now think it might be Shieldhouse because Andrew Berry likes to go against the grain. As more and more people zero in on Shieldhouse, I'm almost like, shoot, is it going to be Schwartz the entire time? Just because he just loves to be a wild card. Mm-hmm. He's a complete and utter wild card in all of this, and I don't think anybody truly knows what's going on inside his head. Now, yes, it seems like it's Shieldhouse. Yes, it does. But we've been in a lot of spots before where it seems like, and then with the Browns, it doesn't materialize.
So it's funny. I've seen people kind of do the quick pivot to, maybe I slept on Shieldhouse this whole time, but let me tell you what I like about him. The flaw with a Shieldhouse hire, because I'll tell you, I'm not gonna if they hire him, I'm not gonna go on a big thing if it's a mistake.
No.
Nobody knows.
We got to give it a chance.
But I do think you have to point out the potential concerns for it. And so I think the flaw with Shieldhouse is the same with Udinski. Like, one guy was a glorified quarterback's coach. A passing game coordinator is effectively some iteration of a quarterback's coach or a half-ass game planner. It doesn't mean he was a play caller. It doesn't mean he was doing all this schematic stuff himself. And he's only been in the NFL for 2 years. And I really do think that, when you get to some of the guys who quickly jump from the NFL to the pros, there's an acclimation period. Like when Joe Brady went from being the passing game coordinator for the LSU to being the play caller, primary play caller in Carolina, guys, he wasn't ready by a wide margin.
That's probably the best comp we have, by the way. And him at LSU, people thought he was the greatest play caller to ever exist. And it's like, well, really, in reality, you had Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
You had Jamar Chase. You had all sorts of great players. And so, like, how much of that was really Joe Brady? You fast forward years later, and it's like, nah, that didn't really work. It's a great comp. But, like, the idea here is that it feels like it's going to be a very boom or bust type hire.
Mm-hmm.
And with Andrew Berry, this is probably going to be the only chance he really gets to take a swing to try to get a head coach. I don't hate the boom side of it, but there is a bust component to this as well.
And I think that would be something that I look at and go, I don't know you need to go there. And again, like the closer to McVay, the better, because unlike Bill Belichick, a fair amount of his assistants have been able to go right into jobs and turn into something. Kevin O'Connell, obviously being the guy that I think of most, but Zach Taylor's another guy.
Zach Taylor before.
Zach Taylor, before he went to L.A., was DOA. I think it was Miami where he had busted out. I can't remember who was the head coach. It wasn't Flores. It was before him. Like, Zach Taylor's career was a little bit dead in the water until Sean McVay came along and kind of jump-started his career. So, like, we like going from that tree. But the youth thing, I don't care that he's 35. It's a lack of NFL experience 2 years in that I don't know you need to do. And that's the best way I'd put it. It doesn't mean it won't work out. It doesn't mean it's a bad hire. The right people like him, and that tends to be a good thing in the NFL, although it's certainly not flawless.
Well, I mean,
but you're going to have to be patient with him.
I think safe existed. I do. I think safe existed. Schwartz is safe. Safe still exists within this kind of the contract.
I don't think Schwartz is safe.
We're talking about. Well, I
think McDaniel was safe. I think McCarthy was safe.
Well, McCarthy's the one I first signaled in my head. I don't even know that McDaniel wasn't that safe. But like he's going for the boom or the bust, and this is all about the idea that if you've ever gotten Sean McVay coffee, you end up with a job, and so it's down that line, that same line of thinking. Which, by the way, the Rams. They might end up losing him, and then they might end up losing the other LaFleur because he's interviewing for the Cardinals job again today.
Also, I'd like to point out that it's going to get really hard to have honest and genuine takes about the potential the potential offensive coordinator for Cleveland if Scheelhaus is the guy, because he's an Ignatius grad.
Yeah, we got to shut that down immediately.
We already lost Mac on this, by the way. We've already lost Mac. Mac is already like, he's a great hire, best hire I've ever heard, huge hire.
Cleveland guy.
He's gotten full Trump hands. It's a big thing over there. He also tried to take over Greenland. It was weird. Mac went full. All you had to do was give him an Ignatius guy.
Do we have to pull up how much he's actually donated to the school since graduating?
Mac,
and then maybe
or
they'll turn you off. Oh, Mac's donated nothing to the school. Come on, whatever talk. And you shouldn't. You shouldn't, by the way. They haven't. The transaction's over, okay? You did your 4 years. You spent a lot of money. The transaction's over. They don't deserve any more of it.
Until you become a millionaire.
And then, of course, obviously they expect something. Some sort
basically,
of kickback.
This is his way of saying you don't make enough money to give back.
The deal's over. You've done the transaction's over. You don't have to donate anymore. What you need to do is the same thing Fanta does on any given day, which is just make a nice video saying, hey, I went here. You should go here, too. Although I don't know that they're asking you for that either.
No, they haven't asked me yet.
But you still got OMS, buddy. You still got OMS.
Hey, OMS.
I don't.
You're not the guy. Mac's the only guy that gets asked to do things.
He's on the wall.
They just forget you ever went there for some reason.
I'm basically in the urinal. I'm a urinal cake right now.
There you go.
It's just interesting. This search has been interesting. I definitely have gotten to a point where it's like, Scheelhaus or Schwartz, okay. Like, even Anthony Lynn over the weekend. Anthony Lynn has a playoff win in his career with old-ass Phillip Rivers. Could do worse than Anthony Lynn. That's where we were this weekend, where I was like, okay, yeah, all right. Just name a coach, and we'll see.
Name a coach, and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
I think people are going to have a lot of decisions based off of it being Schwartz or not being Schwartz, or a lot of thoughts based off of that.
So who wins the fan vote then?
I think ultimately Scheelhaus will win the fan vote because he's young and he's offensive, and that's all. At the end of the day, that's all people I think want. They want to have a semblance that you're caring about the offense at this point, because we just ignored the offense for 2 years, and so you want to feel like it's got some attention to it. And I think that's where the positivity comes from. But there are enough people that really want Schwartz to be the guy, and I'm not really one of them.
It sounds like a 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat poll. Sounds like. Who gets your vote?
They are very sensical in the YouTube chat polls.
They've been pro
really good.
Schwartz than I think people realize.
Let's run the poll then. Let's figure it out. Let's see where they stand.
Know what? Guys, take our poll
Let's
on
run that
92.3
poll.
The Fans YouTube chat. When we come back, we got quick hits and the big decision for Sean Payton that didn't work out. A lot of criticism. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Time out! Time out! 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool coming up in about 40 minutes. We got a lot happening today. Could it be Nate Scheelhaus Day? We'll find out our very selves there. Of course, we've got a new Pro Bowler in Cleveland, Shedeur Sanders, so I guess that closes the book on the 2026 Browns quarterback position. Kind of have to start him now, right?
They're going to bench a Pro Bowler?
Come on now. Let's have a little common sense in this organization. The amount of people that, just as a quick sidebar, the amount of people that are like genuinely furious to me that Shedeur made a Pro Bowl only make Shedeur making a Pro Bowl funnier to me.
I'm going to watch now. And I think that was the point, by the way. I think between the fan vote and then the coaches and the players vote, I think that was the whole point.
Are you saying it's a TV contest and not a real football game? Because it's not a real football game
And
anymore?
the people that can't see that, I can't help you. I'm sorry. I can't help you in life if you can't understand that.
By the way, the people who said Pro Bowl doesn't matter anymore. It's like, where have you been for the last 20 years?
I know, but
I don't know when the Pro Bowl last mattered.
But they do always get good ratings. That's the thing about the Pro Bowl. They always get like 7, 8, 9 million viewers. An astonishingly large number of viewers always turn out.
All right, we got to it on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. You can vote right now. Who would you prefer to be the Browns' next head coach, Nate Scheelhaus or Jim Schwartz? Early voting. It's early. 60-40. Nate Scheelhaus. If we had done this exact same poll on Friday, Schwartz is winning by a landslide, right?
I don't know that. I
don't know that. Scheelhaus that quickly?
Well, again, people want to be right. That's one part of it, right? But also the idea that I think people just locked in. Young, offensive-minded coach. That's what they want.
So it could have been anyone.
This basically is anyone.
So
Udinski and Scheelhaus basically are anyone. When it was announced that he was going to have an interview, the guy on the radio, this station, called him Shalasi. It basically is anybody.
So we could, it could be...
Hey, he's a make-a-character.
It could be the tight ends coach from San Francisco who's 26.
Great. That's all people
and has
care.
never felt the warmth of a woman before.
Yeah,
and that's... But
why does he never have to feel the warmth of a woman? What does that have to do with the job?
He's just watching tape. He's just watching too much tape.
I actually prefer that out of him, if we're being honest. This is
you prefer virgins?
Not that. That he's so engrossed in the tape that he doesn't even have time for women.
Yeah, it's like...
he's just repulsed by women.
I keep getting my DMs, and
he's just like, no, I don't. I just want to watch tape.
They just won't tell me what they think of Spider 2 White Banana.
People are like, oh, it's so unhealthy. Like, people lost their mind over that Mike McDonald clip where he's talking about seeing his kid for like 20 minutes a week. And it's like, listen, that's very unhealthy. Yeah, I get it. But also, that's what I want in my head coach. Mainly because it's not my life. I want my coach to be a psycho. I want him to be so committed to football that he just completely ignores every other aspect of life.
I would like a little bit of perspective from my coach. I'll be one of those people.
Don't need it. Be one of those people that's just awesome at coaching football, and that's their whole goal and their whole directive. That's all I need.
All right, you guys can keep voting there on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
The Broncos' 4th and 1 decision to go for it as opposed to taking the layup field goal in their 10-7 loss to the Patriots. That was in the second quarter, so they would have gone up 10-0. It's been widely criticized, and here's Denver head coach Sean Payton's response to questions about the decision.
We ended up in a 6-1 front. They ended up playing in a heavy 6-1. There was a clock stoppage, so we had a nickel run called, and then I don't know if there was a timeout or they called one, but, it's a slipper naked that we've run pretty well. They played a 6-1 front with a kind of a 2-deep shell, so the run look was going to be, hindsight, the initial sub-run thought was a better decision.
Okay, hold on. Not great for Sean Payton that I remember he took the timeout, but he didn't remember who took the timeout.
No, this is the decision. I don't know that I can defend my decision, so I'm just going to go football junkie.
That's what it
was.
was.
With a lot of jargon and confuse everyone. Did Payton make the wrong decision?
And that usually works for a lot of people, by the way. He's getting criticized for this decision. So the only problem I have with it is that you're dealing with a backup quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't hate the idea. You go up 14-0. in the way that game was looking. They'd stopped New England in the 3 previous drives. You go 14-0. It's not blouses, but it's pretty close to it. So I didn't hate him going for the jugular, but I understand why people were frustrated with it.
So I got to be honest with you. It was a nightmare in terms of execution. The play was screwed from the start.
And that's because he did. He changed it up.
Yes.
The initial play, I think, would have actually worked.
But so it was as badly executed as you could have. So it gave Stidham no chance to actually make the play. Stidham also panicked on it. So we got bad execution.
Yeah.
Then you go to the actual decision itself. Like I think it was Boomer Esiason say, well, if it was 4th and 6 inches, it's fine. But it was like 4th and just a little over a yard.
The long one.
I was like,
yeah.
No, listen, in the moment, while watching it, I said, I think you should take the points. I didn't have the benefit of knowing the snowstorm was going to hit 2 hours earlier than everyone knew it was going to hit.
In the moment, I kept thinking you go up 14-0, and that from an odds perspective, it's like an 80% chance to win that game. So that's all I was thinking about. But obviously, I mean, there's so many people, and it's easy to Monday morning quarterback this that are like, you take the points, you go up 10-0, and it is what it is, and that's fine too.
I honestly think either way is defensible, and I think most of the criticism is coming from the fact it just didn't work.
No guarantee he hits it either, by the way. We saw multiple missed field goals in that game yesterday.
At that part of the game, it would have been blouses. He would have made that easy.
I think so.
It was all the other ones in the second half.
I'd like to think so, but again, like the way that game went, it was a weird game. Now, did they not know the weather was going to be that?
So no. The forecast thought it was going to come in after the game. Or at the very, very end of the game. So it was a full hour and a half, 2 hours ahead.
Because I thought the broadcast was very confusing about that, and they even did the overlays of the time as it went and everything, which I thought was pretty cool and a good job by them. But I thought it was very confusing, and I didn't want to look up Denver snow temperature to figure it out. Omaha! All right, one of my favorite things to do is just when old broadcasters are out there being
old.
No other way to put it. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. But when they showcase that maybe they shouldn't be on set anymore, I've killed off Lee Corso from TV. I've attempted to kill off Terry Bradshaw 6 times this year. I bring another example to the table. This was on Fox. Here's Terry Bradshaw.
The interception by Christian Gonzalez late in that game was the difference maker, and he spoke with Christina Pink right afterwards.
How were you able to get it done?
Man, just trusting the game plan and the call. Saw the ball in the air, and at that point, it's whoever ball wants to go get it. So saw it and went and got it.
You know what, Sam Darnold, they turned him loose in the first half. Clint Kubiak, offensive coordinator for Seattle. I think he said, I can trust him with the football today. 209 yards passing and a touchdown in the first half. Sam Darnold is playing great football for Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, he is. We thought we were talking about the first game, but it's okay.
Michael Strahan, he saved him. He tried to save him. That's a bad moment by Bradshaw.
A little too much Strahan for me.
Oh, Strahan was throwing him a life preserver.
No. In that moment,
he was trying
did the
to help
right
him.
thing.
Yeah,
I just mean in general. Strahan's on the one commercial with Christian McCaffrey playing the piano too, like the Sarah McLachlan kids one. He's all over the presentation.
Well, he does the mornings on ABC. He's like a massive deal.
Yeah, and I don't get it.
He's and on that set, he's by far the most popular person, not even close.
I'm still a Howie Long man myself. I feel bad for Terry. Because Terry also, I'm actually in the midst of reading a book, Chuck Noll's autobiography, and Terry's a very sensitive man, so you know that all of this stung him, and I kind of hate that.
His family needs to step in, Lee Corso style. Step in, take him off the TV. Say you had a good run.
You want him pulled off the air?
Let's do something else.
Matt Stafford nearly retired and was almost traded last offseason. So after the Rams were eliminated from the playoffs by the Seahawks last night, LA head coach Sean McVay was asked about Stafford's future.
Matthew Stafford to be back next season.
Yeah, if he still wants to play, what the hell kind of question is that? The answer, yeah. You have to ask him. We've been totally present. I know that if he wants to, he's still playing at a pretty damn good clip. He's the MVP of the league, and if he's not, I got respect for everybody else, but this guy played at a level that's just different. I appreciate you guys this year. Thank you.
Was this question over the line?
Not over the line, but I like how McVay handled it because he's got every right to be like, we're not doing this right now. Like we can maybe do this a little bit later, but he was awesome. He should win the MVP. I've made the case for him over Drake May a million times. And he was also awesome in this game. The other thing about this game, like McVay and Stafford dialed up a lot of really nice plays, and he was awesome. Sam Darnold was awesome. It was a great quarterback game.
Stafford should be back. I hope he comes back because he's still playing at a great level, and I think the Rams with a couple tweaks, I don't know, draft a corner or two maybe. They
got very tiny corners.
I think they could be back, and I think that should be the expectation that they're in the NFC title game next year. I just think it's so funny how, like current players, I heard plenty of them today knocking the question, and it's like, are you a soft batch cookie bee or not? Like the amount of well, that's not the right time. It's like you don't decide that. You're not a media member. You're a former football player, and neither does Sean McVay. Answer the question and shut up. Like I like the sensitivity to the timing of questions. Have a set. I'm so unbothered in life. And watching these egomaniacal goofballs get upset because of the timing of a question, it's like, grow up. Just answer the question or don't answer it.
Well, it's not really his question to answer, I think, though. That's probably what got him agitated.
No, but who cares? Just say, it's not my... All he does is, it's not really my question to answer. Matt will answer that in time, but I think he's the best quarterback. If all he does is cut out the little pissy fit in the middle of it, I have no problem with his answer. But it's just we live in this era now because everything's every media's fault. It's every media's fault. And so players are on it's an unfair question. Shut all the way up.
No, it's sports. I don't know that there's such a thing as an unfair question. You know what I mean?
It just makes my eye twitch. Like, these are supposed to be alpha dogs, and they're like, hey, tell us about that 4th and 1. Why are you asking me? Hey, Matt Stafford's future, please don't. It's like, God bless it. Get some therapy like the rest of us and move on.
Matt Stafford was awesome in this game. If this season and that game were any indication, he shouldn't hang it up. He should continue to play. And it's what's interesting now is that did he cost himself the Hall of Fame in not winning that game?
No.
I don't know.
I think he was already a Hall of Famer.
I don't know.
Kurt Warner didn't have to win a second Super Bowl to be a Hall of Famer. Matt's done it for almost 20 years.
There's Hall of Famers that have never won a Super Bowl. Like, it's not that you have to, but he's right at the line. Like, it's not because Detroit really killed him in a lot of ways. I mean, he did nothing in the postseason there because he never made it to the postseason. He didn't make it any Pro Bowls there either. Like, it was a big uphill battle for him, and it's been like the second half of his career trying to recuperate everything.
I think the Rams run has got him there. I do. And that's
this helped a lot, but it would have been a no doubter if he had just won that game. But it wasn't his fault. He threw for almost 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Like, he played a great game.
Now, when he's the Browns starting quarterback in 6 months, let's all remember this conversation. The weekend was a wash for some Browns fans and woulda, coulda, shouldas for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code YARD, Y-A-R-D, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of 3-day passes to the Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival, July 17th through the 19th at the Ohio State Reformatory. Get tickets at incarceration.com. It's all from Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival 2026 and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff D. Lowe coming up of Barstool in about 20 minutes. It is Nate Shieldhouse Day. A lot of going on here. So we've got Jeff D. Lowe. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Jose Ramirez extension. Obviously, we got a head coaching situation elsewhere in the AFC North to get to. And then, of course, coming up at 4, Daniel Oyefusi will be joining us as well of ESPN. But as it is Nate Shieldhouse Day, we've been wondering, when was the plane going to touch down in Los Angeles? When was the conversation going to happen, right? Pete Schrager, just about 20 minutes ago, sending out a tweet saying, Nate Shieldhouse, the passing game coordinator of the Rams, is currently in the midst of a lengthy in-person meeting/interview with Browns brass in L.A., and then he mentioned all of his many accomplishments or kind of facts about him, including that he was all Big Ten quarterback at Illinois. So we are in the midst of it.
I guess it's happening.
So this is what I've watched a couple of movies on like the Bay of Pigs or like the Cold War, and they're in the middle of it, and
easy
they're like
comps with this and that.
They're like
easy comps.
They're waiting. They're like, we know what's going on. There's an airstrike. There's a surgical airstrike going on somewhere over yonder. We're just waiting to hear how it went. That's basically what's going on right now.
If they don't end the meeting with a deal in place, how do we feel about that?
I think that'll be the most interesting thing. Because I think
the Browns brass is on the plane and no deal's done.
I think there's been a lot of credit from different sects of whether it's Browns Twitter or Browns media to the Browns search of they're running in a this very thorough search, and all the people involved get to have their 5 minutes with whatever candidate it is.
Mm-hmm.
If Shieldhouse either pulls out of this job, or if Shieldhouse doesn't get an offer, they let him leave the room, as it were.
Yeah.
And this lingers a couple days in, I think there will be full-fledged panic on the streets of Cleveland.
Well, then I think people panic because then they think it's going to Schwartz.
I don't know. That's probably the right read, by the way.
That's why people panic.
So maybe we just pivot to Schwartz.
Well, it doesn't mean they will go with Schwartz, but I think that would be the instant panic move, is people then thinking, all right, I guess Shieldhouse isn't it? Now we're going to Schwartz. Because it's a little odd if they left the room without some sort of agreement. I'm expecting during this show for the interview to be done. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the interview. Is there a time limit on this interview? I know there is for first-round interviews.
I don't think so.
Is there a time limit on second round?
I don't think so, because I remember the Stefanski interview with the Giants technically started with dinner and then held over to the next day.
Oh, that's right. The Harbaugh interview started with a Jackson Dart 2-hour interview, and then they took him to dinner, and they did everything like that. They might do dinner with Shieldhouse then. They might do all this. This might... Jeez, Jake Volnick might be the one that gets us tonight.
We can't have that.
We can't have that.
No. We
Come
want
on,
that
Browns.
for our guy.
Get this together.
He's done a good job at night. Now, this being said, obviously...
I like how we ended with you're like, yeah, all right, give it to Jake. And I'm like, no, we can't have that.
Wait till tomorrow at 1:59.
If you don't do it today, it's got to be tomorrow during 2 to 7. It is what it is.
But I do think... And at some point yesterday, I did tap out on social media during the game because it was just too many woulda, coulda, shouldas from the Browns' perspective of you should have hired Mike Vrabel and even the Sam Darnold thing from whether it's the 2018 class or even last offseason. There were just so many woulda, coulda, shouldas, and I don't know. I just am not there.
So the Sam Darnold one is the one that's bothering me because, the Vrabel one bothers me for some of the same reasons. Like Vrabel was not coming to the Browns. We just have to get that through our heads. We can stop bringing up that he was in the building. He wasn't coming here. His whole plan the entire time was to try to get back to New England. But with Darnold, people act like if he had gone to the Browns, it would have ended any differently than what it did with the Jets. And I just don't think that's true. Like, what happened with the Jets probably would have been something, it was more stable here. It was a better situation. He probably would have turned into Baker Mayfield, and then after 4 years, it would have been what it was. I don't think Sam Darnold was going to be the guy you saw yesterday if he was here in Cleveland for the first 4 years of his career.
I just think it's interesting with Darnold that, I mean, as late or as recent as like last year's playoffs in Minnesota or in the regular season, like the man lit up the NFL with, 13, 14 wins for Minnesota, big passing numbers, and like week 17 on the broadcast. That the broadcasters being like, ooh, he's just not confident. He's just not this. He's just not that. And basically doubting that what you saw was real.
Well, everyone put it to Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. And Jordan Addison.
All those
Kevin
guys.
O'Connell.
Yeah.
And it's
everyone else got credit but Sam Darnold.
And so it's interesting. I tend to believe that anybody but Baker Mayfield was just not suited for this. And in a way, they chose the quarterback with, of those, the four quarterbacks that actually made it, the guy with the lowest ceiling. But the guy that I think was maybe the only guy, Josh Allen walking in here was the rawest quarterback we've seen. Lamar was also incredibly raw. They wouldn't have had a chance.
How do I for years tell people Josh Allen wouldn't have worked if he came to the Browns because we wouldn't have been patient enough, but then turn around and be like, oh, but Sam Darnold would have?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have worked.
Yeah. And here's one more thing. Sam is such an anomaly to me because I watched him. Obviously, everybody watched him with the Jets if you watch enough football, but I watched him up close in Carolina. And I was like, I saw in practice, like he is gifted physically with that arm, his ability. Like,
oh, so you
his
left
ability to move.
practices being like, this guy does have it.
He's got it physically. The problem is he didn't have it between the eyes.
Yeah.
And it is so rare that this happens. A guy that has every trait physically but just doesn't have it between the ears, it almost never, the light never comes on. And I know, like, we can go through all the different guys who've resurrected their careers. Sam Darnold's really the first guy that I can think of that it was like, oh, he's scared to play football. And somewhere along the way, whether it was San Francisco, whether it was in Minnesota, or even now Seattle, whatever 3-year launch pad this has been to him, not just being good, but really good. Guys, I will say right now, because we don't get enough of this in media, I cannot believe how good Sam Darnold was yesterday and how good he's been the last 2 years. Because he was lost in the sauce between the ears. And he found it.
Well, I mean, in many ways, it's almost like how we saw Deshaun, right? Every practice we went to with Deshaun, when he first got here, it was like, oh, my gosh. Like, I remember thinking, like, he makes Jacoby Brissett look like he's playing a different sport out there. And then you get him on the actual field, and it's night and day. Yeah. And, like, if you're lost mentally, you just don't have a chance. So that's an interesting perspective on it. I feel like what was so fascinating to me about yesterday's game is the Seahawks had not become dependent on Sam Darnold in any sort of way. You know, he threw 17 passes in the 49ers game. I think he threw for like 125 total yards in that game. Like, they didn't win that game because of anything Sam Darnold was doing, but yesterday they won that game because of what Sam Darnold was doing.
I will say, as a guy who called Sam a slappy in Carolina, as a guy who, like, last year when we were talking about could they sign Sam Darnold, this were the two prongs of that conversation where they probably can't afford him. Coming off Minnesota. And I joked that I was like, why is it that every quarterback I've made fun of ends up playing for the team that I am covering? It happened in Carolina with Teddy Bridgewater. It certainly happened with Sam Darnold in Carolina.
Carolina's gotten a lot of quarterbacks that you've gotten to see. It was like right before they explode in the reclamation project.
And then I left right before Baker got there. But Sam just earned a fan. I'm so happy. I don't know Sam at all. I'm so happy for how he looked yesterday. And maybe it's process of elimination. I will never root for Boston to win anything because those people are violent and crazy.
They're violent.
They're just
what?
Just ridiculous people. And I'm glad we get to talk to Jeff Lowe, who's not violent and crazy, but he has to work with violent and crazy people every day. I'll just never root for Boston to win anything ever again. There's just a embarrassing sports town, snobby and rude and arrogant. So maybe it's process.
Don't hold back now.
No. Wait, have I mentioned that I just don't like them personally? But I'd take a job there.
What happened when Ted Williams was alive? Did he like punch you in the face or something? What happened?
I think just the arrogance of Boston fans.
Okay.
But I did go to Fenway once. It was very lovely.
It's a nice time.
Other than like the fact it's a dilapidated
their
building.
chairs are so tiny. I wonder how you would do with that.
Well, we got a little Crisco. Just put it on my side.
And just lathered yourself up.
Yeah. Physics really is a wonderful thing.
Lather yourself up in the hot dog.
We call that the Taft.
Yeah.
Gave me the old Taft in the tub. Now, that being said, I really want Sam Darnold to win this. This is really cool. This is really, really cool.
He's been great, but it's such a weird story because so part of me is like, well, wait, did it just take him to the fifth team to figure out the right situation, or is there an actual development that happened here? Like, where's the crossroads of the Jets sucked and we're never going to be able to do this properly, which is where a lot of people fall in when they get drafted into a team that just doesn't work out. That's the environment side of this equation versus how much did he just actually get a million times better?
I think the humans stopped caring about what people thought of him. I think somewhere in the and it still was a factor last year, but at some point, just stopped letting the pressure get to him. I don't know what that change was, but yesterday, that was an incredible game.
Because even last year in the postseason game, it was him seeing ghost and him looking afraid and him looking scared and way different than he did in the final week of the season and the playoff game than he did the entire regular season last year.
100%. As of I want to say it was October. Somebody mentioned that Sam Darnold might be a trade candidate this offseason when he was still playing well, by the way, in Seattle. I think it wasn't Solak, but it was somebody at ESPN. But I just think it was at some point he stopped caring about what people said. Because that game yesterday, that's a kind of game where Sam folds 9 times out of 10 in every other time I've ever watched him.
And that was the biggest game of his life, and that was arguably the best game he's ever played.
And not just that. Listen, the Rams lost because of the special teams, problem.
Yeah, the snafu. Yeah,
if that play just doesn't happen, the Rams actually do win that game.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have lost it because of Sam though. He was flawless. That is as good as you can play.
That's
as a quarterback.
I said. The quarterbacks in general both were awesome yesterday. Yeah. Stafford played a great game. Darnold played again. I really do believe that's the best game Sam Darnold's ever played. If you factor in what was at stake, it's not even close. It's 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers. It's an incredible game.
Now, we should not be playing woulda, coulda, shoulda with Vrabel or Sam Darnold from 2018. We could do if the Browns just open up cap space last offseason and sign Sam Darnold, is Kevin Stefanski still employed? I think the answer, this Sam Darnold, absolutely. This Sam Darnold with the Browns defense, you're in the AFC title game.
We still don't have an offense for him, though. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigbo, they have all these different pieces on that team. Yeah. Yeah, what am I missing? Yeah, good old Jerry Jeudy.
You've seen Cedric Tillman play. What are you talking about?
I know. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. Is I've seen Cedric Tillman play.
Isaiah Bond?
Yeah, I can't believe it. Can't believe it.
He's basically Texas's version of JSN.
Yeah, is that how that's how people look at it, right?
Yeah, same guy.
It's such a joke though. I hate that that's the reality, but the reality is that he wouldn't have worked the first time around here. He wouldn't have worked even if we did it last year. We're just Stefanski is just not. It wouldn't have worked, and that's okay. That's fine. He landed in a good spot.
So deflated. It wouldn't have worked.
What's true?
That's how I tell my kids, hey.
Wouldn't have worked.
Hey, you didn't make the varsity team.
Yeah.
But you tried. Right?
That was my softer voice.
Yeah.
My softer voice of being I'm going to let people down here, but we're going to do it. We're delivering it in a nice way. I'm sorry. It wouldn't have worked.
Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool, not mean and violent. He'll join us talking about the Browns, Nate Scheelhaus. Get into that Jose extension as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement.
segments all week long. 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, it is Nate Shieldhouse Day. I do love the many framings of this as, if Nate Shieldhouse can really impress it, if he can prove to the Browns that he's the leader they need in this interview today, he's the guy, he could really have a chance. Yes, that sounds about right.
Yeah, just don't vomit during the interview, and I think you'll be fine.
How about a 10-hour interview? How do you prove leadership?
No, I think it's just all about...
You know me. Do you order first, or do you let the whole table lead first, but you make the decision?
Harbaugh gave it to the Mara family first. He said they get to order first, and that's how that went down. And so
Never
I think
win another Super Bowl
I think
again.
you defer to Haslam, but you definitely order before Andrew Berry.
Oh no.
Power play.
I think you look J.W. Johnson right in the eyes while you're ordering.
You remind him he's not the one with the money.
And just be like,
not yet at least.
Who will inherit this franchise? Shieldhouse will inherit this franchise. You gotta call yourself third person too.
Naturally,
everyone knows.
Everyone loves that.
Now to talk about Nate Shieldhouse, Jim Schwartz, the Browns, Jose Ramirez. I'm just saying things that are in Cleveland now. The stamp thing. We head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And welcome on a Barstool and Project Big Screen, Jeff D. Lowe. Jeff, welcome to the show, bud.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
So we're doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well. So I'm saying that if Nate Shieldhouse wants to be my head coach, when they're at the steakhouse in a little bit here, he's really got to have an active dominance. I will order what I want first. JP likes a little bit more of a
You defer to Haslam. You defer to Haslam, and then but you make sure you jump Andrew Berry in the process.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you don't order what Haslam orders. Like that feels like a problem. Like you just got to make sure you're not copying. It's like that. I just watch The Office. That seems in The Office where they all order exactly what Robert California orders. You can't be doing that. You got to make sure you have a unique order from at least Haslam.
I say you look him right in the eyes and just say, "I'm young. You're not. I'll take 3 steaks," and then you eat every steak. I could eat 3 steaks right in front of Jimmy Haslam.
Is that what's like the young person's what's like the young whiz kid thing to order?
Oh, it's going to piss me off when you say it.
It's going to be something with kale, I would imagine.
Something with like some freeze dried thing that comes out. Yeah, some like compound, something different. Definitely something like that.
You talk about beta, it would be Shieldhouse being like, I got to watch my figure. I'll take the light dressing, maybe some kale. We'll be all right.
Yeah. Excuse me, guys. I'm intermittent fasting. I'm not eating right now.
Yeah. round of Brussels sprouts for the table, please.
Can I get some lemon water, extra lemon? That's all I'll take today, guys.
And he goes, that's how we do it in California with a wink.
All right, I've amused myself enough here. Jeff, how did you take Grant Udinski pulling out of the Browns interview process? Did you take it like many did, that it was just, I guess it means Shieldhouse will be the guy?
Yeah, I think, as I heard you guys were saying earlier, and I agree, but with the caveat of, I'm curious if you agree with my counter. Like, I think if you were someone pretending that, obviously it's been Shieldhouse since last week, bluntly, I think that's probably, unless you're really packed in, that's probably pretty disingenuous, which, not to dump on all of Cleveland sports reporting, but I don't think many were tapped in or are tapped in right now to this. But I think you can have a hindsight oh, okay, it's pretty clear it was Shieldhouse. I don't think I was denying it last week, but you kind of saw the tea leaves and you're like, I was like, I think they're waiting to, they got obviously the Rooney Rule thing they got to tie up. They want to cover their bases. It's going to come down to the two of them. Now, kind of looking back on it, you're like, oh, Udinski, I would assume, got word that it wasn't going to be him. And, maybe that's they're zeroed in on it. I know we saw the tweet. I know you guys referenced the Mary Kay tweet, which not the most mysterious tweet I've ever read in my life. Pretty straightforward A to Z, what she's trying to say. So, yeah, I think in hindsight, it seems like it's the case, and I was good with either of them, so I can't complain. As long as he signs. A lot of assumptions right now, but I'm pretty happy with either of them. I wanted the young offensive guy, so.
Oh, so when you said either of them, it was either Udinski or Shieldhouse then. But, like, the goal is you just want young offensive coach.
Yeah, and I guess I just saw a tweet, which I kind of forgot about. I forgot that Shieldhouse was almost Liam Cohen's offensive coordinator in Jacksonville, and he stayed. So, I mean, there's plenty of stuff. There's a lot of good things I watched on both. Like, I'm not going to pretend I didn't like Udinski either. Like, I was convinced on both guys the way both are talked about in pretty glowingly ways from everyone they've worked with. Like I know there's that little ESPN snippet that's been going around about all the guys who've, drawn up plays for McVay, whether it's Liam Cohen, Zach Robinson, now it's Shieldhouse. Like I've liked what I've seen from both of them. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know if either going to be a success, but if this is the route you take when hiring a coach right now, I mean, this is what happened. It's what the Rams do with McVay. It's like, it is a roll of the dice. So, I think as long as you can swallow that and accept that, I'm pretty pleased with it.
All right, Shedeur Sanders is a Pro Bowler. Is that pretty much assures he's a starter in 2026? Yes, Jeff?
I can't tell you how little interest or time I have in this today. Like, I saw this news, and I was like, literally anything else right now. I'll talk about anything. I was like, are you kidding me? I want to, like, mildly feel bad for, like, him because – like, this is just, it's all it's going to do is just make him get clowned more and, like, bring more heat on him. I mean, like, whatever. I don't even know at this point. Like, I still kind of think Barry can't fully afford to do that. But I also kind of think at the same time, like, he definitely has a longer leash than I think maybe people thought he would have had going into this. Because if you hire that super, super young guy, you don't give, unless they trade for like Joe Burrow, which obviously is not going to happen. Like, what's the best they're going to have? Like Malik Willis? Like, I think there's a little bit of a leash there, but I just don't know how they run it back with just Shedeur. So no, I will say I'm not guaranteeing him as a starter next year. Not yet.
Give me the quarterback room then. Yeah, give me the quarterback room because if it's right now it's Shedeur versus Deshaun Watson essentially. Are we drafting somebody or are we going and trading and throwing someone like Malik Willis, for instance, into the mix?
I think they're going to try. I think they're going to take a flyer project. I think they tried it this year, obviously with Pickett. It did not work out the way they wanted it to. I think you're looking at Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl. You looked at what Daniel Jones did until he got hurt. I think it'd be foolish to not do that. Some sort of reclamation project or, give Malik Willis. I guess that's what Malik Willis is. Give Malik Willis a try. Then I have assumed because the quarterback class is so mid-round heavy this year, I assume they take a flyer on someone in like round 3 or 4. Because like, at this point, I view this next season. This is just so sad, but it's so pathetic. You have, 4-12 in the Super Bowl now. And I'm sitting here being like, hey, next year's a bridge year. I've accepted it. It's the Super Bowl's not even happening yet. I'm already like, yep, next year's lost. But that's like, I think the realistic thing to do here. So I would hope and assume that they just throw a bunch of guys at the wall because, hey, maybe something does stick. And maybe the guy plays okay. And you have this elite defense, which should be even healthier than they were this year. Maybe they win some games. I don't know. But I assume it's probably a pretty full room, but probably one of less Gabriel or Sanders, and I'd assume it's probably minus Gabriel.
Jeff D. Lowe on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline of Barstool and Project Big Screen. Jose Ramirez signing a second contract extension with the Cleveland Guardians. That means he will be a Guardian basically for life here for the rest of his playing career. How are we feeling about this? Are you going to be the guy that comes out and craps on it?
I saw those comps to like Miggy, right? Like, oh, Miggy was such a disaster at the end of his career. I think that's like, man, there's a lot of reasons to be pretty cynical as a fan of the Cleveland baseball team, but I think that's just taking it one level too far. I'll be cynical. I mean, you want to find a match made in heaven more than a guy who apparently hates money and a team that hates spending money. I mean, that is talk about unbelievable. These two found each other. This is the elite Hall of Fame level player who doesn't care about getting crazy money in an organization that doesn't want to spend. But I'm glad they went for it. It's a guy you got to keep. I just don't know what they're doing or what they want to do. I mean, I know they have guys in the pipeline. You got Bazana, you got DeLauder maybe become something this year. But that's like, I mean, I feel like it's a broken record at this point. You're just kind of saying that every year. I feel like I said the same exact thing last year. And then what did we get, right? Like a fun comeback that only people in Cleveland will remember in maybe 5 years. So, I mean, look, you locked the guy up. So I'm not going to hate on that. I'm not going to say that it's like, oh, this will be doom and gloom in his final 3 years of the contract. Like, it's a no-brainer. It's better than them trading him, which I assume most people thought would happen, like 3 years ago. So I'll take it.
Are you concerned about the Cavs at all?
I'm not allowing myself to be. I set a deadline of right around All-Star break-ish to be like, okay, like let's maybe worry a little bit. Obviously, they still haven't fully put it together with health. Tyson coming on strong is great. Like, that's awesome. But it's a bummer that he's coming on strong to a team that's, like, kind of clinging on. But they're, for as bad and for as, I'll use the word doom and gloom again, for as bad as this all is, like, they're kind of just hovering around there. You know, I'm not saying they're going to be the Pacers and they're going to do what the Pacers did, but, you know, this is that exact same thought from last year that I had at the end of the year. I'm like, look, I'm not going to over-celebrate or over-panic if this team isn't elite the entire year. Because all that clearly matters, for the most part, is getting hot at the right time. And so I'm going to give them some more time. They know how to win during the regular season. I think they can put it together. And they just got to find that gear for April and May and June. So as long as they get in and they're not, you know, like a joke of a team that skates or has to, you know, claw their way through the play-in, I think I'd be feeling like, okay, maybe they find some magic in the playoffs. So no, I'm not panicking yet because I said I wouldn't. I'm trying to worry about other things than panic on them quite yet.
Jeff, I do want to know, you work for Barstool, very heavy Boston contingent there. How are we feeling at the prospect of another Boston championship, as you yourself are not a big Boston fan?
Yeah, so this is the one interesting thing about the Patriots with me, and I'm curious if you guys would agree with this. I don't share the same Patriots hate that others do because I put this in air quotes, am lucky enough to not have had my team tormented by the Patriots because we stunk. So I don't really despise them. Do I want to see a city continue to win tons of championships? No, I'd rather it be my own. But like over the years, like I've grown to dislike the Celtics more than the Patriots because that's who the Cavs play. Like the Patriots have no meaning to me. The Browns haven't even sniffing the Patriots. So I'm not as bothered by it as some. And like, I would love to have a schedule people view easy. I'd love to play Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game. That'd be unbelievable. I'll take that any day of the week. So no, I don't hate him like some people do. That's for sure.
All right, Jeff, I don't remember what movie it was. Last time I told you about a movie I watched, and I think we were in disagreement. But again,
Was it Marty Supreme?
I want to watch that, though, because I told you I'm a big Chalamet guy. I want to watch that one really bad.
He's a nerdy little white guy, and he's good at
playing
good
ping
at
pong. Like, I'm into that. I like that. That's good. I saw Twinless. Well, I saw a couple movies over this weekend, but Twinless.
Oh, Twinless, that's kind of a sneaky one. People really like Twinless.
I loved it. I thought it was great. Am I crazy for that thought?
No. That's like a sneak. If you watch a lot of people's kind of top 30s, top 20s of the year, that one's kind of slid its way in for many people. I enjoyed that movie, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because the Springsteen one was not very good. Didn't care for that one. It was like the first hour was strong.
I'm a huge Bruce fan. That is, my dad, you know, my Aurora-born father and I, Brown, Springsteen, and I'll tell you what, that Springsteen movie goes right in the bin with Draft Day. That is not touching Major League on any shelf.
What happened? And then the girl that he's dating in the front of it is just like a composite. Like she's just made up of like three girls. It felt like they wanted a Springsteen movie and didn't have anything interesting around Springsteen to make the movie with.
Yeah, no, it was to sell his because his catalog just got sold.
Yeah, and I hate that. Why are we doing this with biopics where everything is just like you're just trying to bump up the catalog?
There's a problem with a lot of movies that they seem to want to have too many, like, I guess either problems or issues or antagonists. Like that was one that was so wholly unnecessary. Like it's about his depression. It's about his relationship with his father. Like that's enough. That you don't need the fake composite girlfriend. There's actually, did you guys see F1 this year? Got a Best Picture nomination the other day.
I did. Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah.
I loved F1.
It was good.
And there's great conflict in F1 between the two drivers. And then they threw this caricature, goofy cartoon Looney Tunes villain, like British guy in there.
Yeah.
And it's the most unnecessary. It's like Rachel Phelps for Major League, and you're like, why is this guy? Like, we have enough conflict. We don't need this doofus in this movie. It's just overstuffing. It's like overstuffing your movie. It's exactly what happened with Frank. The Springsteen movie was such a disappointment. My God.
Jeff, great stuff, buddy. Always appreciate you. We'll catch up down the line.
Maybe we'll have a head coach next time, too.
Well, we'll see. You know what?
Could happen any minute.
This is an exhaustive search, and I don't think any of us are exhausted enough yet. Jeff D. Lowe there of Barstool on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I wanted to talk to him about the movie The Perfect Storm because I wanted to see if he had seen it.
The one from 2000?
Yeah, it's awful. I finally just turned it on.
Why?
I was looking
we don't
for
need
some
we don't need current day movies. We need ones from 25 years ago.
I've never seen it, and I remember it coming out when I was a kid, and I don't remember the reaction, so I put it on. And it was just not any good.
Yeah,
it's just
I would imagine
great
so.
cast, one of the best casts you could possibly have, and just a putrid movie.
You ever have a weekend like that though, where you had like Twin Wiz? Twin Wiz was great, fantastic, and then the Springsteen movie just brought everything down.
Yeah,
it was just an absolute stinker movie. We watched the Rock movie after that one, the UFC one, with Mark Kerr, the guy that was basically one of the first people in UFC.
Yeah,
that was better. Still not great, but better.
I do like the idea that it was like, all right, we found out The Rock can act, but nobody really wants to acknowledge it. Go back to blowing up buildings, please.
There are scenes where it seems like the prosthetics are really good, and you're like, wow, I don't even know it's The Rock. And then there's other scenes where it's like they didn't even try during the shoot. It's so clearly.
That's called
reshoots. Did The Rock just walk in? Is that what happened?
216-474-0092. I don't know why I threw the number out there. However, Jose Ramirez, staying in Cleveland. Again, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram. I own a Ram. And you know what? My drive.
is credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
I saw those comps to like Miggy, right? Oh, Miggy was such a disaster at the end of his career. I think that's like, man, there's a lot of reasons to be pretty cynical as a fan of the Cleveland baseball team, but I think that's just taking it one level too far. I'm glad they went for it. It's a guy you got to keep. I just don't know what they're doing or what they want to do. I mean, I know they have guys in the pipeline. You got Bazzani, you got Lauder maybe become something this year. But that's like, I feel like it's a broken record at this point. You're just kind of saying that every year. I feel like I said the same exact thing last year. And then what do we get, right? Like a fun comeback that only people in Cleveland will remember in maybe 5 years. So, I mean, look, you locked the guy up. So I'm not going to hate on that. I'm not going to say that it's like, oh, this will be doom and gloom in his final 3 years of the contract. Like, it's a no-brainer.
That was Jeff D. Lowe talking about Jose Ramirez's contract extension. It's a new deal worth $175 million, some deferred money there as well. And it's just been interesting. Like, obviously today is about Nate Scheelhaus, and we'll get to, at some point we are expecting some sort of information, but also might not hire him, so I'm on Scheelhaus watch. But this Jose thing, there's so few things that as a Cleveland Guardians fan you just get to feel great about. The team and the player saying, we know how these contracts age, but let's go ahead and lock you down for the rest of your career, basically. That made me incredibly happy. I think this one just revel in.
Yeah, it's just an easy one to root for. It'd be shocking if either one of us are like, oh no, I'm so scared about this. Like, no. Even if it ends up in a Miggy contract or a Pujols in Los Angeles type contract, perfectly fine with age 37, 38 just being whatever if that's how it ends up.
I mean, I think the real danger with Jose is the real danger with anybody of any age is once you get past like 32 in baseball is injuries. But, I mean, listen, I don't think he's playing third base the rest of the way. I think at some point he's really short for first base. So I'd be really shocked if we saw him at first base. But could I see him back in left field again? Could I see him at DH? I just think Jose Ramirez means so much to Guardians fan base, and I do think, there's a window here, and I've been told by a couple different people, when Blitzer takes over, and I think it's probably somewhere in the 2027 range, when Blitzer takes over, that he's going to spend more money. I don't know how much more money that is.
Seems impossible not to spend more money.
It does, especially now where Harrison Bader on a 2-year, $21 million deal doesn't get to Cleveland, but he went to San Francisco. But no, I mean, I think I just don't give a rip about losing this deal. I
don't think you can, because I think the idea that even if you get the next 3 years or whatever it ends up being, because you paid him such peanuts relative to what he's cost anyway, you win the deal.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Like, I understand why a team like Detroit, the Miggy thing was like a 10-year deal. There were other parts of it. He also really started enjoying food and having off-the-field issues during that stretch.
They also just perpetually sucked in that stretch, too, yes. And so it made it a lot easier because it kind of like gave the fans something to root for and some milestones to kind of go for, and it was like nothing else was interesting about Tigers baseball.
I mean, I look at this and think the next 5 years are going to determine whether Jose's just a Hall of Famer or whether he's looked at as one of the 5 best 10 to 5, or 5 to 10 rather, that's how we do this, 5 to 10 best third baseman ever. He's already on the cusp of a lot of stats of being a top 10, top 15 third baseman.
Yeah.
5 more years, and that's very aggressive. 3 more years, like his last 3 years, and then a couple more nice seasons at the end, like just conservative 2-WAR type seasons. That's where Jose's going to be.
Well, I mean, he just finished top 3 in MVP this last year. Like, I mean, he's still putting up. He put up better numbers, last year than he did this year. And this year, he finished top 3 in MVP.
You and I both know if he had played in the Yankees, he's got at least 1 MVP by now.
I know, and so really, what's sad about this is that in not really even in appreciating Jose, I kept thinking about Lindor. When the two of them were playing at their peak here, I was a Lindor guy more than I was a J-Ram guy, and it was very easy at that point to be a Lindor guy, obviously. But I was, and like these are the type of decisions and actions to stay here, take less money, do all that, where it's not even, you don't even think twice about it. Like, it's now J-Ram is the best player I've ever seen in Cleveland, and J-Ram will be the best player I've ever seen in Cleveland until, I don't know, the day I die. Like, it just put himself in a rarefied air that, like, you think about Lindor and everything that he gave up in chasing money. There's an appreciation there with Jose for doing that.
Well, and I think I've just seen so many, and I never, like, the only player I ever really held it against for leaving was Albert Bell, because he was the first one when I was really cognizant of being a baseball fan. But from there, in losing, Matt Williams deciding after 1 year to ask for a trade to move home to Arizona.
The Tommy to Philly thing didn't bother you?
No. Not even the lie where it seemed like he was going to come back and then, or what people have said is a lie. The Manny thing to Boston. Those things bugged me because they went to teams that always got the good players, but I wasn't mad at the player. CeCe, Cliff Lee, all these things.
They define
even Frankie.
it. But Manny and CeCe are great to talk about in this because Manny is perceived nationally as a Red Sox, and then CeCe is perceived nationally as a Yankee. And like when Lindor's done, he's going to be perceived as a Met. And so, like, been staying with your team for the entire stretch like this, obviously, you only got one team that you're associated with, but, like, it stamps down what you mean to the city, what you mean to the fan base and everything else.
Well, and I think that's where I'm at. It's like I wasn't furious at those players for doing what the economics of baseball says. It doesn't mean a hell of a lot more that Jose, who would have either been a Blue Jay or a Padre 3 years ago, if he doesn't agree to take the ultimate hometown discount, it just means more with him. And I don't know what any player can do, especially, if Jose ever wins a World Series here, because I don't give a rip about MVP. It'd be nice for him. I want that for him, but I don't need that for me.
Yeah.
But if Jose wins a World Series here, and if we get on the post work stoppage and the Guardians put together a run, even if he's the fourth best player, I won't give a rip. To me, it'll just be, all right, good luck finding a Cleveland baseball player in history that'll ever mean as much as Jose Ramirez does.
When he does with stuff like this, though, it really sets up, like, after, when he's done playing, if he wants to be right in the dugout for every single game and be a bench coach or something like that, or first base coach or third base coach, great, congratulations, you can do that. If you want to be an ambassador that just gets paid money to sit there every single year and go to a select amount of games and shake people's hands, great, fantastic, you get to do that. Like, the fan base is so appreciative of this, but the organization has to then follow up with the correct acknowledgments, which we know they will.
Now, I also don't buy anybody that isn't you or me saying if that contract...
Why are we excluded from this?
Because I think you and I are pretty out front about this. Like, no matter what happens...
got no reason to do anything but tell you the truth on it. Like,
also, he's going to be here till 2032, guys. There's a chance that the contract ages poorly.
There's an extreme chance it ages poorly. In fact,
at least expected, 2 of the years.
It's expected to age poorly.
Yes.
When you give this deal out this way, it's expected to not end up looking great.
But there will be half of the people saying and exalting this move today, half of them, especially in the media, the second that guy hits 230 with 6 home runs in a season, will turn on Jose.
Yeah, there can be a corpse out there at DH. I don't really care. I'm just going to be happy to see him.
I don't think I have to hold you to this because I think you're right on this. But there are going to be people who, because of how money works in Cleveland, the second he's not living up to it, oh boy, people are going to – maybe I'm just too jaded by Twitter. There will be people who say things that they just shouldn't say.
I hope not. I hope you're wrong about that because I feel like there's always people for everything, right? But I feel like he has done enough and he's built up enough in the if it starts going downhill at 36, 37, we got to have the right mindset on that.
216.
But now I'm turning into everyone I made fun of with Miggy in Detroit. I mean, they got ridiculous for milestones, and they were like that was the only reason to celebrate. And I know I'm going to be the exact same way. I'm going to become everything I mocked.
The difference
and that's
is,
fine. I'm okay with that.
The difference is,
I'm all right with that.
Even if you don't think the Guardians are a well-run organization, I tend to think they are. I actually think it's miraculous how much they win when they don't spend, and that's not an Antonetti and Chernoff decision. So they make chicken salad out of chicken scratch, but I think they're going to win enough that even if Jose, I think that'll be what's really interesting. If the Guardians are winning,
yeah, that's a good problem.
But Jose, if those last couple of years we're kind of pushing it across the finish line, it'll be interesting to see how people feel about that.
And that's a good problem to have, instead of like where Detroit, where it was just a struggle. But no, I mean, Will I at one point be like, all right, maybe he only plays on Sundays as a starter? Yeah, okay, maybe we're open to that logic. But I'll just always appreciate him being out there.
Just DH the man. He's just be a hell of a DH. 216-474-0092, because we're used to DHs who can't hit, right? He's a designated hitter. Nope, he's just designated. Jose Ramirez's contract. We'll ask you guys, where does Jose just catapult to in the pantheon of Cleveland players, given that he signed a second long-term contract here? And do you care if this contract ages poorly? That's enough questions. Daniel Oyefusi on Nate Shieldhouse Day. ESPN's Browns beat reporter joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk about Shieldhouse or Schwartz on 92.3 The Fan.
station will remain open and full of supplies to keep your pigskin pantry stocked.
It's that playoff atmosphere right here, boy.
Hear the games this weekend. Touchdown! And get the latest news all week.
It's playoff football. We'll take it one at a time from here.
It's just football.
Rely on the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We're going to get to Daniel Oyefusi here in just a short bit, but missed a moment in our show. Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster. Interesting note, and Nugget just tweeted out by Mary Kay Cabot, saying all of the Browns' second interviews have been lengthy, some as long as 7 hours.
Okay, good. That's why they blocked them out for each day. They get to do the whole dinner thing, all of it. It's fine.
I just think what's interesting is how the Browns' ordering of this and who their favorites were are built over the Zooms. I know this has changed because of the way technology has allowed us to change, but I distinctly remember first round, second round, third round. So the first round was informal. The second round is where you kind of did a deeper dive, and then the third round, final 3 candidates, that was more of the coronation ball, as it were.
Yeah, it's changed. It's changed in an interesting way. By the way, this Tone Diggs, who's on Pat McAfee's show, he said Shula and Shieldhouse, the interviews in Pittsburgh, were underwhelming.
Ooh.
Which I think is really interesting.
What? How?
I have no other context.
Now I need to know.
I wish I had more context. He says they were underwhelming, and so I mean maybe Shieldhouse isn't as great at this as we all thought. I don't know.
Or maybe
it might throw a wrinkle into today.
Maybe they said the wrong thing.
What do you mean?
Well, it's clear that the Steelers don't think they have to rebuild. Are we working to get Daniel Oyefusi, by the way?
Yeah, he was calling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. I just didn't see it over there. But so it's clear Mike McCarthy went there so he can try and win and keep trying to win off the thing that they're doing, right?
Well, so
maybe Shieldhouse and Shula just went and was like, you have no business trying to win?
Well, I think maybe Shieldhouse and Shula went in with the idea of, I don't know that we can win right away. We have to tear this thing down. We have to build this back up. You're spending too much money on the defensive side of the ball, and Art Rooney II is like, I don't have time for that.
Yeah, which is weird.
Mike McCarthy, come on down.
It's interesting that the Steelers have been lauded for their long-term decision-making in each of the last 3 hires. And it's not a guarantee that they're going to be wrong, but then going to a good coach, but a very short-term 5 to 7 year kind of hire.
Yeah, but I mean, Art Rooney II, he's different than what the 3 previous hires were. It spans 50 years. It's a long time.
But they all have the last name.
Yes, they do.
That's very similar.
Yes, they do.
But
same people, clearly.
It is Nate Shieldhouse Day. Will he be the Browns' next head coach? What happens with Jim Schwartz? To talk about all of it, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of ESPN, Daniel Oyefusi. Daniel, welcome to the show, sir.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
Well, great to have you here. So I guess we'll ask you, is it Shieldhouse's job to lose, or are we still in Shieldhouse versus Schwartz?
Yeah, it's a great question because, this has been a very deliberate, lengthy, drawn-out process, however you want to call it. I have been of the mindset that the Browns have wanted to pair an offensive-minded head coach with Jim Schwartz remaining in that defensive coordinator role. And I think the meeting's probably still going on right now. The interview's still probably going on right now in the Los Angeles area. But I think that, if the Browns would have it their way, they'd be able to name Shieldhouse their new head coach soon in, in the next, what is it, 24 hours or so. And then, start that process of keeping Schwartz in his role as well. But, this interview or this head coaching search has taken some turns and some loops with various candidates pulling out their name, and you can debate the semantics of it. Were some of them favorites for the job anyway or not? You can debate it either way, but that is the fact of the matter, and I think that's part of the reason why this process has drawn out. But I would say Shieldhouse is the favorite, whether by default or by choice, is kind of a matter of semantics now.
Why is it you think that Udinski pulled out?
That's a really good question. I mean, so, like I said, there's been a lot of speculation that it's because he was told that, maybe he's not the favorite. But at the same time, me personally, this is really just more informed opinion based off just some conversations I had. I was never really for certain that he was the favorite. And, conversely, I wasn't really convicted or confident that he really was going to take this job. There's a reason why it's taken this long to find a head coach. It is one of the lesser appealing openings, and that's why we've seen some of the more coveted openings get filled a little quicker. So I'm not really for certain that he was even going to take this job. I mean, in addition to the Schefter report that he pulled his name out, there was a additional report that he has a deal in place to return to the Jacksonville with a better contract. So we've all been through that kind of leverage play where you take the interview with one job that maybe you're not really convicted on, but you have that in your back pocket as a leverage play to sweeten the pot at your current spot. So I think it's a little bit of both. It's not black and white. It's not maybe that he wasn't the favorite or the Browns didn't like him, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have brought him in for a second interview. But at the same time, he might not have been a priority, and the Cleveland may not have been a priority for him either.
Daniel Oyefusi of ESPN on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. So you mentioned it's not one of the more attractive jobs out there, which I think is a fair statement. I know that there's a lot to that, meaning there's a lot of reasons you could look at this job and maybe look down. What do you think could be or has maybe held the job back the most in terms of their search with other candidates?
Well, I would say multiple things. I would say that the state of the offense, not only not having a bona fide starter in place to kind of build around, but the fact that you really are building this offense from the ground up with Andrew Berry this offseason. I think that has played a role. Like if you're an offensive-minded head coach, you'll take a job with, a Caleb Williams or a Drake May. But, you look at this quarterback room and, it might not be as desirable to an offensive-minded head coach. So, a little kind of just subplot to a lot of this is that you hear about the candidates that the team requests to interview, because the agents want that out there, that they requested and they're going to get these interviews, but you don't hear as much with in these back channels when the team maybe looks in to see, hey, if there's some interest, like we'd like to talk to you, and maybe sometimes they decline that interview. I think that this is again it's inferred opinion. I think that there are some candidates who the Browns showed some interest in through back channels, but it wasn't reciprocated, so the process didn't continue. And then you look at the fact that they have spoken very publicly about wanting to keep Jim Schwartz in some capacity. So I think that in a way you kind of handicap yourself and handcuff yourself, especially when this is a hiring cycle where the most the top candidates are really on the defensive side of the ball. You kind of handicap yourself when you say, well, we're probably going to lean offense anyway because we got to build up the offense and then we want to keep our DC. The pool starts to shrink a little bit with an already less appealing opening. So again, I think there's a reason why it's taken this long. Andrew Berry did, I believe he did want to take a very deliberate approach, get through all the interviews, as many interviews as possible that they wanted to take in and then make a decision. But there's no doubt that, the Browns were not a priority to some of these other candidates.
If it ends up being Scheelhaase, how much of a chance do you think they have in retaining Jim Schwartz?
Well, I would say this. I think that, the candidates that they would, getting this deep into the process, I think the candidates that, especially on the offensive side of the ball, that they were, that they would, be open to hiring. Like, I would think that that's kind of part of it. You're not mandating that the new head coach, keep Schwartz, but that's part of the conversations, and that's how you kind of maybe get to this point, saying like, hey, would you be open to it? We would like to keep this in place. We would like to keep the defense in place. So I think that he would, and he is a young coach, still just 35, 2 years of NFL experience, and there's some kind of, past references that you can look back to Sean McVay when he kept, I believe it was Wade Phillips, as a veteran DC who was able to really hone one side of the ball, and he was able to lean on for kind of that veteran coach assistants. So I think that he'd be open to it. I'm guessing, because I don't think that the Browns would go this far with candidates, knowing their priorities. Their priority was to build up this offense this offseason. The priority was to hopefully keep Jim Schwartz in this organization. I don't think that they would go this far with a candidate that, wasn't really open to that.
Daniel, I think anytime you're interviewing a candidate that officially becomes seen as the guy, a lot of people get maybe fixed on the idea of you can't let him leave the room. You can't let him leave the building. Obviously, the Browns went to see Nate Scheelhaase, but let's say this ends with no coronation. Let's say that they not just the interview ends, but by the end of this night, Nate Scheelhaase is not the head coach. Would that be the time to be concerned if you're a Browns fan?
I don't think so, because this whole process has been drawn out. Maybe they got to go back to Cleveland and deliberate on it a little bit, and maybe have some last conversations before hashing it out. But we have seen this trend. When the team gets their guy, even we saw it with the Ravens and Jesse Minter, they made sure that they got that deal handled pretty soon after. I think it was the morning after, that we heard that deal was being finalized. So again, I think one way or another we're going to hear, there's not too much deliberations to be had. They've interviewed all these guys to this point. They've been having conversations in the midst of it. And now it's just a matter of, picking your guy, and, both sides are interested. It should be fairly easy to hash out a deal, or the terms of a deal, the framework of it. So that's why I say, in the next 24 hours, I would expect, a deal in place, one way or another, or a decision to be made.
From start to finish, and it could really just be anything, but what has surprised you the most about the Browns' process through all this?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't know if anything, covering the Browns, I don't know if anything really surprised you at this point, when you hear about homework and, essays and stuff like that. I don't think anything should be a surprise. But honestly, I think it's maybe even been just like the perception, and maybe like the backlash, or maybe the fan perception of it. Throughout this entire process, I've been thinking back to, when Andrew Berry said that, some candidates that might be right for other teams wouldn't be right for the Browns. And I almost think of that as maybe he was like soft launching, the type of search that this would be. Like, this wasn't going to be one where like the top candidates lined up to take this job. And it maybe wasn't going to be one where the Browns, tried to get the big names, so to speak. Obviously they kind of looked into John Harbaugh. I don't think there was as much interest on Harbaugh's end and whatnot. So I think the process, the way it's played out, may have been a surprise. But again, when you're, one of the lesser appealing jobs, like, it might take a while to get your guy. You have to let some of those fall on place, some of the chairs, taken up before you may get your guy. And again, we're coming down to the expect that trade get filled pretty soon.
All right, one before we go, Daniel. Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft has the Browns drafting David Bailey, Texas Tech edge rusher at 6, and then Caden Proctor, tackle out of Alabama at 24. My partner is wide receiver and O-liner bust in the first round, specifically at 6 as well. What would your reaction be if David Bailey, Texas Tech edge rusher, was the pick for the Browns at 6?
I mean, he's a really good player. He's, arguably the best pass rusher in this draft class. But I think that, if you're a Browns fan, that you're happy to get a really good player at 6, but, you're even happier to get a really good offensive player at 6. And I think that that really has to be the priority, in the first round, especially at 6. If there's an offensive lineman or a wide receiver that the Browns do have that high of a grade on, I think you really have to prioritize, those positions in that side of the ball. And I think that that's what Andrew Berry would do. But at the same time, I did read that piece, and the thinking was, best player available. And, sometimes that does come into play where you just can't pass up a guy. I don't know if David Bailey is that guy, but sometimes that does happen. But I definitely say the priority is offense in the first round.
Another person agreeing with JP. Devastating to my ego. Daniel, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yep, anytime. Take care.
Daniel Oyefusi there of ESPN on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. I'm talking about where Nate Scheelhaus might be starting with the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan for my friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry.
phone and bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I have been of the mindset that the Browns have wanted to pair an offensive-minded head coach with Jim Schwartz remaining in that defensive coordinator role. And I think the meeting's probably still going on right now. The interview's still probably going on right now in the Los Angeles area. But I think that, if the Browns would have it their way, they'd be able to name Schillhouse their new head coach soon in, in the next, what is it, 24 hours or so. And then, start that process of keeping Schwartz in his role as well. But, this interview or this head coaching search has, taken some turns and some loops with, various candidates pulling out their name. And I would say Schillhouse is, the favorite, whether by default or, by choice is kind of a matter of semantics now.
Daniel Oyefusi of ESPN joining us in the previous segment. It is Nate Schillhouse Day. He gave the kind of write-up there. It's funny. Individually, you can pick apart McDaniel withdrawing from this job, Jesse Minter withdrawing from this job, Grant Udinski withdrawing from this job. I don't think the Browns have earned the benefit of the doubt that, this happens in every search, so it's not to be concerned with. This is how they intended the search to go. It doesn't mean that this hasn't always been where they wanted this thing to go, but I think there's a lot of people like, well, of course, Udinski got a raise in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
It's like he's also still in the Buffalo job. That's the second candidate to do that exact move. It's just interesting.
It's interesting. I think it's hysterical the amount of people that are. It was always going to be this way, and it's just like okay, guys. But I don't know. I listened to what Daniel was saying. I find it interesting, just the idea that with Schillhouse, he's going to be, I think, up against the 8 ball when it comes to winning fans over. But if they tell us this was their first thought the entire time, will fans buy into that? Like if they go up to that podium, they say, and I think they will, they'll say like it was always Schillhouse, like we identified him from the beginning, we went through a lengthy process or whatever it was, but like it always came back to him. We always kept thinking about him, and he was the guy that we wanted. Are fans going to buy that? Like, are they going to think that was reality for this Browns group?
Yeah. I think, and I don't think it's just fans. I think there's going to be people in the media who want that to be the truth, whether it is or not. I think we're at such a weird spot with this team where we got so close to breaking through, and then obviously the ass fell out of it with the Deshaun trade and the fallout from it, that I think we're back to where we were when we were selling ourselves on, it doesn't really matter that Pat Shurmur has the same agent as the GM and the president. They came about this search organically. I think there is. It goes back to the idea of desperation. I think we're all a little desperate right now. I don't know that there's anything they can say that's going to sell me on this. I'm talking about they. I'm not talking about Nate Schillhouse. I'm going to give him a chance. They're suspect to me. Like I saw a couple people, including my buddy Joe Lowell, who are talking about, the process doesn't always lead to perfect results and all that. And I do understand that. And I come off sometimes because I mock big data and stuff like that. The problem is the Browns have always talked a good game under Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. They've always pictured we're thought partners and we're this and we're that. And then it fell apart like every other thing I've ever seen falls apart. Mm-hmm. It was a classier falling apart. I don't think they hate each other the way I was certain that Hugh Jackson and John Dorsey never spoke again after he fired him. But I don't know. Okay, you only get credit for your process if in the end, at some point, it leads to results. And right now, the best the process of Haslam in general has gotten you is 6 years of okay-ish from Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, I'd want to know if when they were thinking about firing Kevin Stefanski, was it Schillhouse on that piece of paper? Everyone came up with their list of all the names, right? I would bet Dan Pitcher was on that piece of paper.
Mack?
Yeah.
Nate Schillhouse, no matter what.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, because I think they're going to present it that way. I think, especially as everyone fell in love with Udinski and everyone tried to make it seem like it was obviously Udinski. But throughout this stretch, how many people? We had people in the media come up to us and try to tell us off the air, "Oh, it's Pitcher." People are telling me it's Pitcher. It's going to be Dan Pitcher. Like, I can't believe they're doing it, but it's going to be Dan Pitcher. And it's like, we've gone through a lot of names where people thought it was going to be something to end up with Shieldhouse.
I mean, there's nothing funnier than Grant Udinski. I mean, we ran a Twitter poll. It was either a Twitter poll or a 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat poll where it was like, all right, who's it going to be? And it was like 50% of people were like, we want Udinski. And then today, at I think it's like 9:35, he pulls out of the search, and people were like, I saw this one coming.
Saw this one coming. It was always this happening. What?
And again, that speaks to there's too many people in the Cleveland media who keep thinking their job is to be right, to predict the right thing instead of, at least in our form. Like, guys, my job's to entertain you. If I'm right, that's cool. If I'm
We're
wrong,
like Evel Knievel. We get paid for the attempt.
And like so it's entertain you and be sincere in what I believe.
Yeah, and if we do get it wrong, that's fine. Maybe we can learn something from it.
But it's
not the end of the world, though.
Like, I mean, this is kind of I'm going to use microcosm because guys in radio, when they want to sound smart, use the word microcosm.
It's a good word for that.
It's a microcosm of the blurred lines of sports media now, where people aren't just, I'm a radio host, I'm a journalist, I'm a beat reporter, I'm a columnist. And so people traverse those roles, which are all incredibly different, pretty seamlessly now. And sometimes it gets insincere because they do it when it serves them. Like, whichever role serves them in the moment is the one that they're servicing. But, like, it's just funny to me. Like, there's just never been a name. There was one. There were two names that I thought were most acceptable. That was Mike McDaniel and then Jesse Minter. Those two names being off the board, I don't love. I don't look at any of the names in the Final Four, if these are the guys that are it, and go, I think any one of these is going to be a slam dunk.
Well, how could you? We just don't have enough data.
But I'll be honest with you. I think we're in such a place now that if certain people in the media, and specifically at the station, can say, I knew it was going to be Schwartz the whole time, or I knew it was going to be Shieldhouse the whole time, that there's going to be an automatic buy-in. That's all this is at this point with this job, because it's not a job that a lot of people want. It is a job that there are a lot of complications, and there were guys who just flat out told you no just to interviewing with you. Just to interview, the first interview, not even second interviews.
Yeah, but as we go through this like lazy river ride trying to figure it all out, did the Browns... Did they diagnose and say Shieldhouse is our guy from Jump Street, or did they let the process just kind of take him to where they needed to take him?
Here's the thing.
Because it felt like a lot of fans let the process take it where it needed to take him because we didn't have any inside info or inside anything. Also within the Shieldhouse discussion, one more time here, is the idea that they only had one interview before today. So he was the favorite based off of a 3-hour interview?
Oh, no, that's always been a little weird to me. Just that a guy was really good at Zoom, and then it was like, all right, this is the guy we got to close on. We're in agreement there. I guess I would look at this and say, did they bend the search a little bit? Yeah, they wanted a young, offensive-minded head coach that was maybe a year or two away from being a head coach elsewhere.
Well, is that it? Is that the end result? Yeah. Is that it didn't really matter who it was? Like earlier, we kind of joked about the idea that you could just say a name. It didn't matter to people. Did it matter to the Browns, or did they just want somebody that fit the criteria that they were giving out? Like you had to come from somebody they respect as a head coach or a front office they respect, but you had to be a young, offensive-minded coach, and if you fit that bill. It's not even about experience. Udinski had basically zero experience. Shieldhouse has basically zero experience. He just hits a lot of the check marks that they want.
Yes. And so I do think they bend it to some degree. Now, did they bend it the way Baltimore and Pittsburgh bent it? No. Baltimore fired Harbaugh with the intent of hiring Jesse Minter and then staged a full-on 3-act play that was like, well, we could hire Joe Brady.
And they
we could hire this guy.
15 guys to just go with the one they wanted to anyway.
The guy that everybody knew they were going to hire. Same thing with Pittsburgh. I mean, did Shula and Shieldhouse, were they that bad or in their interviews? Or, quite frankly, did the Steelers just have confirmation bias? The whole thing, it was going to be McCarthy anyways, and now the Steelers realize that kind of isn't how they've done things for the last 50-some years, and now they kind of maybe have a little egg on their face. I don't know.
I don't think they look at it like they have egg on their face. I think they look at it like they're happy and they got their guy.
I think more just relating to like the reaction to the public, which has been, wait, how is this different than Mike Tomlin? But I mean, like, it's interesting. Like, do I think the Browns bent the goalpost a little bit to get what they wanted? Yes. But they didn't break it the way that I certainly think the other two teams in the division did with openings. I think that's interesting because both Baltimore and Pittsburgh, forever, the keys to their hiring cycles have been run a unique search with a lot of exhaustive candidates and a lot of cross interviews and stuff like that. Well, neither team did that, and the Browns, it's not as exhaustive as I wanted, meaning like the pool of candidates wasn't what I wanted. It's better than what Pittsburgh and Baltimore have done to this point.
I don't know how they would have gotten to Shieldhouse the day they fired Stefanski.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't seem practical or probable that they would, if they'd written down an initial list of guys and they're like, Shieldhouse is our guy. That's the one we're zeroing in on. It doesn't seem likely. It's like, we're not even going to take the offensive coordinator for the Rams. We want the guy below the offensive coordinator with 2 years of experience, and he came from the college system at Iowa State, so we like that, but like, this is the guy we want. Like, just make it make sense. It doesn't make sense.
So I also think with what Daniel Oyefusi had said of whether it's the process of elimination, Nate Shieldhouse is the guy, or whether he's truly the guy. It doesn't. He saw in his words. I'll maybe putting an affectation in his words, but he seemed to think there wasn't a lot of difference to that. I do, because I think if Udinski took the interview and said, "I don't like what I heard. I'm out," and if McDaniel got an idea that he wasn't the clear runaway favorite to be the coach and said, "I'm out," if Minter said, "The only way I'm taking this interview with you is if you give me an offer ahead of it, or I'm just going to take the Baltimore job, I'm out," it does then look at, all right, who's selling who in this interview?
Well, it just makes it look like they didn't have much of a plan.
Oh, no, I think that's fair. But my thing is, like, are the Browns selling Shieldhouse on the Browns, or is Shieldhouse...
At this point, how has Shieldhouse gotten any power in this? I see what you're saying in a weird way. Because if not, then you just fall back on Jim Schwartz. But Jim Schwartz isn't what they want.
Yeah.
Not based off of what we've seen, or not based off of at least the people they brought in. If they really want a young offensive-minded coach, he's the only young offensive-minded coach that's left standing. So, like, is Shieldhouse... But he can't make demands. He's got no legs to stand on.
I mean, if you see
he should be happy that a head coach position is even on the table for him.
If you see he's sitting in the catbird seat. And I think Udinski probably understood this as well. Like, I'm an offensive coordinator of the team that just won 13 games, even though I might have a little bit more want to get up out of that situation because it's Jacksonville.
You blink, you become Bobby Slowick.
Nate Shieldhouse is what, third or fourth in line in LA? That's fine. You can sit there for the next 3 years, and you're going to have coaching things after this. Like, I almost think
if you get Sean McVay coffee, you got jobs.
I think almost because the Browns have had half of their succulent 6 second-round interviews piece out on them, I think Shieldhouse does have more power today than certainly he walked into today with.
I mean, I just don't know. I don't know, like, in the Browns' response, I just don't know. They don't have a good one. It's like, what does that look like? Shieldhouse says, "No, I actually want this," and they're like, "Hey, don't tempt us. We'll give the job to Jim Schwartz." It's like, who are you threatening? You're not. I don't think you want to do that.
I mean, the real threat is we'll just reopen the search, but and listen,
and get who at this point? Like, the report today was that McDermott is not. He's not interested in a head coaching job right now. He's got kids and all this other stuff in school still, and he wants to stay in the Buffalo area.
You know, Daryl suggested David Shaw on Friday, and he's the only person.
Daryl did, yeah.
That came up with that.
I think at this point you should just give it to Daryl.
Should I give him the win?
Mainly, no. Mainly, I don't know if it's a win. Mainly because the rest of the NFL has just ignored the David Shaw idea. So, like, you want
that makes me want it more, like, because I feel like I get extra points if it ends up happening.
You have to separate yourself from the David Shaw concept, because the rest of the NFL world looked at that and said, "Thanks, but no thanks."
Yeah, I think the rest of the NFL world is a bit stupid.
Well, maybe, but
I'll say it right now.
We had 10 openings, and the man didn't get a job or audition for any of them.
Yeah, well, because he wasn't 30 and, having suckled in the womb of Kevin O'Connell for 5 years as a quality control coach.
Well, and that is what we're after these days.
It's true. That's true. Have
I suckled in the womb of Kevin O'Connell? No,
yeah.
No, I haven't.
I do know that's not what you suckle at, by the way.
Must have missed that one.
I just didn't think I could say the other thing on air. We were trying to save Mac a little consternation today.
But once you went suckled,
yeah,
we knew there was no land in that.
Or suppled? Is that another? Can you supple and can you suckle?
You can do something.
I can try.
SU, but right now you're not really.
Try. I'll tell you right now. I don't know if I can do both. I don't know if I can do both. God help me.
You're a
I
man of
tried
many
as a younger
talents.
man.
You're a man of many talents. You know,
I would have done anything about 20 years ago.
There's a will, there's a way.
That's true. And there was a will, but there was not a way. 216-474-0092. Who's selling who? Is Nate Scheelhaase selling the Browns? He should be their next head coach or vice versa. And the Steelers, did they go in the wrong direction? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram. I own.
every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We do have a Nate Scheelhaase update, just not the one you were hoping for. The Lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. By the way, Nick and JP back with you. So, as we've had multiple reports that the Browns are in the midst of a elongated interview with Nate Scheelhaase, just a couple guys chopping it up about football. Adam Schefter just tweeting out that the Bills have now requested to interview Rams passing game coordinator Nate Scheelhaase for their head coach job. And then it goes on to note that Scheelhaase is currently interviewing in person for the Browns head coaching job. I guess we'll go. Reaction, sir.
All right. First thought is, at what point does Scheelhaase find out that he's been requested for this interview? Like, does his agent come, rushing into the room being like, hey, cancel the lobster. You got an interview with the Bills, and, it disrupts everything? Is it like a text message? Like, urgent, go to the bathroom. I need to talk to you. Like, how do you maneuver through this?
I just love the idea that they're sitting down. He's in mid.
He might not find out for a while.
He's like, let me tell you how I'm going to fix the Browns and how I'm going to be your Chuck Noll, your Mike Tomlin, your 30-year hire. And then ding, and he looks down and he goes, guys, my tummy's hurting a little bit right now.
I gotta go.
I gotta go get some Pepto-Bismol.
I've got other things I need to prepare for.
Listen, I am not. As of this moment, my initial reaction wasn't panic about Scheelhaase, just because the Bills are interviewing everyone under God's green earth or on God's green earth, and they have options the Browns don't. So I would be surprised if Scheelhaase shot to the top of their rankings, because if they want Clint Kubiak, they can probably get him. If they want whatever proven coach or unproven coach is out there, they can get him, including Grant Udinski, who obviously is still in the running there.
Right, but what this might do is this might put pressure on the Browns to get this thing done quickly. And this might put pressure on the Browns to wrap this thing up as quick as possible. Don't even let him go to Buffalo. Don't even let him interview for the Bills job, and then just get this thing done right away. And so that I'm interested to see if the Browns' reaction is that, if they go on the aggressive front. Because think about it, we just went over last segment, all the ways that if they put all their eggs in the offensive basket, well, you're running out of young offensive guys at this point. You're down to Scheelhaase, and so you can't let him get away if that's truly your vision.
This is what. All right, so one, I kind of now would be surprised if Scheelhaase just took the job in the next hour or so. It doesn't mean it won't happen, but I'd be surprised if there was white smoke billowing from the plumes in Berea in the next hour. It also means that by the end of the night, if Scheelhaase isn't the head coach, you can just know that Browns fans will be panicking.
Well, someone didn't get in his ear the right way once the Bills requested this, because that would mean then Scheelhaase is he really thinks he's got a chance. I hate to be the one to break it to him. You got a great chance with the Browns job. I don't think you have a chance to get the Bills job.
Now, while we are talking about head coaching jobs and head coaching jobs being filled, it wasn't necessarily a surprise given the way last week went, but it was still somehow a surprise the Steelers naming Mike McCarthy their head coach, in a move that I believe is, if we described what I heard from Pittsburgh and what I saw on social media from Pittsburgh as well, the reaction was, meh.
Well, it was weird. Pittsburgh fans seemed excited for that teardown. They seemed excited for the 1 year, almost as if it was opening a Christmas present excitement, which is not the way anyone's ever attacked a rebuild in any sort of way. But Steelers fans were ready, and to then not be able to deliver on that because Art Rooney II just does not know what 4-win seasons look like. It's interesting.
It's weird. He does. He was with the organization when they had their up and down swing, everybody thinks Cowher never lost. No, Cowher had at points 2 or 3 losing seasons in a row or down seasons in a row. It wasn't like Cowher had the Steelers consistently in the Super Bowl or in the AFC title game every single year. So, like,
but for 18 years he hasn't lived that life.
This is just a weird choice.
And people in Pittsburgh think he's got 5 years left. Art Rooney II, of being
life?
in control. No, of being in control before he hands it off. And so they're looking at it through this 5-year prism that basically what would you do? And is this is the last hire you get to make in charge of the Steelers? What hire are you going to make it as?
I guess my thing is, it's just in the NFL with the right head coach, you can be back on top in 2 or 3 years. I mean, it's like I don't think it's an illogical move with Mike McCarthy. He's a better coach than most people will give him credit for.
I agree with that.
But he's never stepped into a situation that's at the end of a build. Like when he took over the Dallas job, it was, hey, we've been building to this and we just had a disappointing season. Get us up off the ground. And he did. In Green Bay, they still had Brett Favre when he took over. And then he did manage a transition from Favre to Aaron Rodgers.
But that's the part I would worry about is you had Favre and then you had Rodgers and then you had Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Tell me the bad quarterback in that mix. So if you can be this great quarterback whisperer and try to make yourself seem as if you're all knowing on the offensive side of the ball, you've had a leg up in that capacity for a lot of the time you've been in charge.
I think, listen, there's one way and I think this could easily work out. And it's if the Steelers do something that they just haven't been able to do since Roethlisberger retired, which is whether it's Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, whomever they get as a veteran quarterback. If you get a guy who can start for the next 2 to 3 years, and that gives you time to find, maybe it's Ty Simpson this year, something you've mentioned, maybe next year, wait till that class, whatever it is, that you find the true successor. But I think that the first thing you have to do is have a bridge quarterback that can get you for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, well, at least now they're going to have a semblance of an offense. That part actually scares me a little bit. Every time you played Tomlin in recent years, you just knew their offense wasn't going to be anything, and it was going to be just this knife fight in the mud, and you're just going to have to just really scrap and claw for a 17-13 win. McCarthy's going to change that at least.
I would not be surprised if they traded for Mac Jones. That's a team that probably would rather trade a third-rounder for Mac Jones.
Is there a connection that I'm missing between McCarthy and Jones?
He's played in the West Coast. That's the only one.
Okay.
But, I mean, in fairness, McCarthy really hasn't been in a position to draft like a quarterback when Mac Jones came out. I just think it's simply you need a starting quarterback that can be a bridge for your next 2 to 3 years, and that's what Mac Jones offers you that Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers are just going to be year to year.
Yeah, and again, I think the Rodgers connection, I think that part of it is the most intriguing to me, finding out what they do with Rodgers moving forward with this.
I just think, it didn't end well with Rodgers and McCarthy in Green Bay.
Yeah, I know.
I think the idea that 8 years later or whatever the heck it's been, 6 years later, 7 years later, McCarthy's like, you know what? Maybe he's not a D-bag. And Rodgers is like, maybe we can not get the jab together. You know what I mean?
I think we've seen both enough radio partnerships, though, that at the end of it seemed like they're miserable and they hate each other, and then they end up doing work together after the fact. And so, Mike and
the Mad Dog?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all these ones. There's so many radio shows that this has happened to, and it's you can find a way. If you have success with somebody, it's funny how a couple years away from that person then draws you back to that person.
So I can't definitively say the Steelers are headed in the wrong direction with the Mike McCarthy hire. I do think it's just such against type that I think it's the biggest risk they've taken in since hiring Chuck Noll in 1969. I do. I can see it working out. But the longer you fight a rebuild in Pittsburgh, I think it's going to be like New Orleans. New Orleans fought the rebuild for so long that eventually it took longer than 2 years. Every team should be 2 years away from rebuilding if you do it the right way, if you do it with a conscientious way and a plan attached to it. If you fight the rebuild for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years like the Steelers have, this could push you into some sort of
And this tells you they're going to stay fighting. Yeah, this tells you they're going to stay fighting.
Oh, 100%.
And the other part that I find really interesting, because we know the Rooneys, they're not going to get out of the contract early. That's not them. And so, he's there for 5 years.
Yeah.
The length of the contract surprised the hell out of me.
So 5 years, and I think the most I can see him coaching there is 7 years. And that's if you got your quarterback this year. By year 3, you're winning Super Bowls again. He's 63 years old.
I know.
Like this is his I win one more and maybe I'm a Hall of Fame kind of head coach. Also, that was something I thought about when I was going for a walk today.
Yeah.
Has anybody else been gifted the primo jobs like Mike McCarthy? Green Bay, Dallas, and Pittsburgh?
Yeah, but hold on. I don't know
Kevin
that Dallas...
Stefanski's going to live his whole life and never have one of those 3
Okay,
jobs.
but Dak, he rehabbed Dak's image in a nice way. It's not as if people were looking at Dak in any sort of fond way when he got that job. Like, Dak was a good quarterback. He elevated Dak in a way that I think you've even seen this last year at certain spots. You're like, what's going on? But
I was talking more in like these are 3 franchises.
And Jerry
that have,
Jones, by the way, just being in charge of it and being an absolute, one of the worst owners in the sport when it comes to everything that McCarthy would. I don't know, man.
Yeah, but if you say
he's
to
been given a nice lot in his football life. I can't argue that.
I just think if you told people,
I just think winning 12 games 3 years in a row with Dallas was impressive.
I'm going to name each one of these 3 programs. Where do you think they rank in the pantheon of the NFL? All 3 of those would be considered top 10 jobs.
In the pantheon of the NFL, but like I just saw this graphic with the NFC, like years that NFC teams have been in the NFC Championship game. And it's like the Bears in 2007 or 8, whatever that was, and then it's the Cowboys as the last team with like a 16-year gap. Like it's been a struggle with Jerry for 30 years.
Radu on Twitter saying, you realize the Browns are pushing off the full rebuild. Like hell they are. They played predominantly rookies this year. Hey, did you not see what they did with the quarterback spot? Do you not remember the trade down? No. This last year was year 1 of a rebuild. The question is,
you could argue
do we have years 2 or 3 left?
Well, and the sad part is that year 1 should have been 2 years ago. We should be entering year 3 of this whole thing. They just had to really suck to figure it out to begin with.
Nate Scheelhaus, the Bills have requested an interview with him as well. How much are you panicking right now? We're not panicking. We're in a good spot. I think the Browns are still in the catbird seat here. But the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
damn about play calling. I don't give a damn. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a pair of tickets to the 26th Greater Cleveland Sports Awards at Rocket Arena Thursday, February 5th. Get tickets at clevelandsportsawards.com. Enter the word PRIDE, P-R-I-D-E, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Plenty to get to here. It is still chilly outside. Snow. We got some snow. And unlike that South Beach snow that Michael Irvin's been enjoying, that 5-hour snow. However, we got that. We got the Jose Ramirez extension. The Cavs back at home tonight. Starting to go very Shatner on this. So let's get to the lead. Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee show earlier today and gave an update on the finalists in the Browns coaching search.
I think when you look at it right now, Grant Udinski pulled out on the Browns this morning. They've got 4 candidates left. The Commanders' run game coordinator, Anthony Lynn, the former Ravens offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, and the 2 guys that I believe this job is coming down to. In the end, the 2 guys out front are the Rams pass game coordinator, Nate Scheelhaase, and their own defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. I think those are the 2 choices.
It does feel that way. It's interesting. Mary Kay giving an update. It still is ongoing. So even though we have the Bills news and everything like that, it's still ongoing, and it's been going since the early morning. I don't really specify if it's early morning here or if it's early morning there.
I hope he's got some electrolytes. This sounds like a real doozy of an interview.
It's 5 o'clock here, so if it's been going since the early morning, it's been like a, 8-9 hour affair then? It's been a long interview.
Sounds more like a 6 or 7 hour interview.
Doesn't matter. It's still a long one, I guess.
6, 7.
8, 9.
I do like the Schefter's like, well, now that Udinski's out, it's very likely going to be Scheelhaase or Schwartz.
Yeah, I'll take obvious statements for 500 there, Alex.
That's just good math.
I know. I hate it. I hate how the national guys all sound within all of these conversations because it just makes them sound like absolute dodo birds.
I do think the Browns are enjoying a little bit of that. I think they've enjoyed how many broken ankles there are on their way to a head coaching hire here. I think they're getting a little kick out of that.
I mean, Andrew Berry's talked in the past. He loves this stuff. He loves throwing people for curves. He loves having everyone think that they're going to do one thing and then do another thing. Like, it's kind of just a fun thing that he enjoys, which, if I'm honest, in his role, I'd probably enjoy it too.
Yeah, I'd enjoy winning more.
But you know if that's not on the table right now, if that
looks good on you, Andrew.
If that's not on the table, I would like a little bit of deceptive tactics in order to not tip my hand. Well, think about it. Like, for this entire stretch, what happened, or at least for a week, they thought it was Udinski. They highlighted Udinski, and then Udinski gets a Bills job offer, or not offer, interview offer, right? And then Udinski's out, and so then what happens? It's like we zeroed in on Scheelhaase, and then during the interview today with Scheelhaase, what happens? Interview for Scheelhaase in Buffalo. Everyone else in the NFL is so uncreative. They're so uninteresting when it comes to all of this stuff. They got worried about the copy and paste part of the NFL, and now they're getting copy and pasted.
So the updated voting here on 92.3 The Fans YouTube chat poll.
Yeah.
Who would you prefer to be the Browns' next head coach? 67,
8, 9
percent saying Nate Scheelhaase to 33% saying Jim Schwartz. I think it's really funny that if you ran this same poll with just these 2 on Friday, it would be the inverse.
I think what I told you still stands. I think more people are interested in what is likely the same thing the Browns are interested in is give me a young offensive-minded coach. If you give me a young offensive-minded coach, most people end up being happy. Bills have also requested to interview Scheelhaase, as we mentioned. Daniel Oyefusi of ESPN joined us last hour. We asked him if fans should be worried if the Browns don't hire Scheelhaase by the end of the day.
I don't think so because, this whole process has been drawn out. Maybe they got to go back to Cleveland and deliberate on a little bit and maybe have some last conversations before hashing it out. But, we have seen this trend, when the team gets their guy, even we saw it with the Ravens and Jesse Minter, like they made sure that they got that deal handled pretty soon after. I think it was the morning after, that we heard that deal was being finalized. So again, I think one way or another we're going to hear there's not too much deliberations to be had. They've interviewed all these guys to this point. They've been having conversations in the midst of it, and now it's just a matter of picking your guy. And both sides are interested. It should be fairly easy to hash out a deal or the terms of the deal, the framework of it. So that's why I say, in the next 24 hours, I would expect a deal in place, one way or another, or a decision to be made.
I thought it was. I believe Daniel in what he's saying. I do think if Scheelhaus is not named the head coach by the end of today, I think you are going to see people start to panic.
I think you will, yeah.
And that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that the Browns have done a bad job. It's just I think because Udinski pulled out, because you also have McDaniel and Minter who've already pulled out and taken other jobs. I think if it doesn't. I think there's always a sense with fans, hey, this was supposed to be like the last interview. If it doesn't happen, bad things have happened.
Are they going to wait on Scheelhaus to interview with the Bills if that becomes the hang-up? I would imagine they will. And the hard part about that is that you really will have Scheelhaus feeling like he's settled for the Browns job if he doesn't, in fact, get the Bills job, and that's what the hang-up is for. And the Browns will feel the same way. And so it's a little wrinkle. I mean, man, Buffalo really seems like a bunch of jerks for throwing this in the mix, though, don't they? I mean, my goodness.
They never really felt good in the first place after that, the whole Brandon Beam and, Jerry Pagula thing where they were like, just so you know, the coaching staff wanted Keon Coleman.
Yeah, while Keon Coleman's still on the team.
Also,
what a bunch of jerks.
Yeah, just all in all.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders was added to the Pro Bowl roster today. We don't need a piece of sound on this. We did love our boy, Jeff D. Lowe.
I think the sound is him just saying I'm uninterested in the topipic. But I like the topic.
I just think it's funny. I think people just want to be pissed about Shedeur one way or another. For all the Shahaters say that, it's just the Shaporters. That's all they talk about. And Shaporters say all the Shahaters ever do is talk about, and by the way, they're both right. Bunch of drama queens. All you want to talk about is freaking Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
And then we talk about him once, and somebody's like, this is all you talk about for 5 hours.
This has happened for so many times for the previous month and a half. It's been exhausting. But
we talk about the guy that was the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns in December? Oh, gee, you think, Wally?
So imagine, though, if you had like a Back to the Future sports almanac, and it just, instead of an updated almanac with all the different scores and results, it just gave you highlighted tweets. And the highlighted tweet said, Kevin Stefanski, head coach of the Falcons. And then you looked in and you're like, oh, wow, they fired Stefanski. That's something. And then Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowl, after being drafted in the 5th round. You'd be like, whoa, something's not connecting here. This isn't adding up. 1 + 1 isn't equaling 2 here.
How
did he pull that off?
I think the outrage at the Pro Bowl itself is funny. The game hasn't it's not a game anymore.
No, but I get to watch it now.
Not me. No.
Oh, I'm in. Let's see Shedeur throw some passes.
There's no. Why would I care? You could.
I want a Shedeur mixtape off of these passes. I want someone with serious intent to say that Shedeur is looking much better than he did in the final week of the season against the Bengals, based off of the Pro Bowl games.
And you're just the guy to do it.
I might be.
Now, every time we talk Shedeur, and am I going to mention he was a Pro Bowler? You bet your sweet Bippy I am.
That's the other thing. Is any clip that we have now where we say Pro Bowl quarterback Shedeur Sanders, people are just gonna be mean about it.
Yeah,
and that's fine. Now the other side of this that I can't believe people are just missing. It's an obvious. More people are going to watch this with Shedeur. The NFL isn't stupid, but if this is broken down,
it's just a TV product.
If this is broken down by thirds, stay with me for a second. The fan vote was obvious. Shedeur was going to be able to be really, really awesome in that. But the other part of it is players and coaches. Is there insight into this? The idea that maybe, just maybe, the coaches like Shedeur Sanders more than the general public would have you believe?
No.
66% of the vote is made up of coaches and players, his peers, and then the people in charge of these teams. It didn't come from just the fan vote.
And 66% is made up
of
pointing
players, out some things, that's all.
Of players and fans. That's enough to carry you there.
You think so? You think that got the job done?
I'd be pretty surprised if after he fell in the draft, all of a sudden these coaches were like, you know what, we were wrong about you.
I mean, all I know is that it's worth 66% of the vote, and look who got the 7th best votes as far as quarterbacks in the AFC.
And I will tell you, the take that is going to annoy everyone here is it's actually make Shedeur's path harder. To me, this is a cousin to, Shedeur's fans. It's why he's not going to succeed in the NFL. It's why the NFL doesn't want him around. Then they've got dried prunes downstairs.
Do you think Shedeur understood he got this nomination and then accepted it or whatever it was, and then was like, you guys just can't let me be me, can you?
No, not a chance in hell.
Oh, you think he got excited about
yes,
this?
100%.
It is more content. I'll give him that. It's more content. People like myself will be taking it in.
I'll also, two things. One, how it's good for the Browns, and one, how it's good for Shedeur. He probably does have something in his contract.
Oh, you think he gets a bonus probably?
Gets a bonus from it.
Yeah.
And then two,
that's a good point.
It's good for the Browns because if they let him play out the rest of his contract and he signs elsewhere, a Pro Bowler, it does help you more in the comp formula.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And
kind of have to play him all 17 games next year.
And it adds to Andrew Berry's Pro Bowl hit rate. That was very, very tiny before this. All right, Jose Ramirez reportedly agreed to a new 7-year, $175 million contract extension with the Guardians.
Please don't play Ken Rosenthal's thing either. He's boring.
All right, so let's talk about it.
Sorry, I know. I've done it for 2 straight. Jake, it's not you, buddy. Ken Rosenthal's like, and he's a really good baseball player. He's just the worst. Just if I want some info I don't want analysis from Ken Rosenthal. I also made him Casey Kasem. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Coming in and the number 3 hit here.
He doesn't sound
Jose
like
Ramirez. No, that's Casey Kasem.
That's Casey Kasem.
It's not even a good Casey Kasem.
I don't know what the Rosenthal was. Although, ever since Rosenthal got in that spat on the field in Milwaukee with that journalist, I've been anti-Rosenthal.
Yeah.
He's kind of a D.
He's 5'5" and he bucked up at a reporter that he ran into.
Yeah, like just I don't know. I feel like we've heard things for a while with Rosenthal. That kind of confirmed he probably is a jerk, and I'm going to believe that.
But God bless Jose Ramirez. This is awesome. It's awesome for the Guardians. It's awesome to be a Guardians fan and a truly great Hall of Fame, potential top 5, top 10 third baseman of all time if he keeps up at the rate that he has the first 12 years of his career. The fact that he chose us once was great. The fact that he chose us twice is legendary. Like, just beyond legendary. Holy crap. Thank you very much, Hosey.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine a spot where 3 years from now they wanted to trade him to the, I don't know, Blue Jays or something like that. Like, that just doesn't, that would not sit right with me. But it was a great day. Great weekend for the Guardians to get that done. And I'm excited to see J-Ram as he continues to be awesome at baseball.
The Cavs have won 5 of their last 6 games and host the Magic tonight. Here's Kenny Atkinson on what has led to the team's recent turnaround.
I think we're doing it by committee, celebrating our depth. Our young guys have been a great story this season. We've had guys out, and obviously Donovan and Evan have stepped up, but it feels like a collective effort. I feel like everybody's contributing.
I don't know how I feel about this one. Everyone's like, oh, the Cavs are back, and it's like, you beat a Hornets team that you didn't score 100. That Orlando game, I watched the entire thing. You almost coughed that thing away. Like, that was not a good game. I don't know why people are acting like that was some great game. And then you had the Orlando game, which was nice. But, like, one game against Orlando, one nice game against Orlando doesn't put you back in the mix.
I'm giving you a single kudo. You have won games. That's better than you were doing previously. If you win tonight, I might give you another single kudo. Wake me up in 2 weeks.
We're stacking kudos.
Yeah, you can get kudos if you win tonight because I'll be 2 together, one individually each together. Math is hard. So is words. But keep this up for another 2 weeks and we'll talk. I'm sick of crowning them. Crown yourself.
Well, and they also went back to the old tried and true. Nate Donovan, shoot the ball 30 times to score 36 points, and that's how we're going to win.
He seemed pretty happy to do it. The lead, that is the lead rather, and Andrew Berry's role in hiring Nate Scheelhaus, if that is in fact the hire, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back with you. We'll continue talking about Nate Scheelhaase Day. Scheelhaase versus Schwartz. That's tougher to say. How do we feel about Matt Stafford's wife on Instagram posting videos of after him getting home from the NFC Championship and losing that game to him tucking in his daughters in bed? Sweet story.
Yeah.
But she has videos of him coming into all their rooms. That's not a little weird, right?
I guess I'd have to see the videos. I'm not entirely sure.
This is good because I have this beautiful screen right here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Now, she does do weird things. Remember after he won the Super Bowl against the Bengals? He had partied all night. He'd been up to like 7 in the morning, and then she had him do her podcast. Like, she was trying to make the podcast work. I get it, but it's like an hour and a half after you won the Super Bowl. Then you got to do a podcast, like recapping everything. It was like, let the man go to sleep.
Also, let the man tuck his children in and tell him he loves them without putting the videos out there. You could have just done like a picture of him with his kids and said, "Look at it. This man came home," and the video's a little intrusive for me.
It leaves the visual, and you need the visual though to get the full synopsis of like what a great dad he is.
Because he goes into different rooms. Is that what it is?
Oh no! I just saw him go into different rooms. I thought it was just the one room.
Yeah.
This is like a poorly shot movie, is what this is.
It's like the Blair Witch, but with a good father.
She took like the Ring cameras out of this and is like going from place to place. And what this does tell me is the Stafford house, no surprise, very well equipped with cameras.
How many cameras you need?
I mean, if you're Matthew Stafford, there's probably not enough cameras. Cameras are incredibly...
get a lot of angles?
So cameras are... Easy now. Cameras are incredibly cheap.
What are y'all watching back?
Apparently, their kids being tucked into bed.
I wonder what else those cameras are for.
You can use them for a lot of different things, as you know.
I would think so. Is there a zoom function?
Cameras are incredibly cheap these days.
Matt likes to watch tape. I would imagine that doesn't just go to football.
No, I think about it. Like, how many years ago... I don't know, like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, if you had like multi-camera setup, you had to be a millionaire to dream of that type of stuff. And Matthew Stafford is. But like us, the common people, we can have as many cameras as we want. They're like $30. Each camera is incredibly cheap.
Yeah, I don't like this.
What I'm telling you is my house has a lot of cameras, guys.
Look at that. Someone else watches the film.
On the outside.
Come on now, friend.
On the outside,
Look,
just to
you
make
lucky
sure.
devil.
Just
You're
to
not gonna
make
out-freak
sure.
this freak, okay? Now, this being said, all right.
It's better than Daryl's plan back in the day. Daryl doesn't have a house now. He has an apartment, so I feel good about this one. Daryl was like, all you have to do is buy the signs that say this house has security cameras, and then you put that down in your front lawn, and that is a camera. You don't need anything else. And I'm like, I don't think that works that way, but maybe it does.
Daryl, you are JP. You know there are a lot of people with that theory.
I
right?
know, and that's what I'm saying. Right now, it's like cameras are cheap enough. You don't have to. You can do better than that being your way of deterring robberies.
Much like his David Shaw idea, Daryl got that idea from other people. I remember hearing that in like the 90s. A neighbor of ours had an ADT sign, and I was like, oh,
like somebody went expensive on
I
us,
won't break the rules here. And the dad was like, oh, I actually just took that sign from my in-laws' old house that we just sold. Yeah, we don't have it.
I've heard of people doing it with dog signs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like you get like the ones that suggest that you have this big, barking dog that's going to be aggressive, and then you just don't have a dog.
I just have Mongo. And here's the thing. If you hear him, you can't tell he's a big idiot.
I would just throw bacon at his feet. He'll be fine.
For 3 seconds, and it'd be right back to barking at you.
Is that it? Yeah.
My favorite thing is people come over and they're like, I'm going to bribe this dog with food. Sound plan.
I think so.
The labs are very food motivated. But my favorite thing is he'll be like, oh, thanks, man. Great food. Hey, get the hell out of my house.
I feel like if you want to test this out.
Can confirm.
Next time Hacksaw goes to your house, have Hacksaw just try to throw a bunch of bacon at him and see how aggressive Mongo gets.
I just don't know.
Because if he bites Hacksaw, nobody cares.
I don't know if anybody – I don't think Mongo can tell the difference between me and Hacksaw. They're heavy set. They're bearded.
Yeah.
They're white.
Isn't Hacksaw? I've never met Hacksaw. Isn't he like 5'5", though?
He's about 5'10".
He's 5'10".
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this whole time I thought he was short.
I
don't know why. Well, he's so like.
I mean, 5'10" short enough. 5'5" is.
Yeah, he's got a body shaped like a porter potty, though. Like I just thought he was a short guy. It's hard to have those dimensions at 5'10". Very easy to get those at 5'4".
It's easy to get that at 5'10". By the way, I'm living proof it's easy to get those dimensions at 6'4".
He looks like he is constantly bending his back in a way that then just throws his gut out.
I think that's gravity. I think that's gravity.
It's less kind to 5'5" people than it is 5'10".
That's true. Remember, Nick doesn't look that fat. What that fat is, we'll never know.
I've always said that about you.
Yeah. I clearly look fat, but I don't look that fat. Getting back to the Nate Shieldhouse story, the Buffalo Bills have requested an interview. Are we to the point where, if by this time tomorrow he's not hired as the Browns head coach, will the search officially be declared a disaster?
No, it can't be. Now, if he ends up taking the Bills job, I don't think he's getting the Bills job. But if he ends up taking the Bills job, then I think it will have gone away. Like if you have a scenario where Schwartz ends up as the head coach, then I think Andrew Berry didn't get his wish. Now, I have nothing to go off of this outside of the idea that I just am convinced that he wants a young, offensive-minded coach, and that's his thinking, and he's going to do whatever it takes to get one. And so if he doesn't end up with that, and that specifically, then I will think not failure, but I will think he didn't get what he wanted.
I think if this search ends up with Shieldhouse pulls out tomorrow because he wants to focus on the Bills job, and I'm stuck between Todd Monken and Jim Schwartz, I guess I actually do like the idea of Anthony Lynn. I think Anthony Lynn didn't really get a fair chance in I guess San Diego, LA the first time. I don't think he was a bad coach. I actually think he was a good coach. So if you said my coaching options are Anthony Lynn, Todd Monken, and Jim Schwartz, I'd probably choose Anthony Lynn. That being said, if it comes down between Monken and Schwartz, oh boy, am I going to be dissatisfied like you wouldn't believe.
Well, I mean, in that way, I mean, Schwartz gets it. I can't find a world where Monken ends up getting it, and then Schwartz stays on in the DC. And if anything,
I think Todd Monken would have a fair chance against Jim Schwartz.
That's even more insulting to Schwartz if he loses out that way.
You act like we are talking about Todd Monken as if he's like the elephant man of offensive coordinators. He is a widely well-respected offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but he fits the profile of an older coach and not really one that they would basically insult Schwartz for. Like the idea that you're 35 and you lose out to somebody that gets Sean McVay coffee, there's a lot of coaches across the league that I think can just sit back and say, okay, I get that. Is that great that the NFL trends that way? No, but I get how that works. You lose out to Monken after being in the building for as many years as he has been now. I think that's insulting to Schwartz.
I don't think. Listen,
I would take it as an insult if I was Schwartz.
I think any not getting the job is insulting to Schwartz. I still think there's so many people that immediately go to, well, if you hire Coach X, what happens to Schwartz? I would be shocked. For in the many ways, I'm skeptical of the Browns, and I think they've got a weird hubris that they have certainly not earned. And at points, I think they spend more time thinking about their process, which fails left and right, than they should. They should focus on that thing called results. As much as I think all these things to be true, I refuse to believe that either before you gave him the first interview or at every point in every step of the interview, the Browns didn't over-communicate with Jim about what would happen if he didn't get the head coaching job. I would be so shocked if they didn't thoroughly communicate, just because in every interview we've heard some report about they're telling everyone they'd like to keep Jim Schwartz and that is a big emphasis for them for that job. So I can't believe you think that highly of Jim and his importance, and then you wouldn't broach the topic till after you hire a head coach, whoever that is.
I agree with you. I tend to think that he's on the right understanding of what this whole thing is. But even within that, he's going to have a thought of, man, I really want this job, and man, I really deserve this job. And I just feel like there's an easy way to say Shieldhouse gets it, whereas if Monken gets it, and even myself, if Monken gets it, I'll be very confused.
I will be too.
I understand what they're doing.
I can't sign up for it. I don't love it.
I understand what they're doing with Shieldhouse. I wouldn't understand what they're doing with Monken.
They would be hiring an offensive head coach that they hope is scheme diverse enough. I think that's like the new thing. Whereas a guy like Stefanski is thought to be, he's got the Kubiak offense. And a guy, maybe even McDaniel, although I think McDaniel's shown he can add some complexity and some difference to his scheme. I think they want, and this has been pushed out there a lot, this is not my original thought, I think they want somebody that based off the roster can tilt from year to year and isn't just beholden to just their scheme. I think if we really get to where Kevin really failed, Kevin's inability to adapt his offense over multiple years is why he's no longer the Browns head coach. It is ultimately his role in the failure for Deshaun Watson, and 100% the reason why I think as much as everyone wants to talk about Shedeur and is he going to be talked about with the next head coach, I'm sure they talk about Shedeur. I guarantee you they're saying, do you think you can salvage Deshaun Watson? I think that's a much more important question for them. Not for me, but for them. And I think that gets back to the idea of, well, if Shedeur wins the job, here's what the offense has to look like. If Deshaun wins the job, here's what the offense has to look like.
They might be doing more than just breaking bread at this second interview.
A lot of bread. They want to see how much Nate Scheelhaus bread, the free bread that he can ingest.
He doesn't seem like a big carbs guy.
He doesn't. He does not at all. That being said, I think if Nate Scheelhaus isn't the head coach by tomorrow this time, I think people will panic. I don't know it's justified. Like, the beauty of this job, JP, is I understand why they'd hire Scheelhaus.
I'd say by the end of the day, people are going to panic if by the end of the show he's not hired.
I think you're right.
People are already starting to panic in some respect.
The Buffalo thing, I think, really.
I think it did. I think it shook some people.
I don't think it should.
I don't understand. Like Josh Allen, they're not hiring Scheelhaus. That's not how this works. He's not going to have a first-year head coach as his new guy. It's not going to work that way.
Well, and even if it is a first-year head coach, I don't think it's going to be Nate Scheelhaus. Fair?
Yeah, very fair. I don't see it happening. But if you're Scheelhaus, this is where somebody has to get in his head and tell him, give him some truth serum and some real honest talk. Like, you're not getting the Bills job, man. It's not happening. If the Browns offer you something, take it immediately and then go from there if you really want to be a head coach.
I think if we want to, I think we've settled into a spot where I think we can look at the Browns job and go, if it's Scheelhaus, I'm going to understand why you did it, and I'm going to tell you what the potential sidebars are, right? Same thing with Monken, same thing with Jim Schwartz. Like, I think the hire that I would react most negatively to is Monken. But I think they've because of the way this search has gone, well, the guys I like the most are out of this search. So now it just becomes, well, what do you see in this guy, and how likely is what you're selling to become reality? Guys, if they missed out on Nate Scheelhaus, I can't really throw a hissy fit over it.
I'd be about as crushed as I was when they missed out on Grant Udinski, which was okay.
Yeah, then again, and by the way,
although I do like the idea of young offensive coach, I like that idea. I like that being their idea. But again, there's no crying over spilled milk here.
There is elements of something I like in potentially every hire. Even with Monken, I'll give him this: he's an offensive head coach, and the scheme diversity thing I think will help him. But to me, it's now becoming about, all right, who are we going to pair with whom? If it's Schwartz, who's his OC and why is that his OC? And if it's a good one, do you have somebody as like the second in command who will be elevated that it makes sense? With any offensive coach, it's, all right, let's go back to this. Is Schwartz your DC? To me, it's now become about the package right. Deal that you get.
For sure.
Just because in general, you're already fishing from a pretty understocked pond.
Well, maybe that's where someone like Anthony Lynn comes in play. If Schwartz says no, if they take Scheelhaus and Schwartz says no, you have to have somebody with head coaching experience on the staff somewhere. And so, I would think maybe that would just be something they do. Not even as like I don't even know. Offensive coordinator's tough. He's like an offensive coordinator that doesn't call plays, but he's a former head coach. But that's kind of where he's at right now.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Is it a disaster? Now that Nate Scheelhaus has an interview request from Buffalo, is it a disaster if Scheelhaus isn't the head coach by this time tomorrow? And a new mock draft pivots the Browns' offseason plans. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What a disaster.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Rodgers. They recap all the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app to watch every episode live on YouTube as well. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
I think that it would be a reach, and I also wouldn't put it past the Browns because this opening is not entirely unique, but it is somewhat rare in the fact that I think it's a little radioactive, given that you are going to be expected to show up and assimilate to, an existing regime with Andrew Berry at GM. You're going to have to accept the fact that your offense needs a ton of work, starting with quarterback, including an offensive line, and you can go beyond to receiver as well. So you know that the potential is low, and that the strength of your team is your defense. It's just a bit of a kind of just an unorthodox coaching search. He's a guy with plenty of experience. He's coming from the McVay tree. It's produced a lot of successful candidates that have become head coaches elsewhere, but it's just not your traditional opening.
Nick Shook on with Baskin and Phelps earlier today, talking about the fact that the Scheelhaase hire would be a bit of a reach. I do like that we've gone from this would be a bit of a reach to if he doesn't get this job by the end of the night, we are bleeped.
Now we're acting like we're missing out on Harbaugh here. It's kind of interesting that that development within the fans.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not saying Nick's wrong on this job and how it's viewed. I think Andrew Berry holds you back, and it's not Andrew. It's a lame duck GM. That's the same way that Joe Schoen, if it wasn't John Harbaugh available, it would have been a question about how does this thing happen? How do you deal with the existing GM there? It's a real question for candidates. I think the offense, it's a real question. I also look at this and go, any candidate viewing this job in a one-year prism when it comes to this roster probably is pretty short-sighted.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the interesting things about this job. Like, if you're Scheelhaase, you're probably thinking you have like a 3 or 4 year runway if you take this job, and you
should. Well,
but it's tough though because in the NFL, it's always such you can get fired immediately if it doesn't go well, and especially if they get rid of if this first year goes poorly, and then let's say Berry gets canned. I mean, we just watched what the Patriots did this last year. Gerard Mayo was one and done, and one of the things that Robert Kraft is being applauded for is the idea that he wasn't trying to force Gerard Mayo into being some coach that he isn't, and then they were able to move off right away.
I just think that there are jobs around the NFL that are getting touted that aren't good. The Raiders' job is bad. I don't care how good you think Fernando Mendoza is. Tom Brady is not a good owner. Tom Brady's plan with his first year kind of in charge blew up in his face. Mm-hmm. His boy, his best friend, one of his best friends, is the GM. Who's he going to choose if you guys start failing? Oh, gosh, I don't know about that. And Mark Davis is not a good owner either. And they've been through more regimes since 2020 than the Browns have. But this Fernando Mendoza thing is like the ultimate Band-Aid, and it's like, is it really, or are people just not as hard on the Raiders because their owner didn't give Deshaun Watson the first $235 million guaranteed contract in NFL history?
Which, by the way, the amount of guaranteed money attached to that, and the contract stunk. Deshaun Watson stunk. We all know that no qualifiers needed. But the idea that he went to such a great length to piss off the other owners and making sure that he got the deal done shouldn't be looked at as some sort of massive negative the way that it is.
It also failed. That should be the punishment. That's the ha-ha.
That is the ha-ha. But I don't know. I just can't understand why this defense gets no love across the board for any of this stuff.
Yes.
Like, you're inheriting one of the best defenses in the NFL. And listen, if we've learned anything from the 2 Super Bowl teams that you'll be seeing in a couple weeks, what are both those teams between the Patriots and the Seahawks? They're top 5 in offense and defense, okay? You got to build well-rounded teams. I'll even look at the Rams. There's 10 guys on that field that you saw yesterday, and you're like, whoa, that's a player right there. That's a player right there. That's a player right there. Like, these teams are incredibly well-rounded, but you got one piece of the puzzle already figured out, where most of these teams, like the Raiders, for instance, Raiders have neither side figured out.
Now, we do have to get to the latest mock draft, and it was Daniel Jeremiah's first mock draft of the year, and he had the Browns drafting the Texas Tech edge rusher David Bailey at 6 and Caden Proctor, Alabama offensive tackle, at 24. Now, I know you're already in a, hey, I want wide receiver and I want offensive line.
Yes, we're closed-minded on this.
And
Where everyone tells you to be open-minded, we are closed-minded.
Daniel Jeremiah's theory is, and he says it right in the piece, which was at 6 they have to be BPA, which is best player available. I didn't know if you might think that acronym meant something else. Now,
ooh, easy now. Well, what were you thinking? What were you thinking?
What starts with a P?
Pierogi?
Oh, I could go for some pierogies right now.
I need some best pierogies
Pierogi
available.
lady, where are you?
I could use
Bring me some of
BPA.
them pierogies. Horny. So I'm gonna present this in a different way.
Okay.
What has to happen in free agency, in trade, for you to be okay with this is your outcome?
Well, so, okay, here's what I want to point out that I think is really interesting out of Jeremiah, and I've only seen this exclusively with Daniel Jeremiah's mocks. If it falls this way, it ends up falling this way. But he has from pick 5 all the way up until pick 12 all defensive players.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a run of defense that I haven't seen anybody else have. And so what he has here is a complete lack of faith in any of these wide receivers.
Yeah.
And also then he's propped up 2 offensive linemen that, yes, both could go in the top 5 for sure, but many mocks have it split across the board, right?
So it's Maugnoa and
then Fano.
Fano, okay.
Yeah, which Fano we've seen as high as I've seen him as high as this one right here. He had him 3rd of the Cardinals, which is I haven't seen that anywhere. But then I've seen him in 18th in some other mocks, right? Like there's a wide range.
Same thing with Maugnoa.
Yeah, there's a wide range between the two of them, and so like if in April the consensus ends up being that from pick 5 to pick 12 it's just like a defensive wall, then I think the Browns are just going to trade down.
I don't disagree, but I would like to get back to the point here because I think this is an interesting exercise. Just because I'm dealing with a wheel of possibilities. All right, if X, Y, and Z happens, here's what I think.
And I'm saying we're in a special, unique circumstance where we're so bereft of
wheel
talent.
is fixed.
We're so bereft of talent on the offensive side of the ball that you can't focus on the defense. You need to fix the offense.
So what has to happen in free agency and trade?
I don't know that it's possible is the end result there. I don't know that you can acquire. And now listen, the Patriots this offseason spent $250 million. It's like the not talked about thing across the NFL for some reason. They spent $250+ million this offseason in acquiring guys. That's why they sucked early on. At that game they lost to the Raiders. Why? Because half the team was brand new. Like, we could do something like that where you just acquire and spend so much money that who you draft at number 6 overall isn't going to end up changing your fortunes. But even within that, the Patriots still have problems on the offensive line. Like, if you're going to pick a weak spot of that team, it still is offensive line. So we're going to have a spot where you can use an offensive lineman or a wide receiver, even if you acquire a massive wide receiver and then a couple offensive linemen as well. You're always going to have that need.
I think it's going to be much easier to upgrade your offensive line immediately in free agency than it is going to be in the draft. I'm not saying like a Caleb Lomu, who that's my guy. That would be the guy if he was there against all odds at 24, I would be very happy with because I think he's a true left tackle. Now, Agnoa, Proctor, I don't. Are they right tackles? Are they? I think I've actually seen the guard thing with Proctor as well, though I think he is more of a tackle. Meaning, I think both he and Maugnoa can play on the outside. But like, you look at Vega Ione, the kid from Penn State. Like, that's a really good player. It's also probably going to go in the middle of the first round. So let me circle this back, though.
Yeah.
There are a lot of really interesting offensive linemen coming up. A guy like Elijah Vera Tucker, who didn't play last year. That's a guy that's probably done in New York that is a reclamation project, but somebody to be very interested in going with. There are other guys like Brady Christensen and Max Mitchell who are like system fits for like the wide zone who I think are kind of ascending players. Like, I think there are good players like Rasheed Walker, the left tackle from Green Bay, who's going to get $20 million a year. Tyler Linderbaum, who's an elite center. In Baltimore, who I think is going to get like 16, 17 a year. There are a lot of really, really good offensive linemen, but I think this class also has a lot of really intriguing younger offensive linemen that you can play and develop.
Okay.
Which I think if you take, you've got, with DeWand, let's say you got 4 starting spots open.
Okay.
I'm probably still signing 4 or 5 offensive linemen, 2 big ticket guys, and then 3, bring you in, let's see if we can develop you into a starter guy. It's not stopping me from drafting another 3 guys. You have to come away from this draft with at least 3 offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
I just think at least 2 of them are going to have to be developmental.
That's fine. I mean, if you go at number 6 overall, you're going to have to. I mean, obviously that's going to have to be a player. Interesting in this too. He's got some wide receivers of interest late, and I just don't see anybody else having this. Like Carnell Tate, he's got going 16th at the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just don't see anyone else having that. But we got a lot to figure out within this draft class anyway, and a lot for it to really shake out.
I think one of the things that gives me two players, or rather two positions, where the NFL just cannot tell its head from its tail. It's quarterback and wide receivers when it comes to first rounders. Justin Jefferson was number 22. JSN was
Justin
pick
Jefferson
number 20.
was the 5th one off the board. Yeah.
So like that. By the way, that doesn't mean don't take a wide receiver if you think there's one there at 6.
Emeka Egbuka was what, number 20 or something like that as well.
He was
Tampa.
I actually think he was 20 exactly. Yeah. So a lot of that I think comes down to fit and really what you're looking for in wide receivers. But I'm not. When I saw David Bailey and Caden Proctor, I was like, it's better to start replacing Myles Garrett before he's even close to retiring than waiting till after Myles Garrett retires to truly replace him. 216-474-0092. JP is wide receiver and O-line in that first round for the Browns, especially at 6. Well, Daniel Jeremiah has them taking an edge rusher out of Texas Tech. At 6, what would have to happen in free agency and trade for you to be okay with this? And whether the weather should be weathered further by the NFL in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
this team could be headed right here on 92.3 The Fan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick and JP back with you. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes, Cavs and Magic again tonight. I'm not boycotting the Cavs. I'm not boycotting. I almost said boycatting. It's been a day.
You definitely said boycotting.
Yeah. I'm not boycotting the Cavs, but I do find them uninteresting to talk about right now.
That's fair.
I just mean from like we're definitely at the part where it's like, all right, 5 or 6, this is fun. We're having the Cavalanche and quite back, but we're at least you're winning games no matter whether you deserve to win them or not. I probably need another 10 days of this before I really start to. I'll watch the games. I'm not saying I'm not going to watch a game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not going to go crazy and say the Cavs are back. I need an overwhelming amount of evidence to go there.
Well, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 2 o'clock after this big Cavs win tonight.
Oh, I'm flip-flopping tomorrow hard at 2 o'clock. Not. Now, I did see Andrew Brandt complaining about the weather yesterday in the conference title games.
It wasn't just him. It felt like it was everybody. I don't know that there's a sports media person that didn't chime in on the weather during that game.
It's just so tricky because I think there's a reason why more and more teams are going to dome stadiums or retractable roof stadiums, not just because of the money they can make outside of football season, but because it makes the weather less of a factor and, having more controllables, basically.
I just thought it kind of sucked that the AFC title game at halftime was basically decided. I didn't love that. I didn't love the...
Yeah, but we didn't know it was basically decided.
No, we didn't. But
we just knew neither team was getting above 20 points.
I mean, think about it. The Broncos, after the 4th and 1 call that Sean Payton made that obviously didn't go their way, didn't have a drive of over 20 yards the rest of the game.
It was still a 3-point game. Like, if anything, it kind of subsequently neutralized both teams.
No, it definitely, everyone was playing under the same conditions. I guess I just like when you have all these great athletes, that they get a chance to be a great athlete. Like, there was something about the game, and listen, snow globe games, any type of weather game, it is what it is, but in an AFC title game, I guess I want everyone to have the fairest of shakes.
I think if both teams are impacted by the weather, isn't that equal?
No, not really. There's certain teams that obviously would benefit from it better than others. Like, for instance, I saw this with the Bills. People are talking about, like, oh, it's such a great advantage. You guys are outside all the time. You know the great weather. And it's like, well, yeah, but we have Josh Allen. We don't want to mitigate what he can do with his big arm or make that anything. We just want to keep that advantage the actual advantage.
I mean, if anything, like the Broncos offensively, were they hamstrung by weather? Or were they hamstrung by a backup quarterback? Well, I would tend to say they were hamstrung by a backup quarterback who, the second he finally made a big oopsie, the fumble play, we saw him completely turtle the rest of the game. I tend to think the weather kept that thing close yesterday.
Well, yeah, no, I'm sure it did. That's kind of the point, though. But like Drake May throwing for less than 100 yards or so, like that's not typical Drake May, and I don't think that's a good product.
Yeah, but so that's what it is. It's just not sexy enough.
Yes, agreed.
Like, I think the right team won yesterday in the snow game, the snow whatever.
Yeah, like I'm not fighting for the Broncos, by the way. That's not really. I'm not. There's no crying for the Broncos here.
I think my point is, if the right result happened, then how much did the weather really matter? It was just about if it's about the product. Like, I don't know. I think that's very glib. I think, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but this idea that every NFL game needs to conform to. It's a beautiful environment, and it's a 45-37 shootout that goes down to the wire. It's like, no, it was a close game. Like, all I ask for in the end, this close to the end of the season is the game competitive to where at the end of the game, the right team's got the ball and there's a chance that they win.
But nobody was moving the football was my problem.
Well, yeah, no, it's a lack of sexiness, and I don't give a rip about that. Listen, I enjoyed immensely.
I mean, I don't need
Seattle
40
Rams
to 37. I just need to feel like you have a chance offensively.
Yeah, I don't, because I know I was going to get it from the Rams Seahawks. Granted, the big question was, is Matt Stafford going to be able to put up some points against this Seahawks defense? but he did. I knew that they were going to score in abundance. I think there's this goal by some in the NFL media that they want to turn every product into the same thing, and it's like, I think what you end up having is and I know this is not weather related, but it's where you end up how boring the NBA is, where every NBA regular season game looks the same, or in baseball, when we had the 3 true outcomes.
Sure.
Home run, strikeout.
We still do. It accounts for 40% of the plays in baseball.
Yeah, but
it's not as bad as it was, but it's still a lot.
But it's made it more watchable, not being to the extreme that it was. I think that matters. Like, I don't want a game that every game looks the exact same. I love the variety of the NFL.
But it's not that. And I like the variety, too, in a sense. It reminds me of golf in a way where you have every hole is different. Courses have different holes. It's not all one layout. Everything's different, right? Within a football season, you can have so many different elements that come into play and so many different things that come into play. I just feel like with these special games, the conference title games, the Super Bowl, and there's a reason why the Super Bowl, for as many years as we can think of now, gets played in either warm weather cities or a dome. Like the NFL is telling you they don't want it to be interrupted by the weather conditions.
And I think the NFL is wrong for that, by the way. Now, it would swing a lot of Super Bowls if those games weren't played at neutral sites. So I actually understand the Super Bowl itself being played at a neutral site, but there has to be a practical advantage of being the number 1 seed. There has to be. And yes, theoretically, if you get one home game if you got to bypass, if you're the 1 seed and you get to bypass the wild card round, go right to the divisional round, and you host that game, you have a much better chance of getting to the next round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. No, I think the ultimate goal is, I think the ultimate benefit, and I think this helps fans in places where they actually do get good football, is that benefit of being able to host or fight over the ability to host the AFC or NFC title games.
I just kept thinking, like, even in Chicago, if the Bears had won on the NFC side of things, that game would have been in Soldier Field, and it was like -30 this weekend in Chicago.
Yep.
That's a miserable experience for everybody involved.
Yeah, don't care. That's how it is. Like, this is how it's been done for 60 years, and it's one of the things I think at some point.
That's not necessarily a reason to keep something because it's been done that way for so many years.
But I think it's been done that way because it works. I think at some point, the people, and I'm not saying you're doing this, because I think you just want to watch a nice football game.
That's it. That's all it is. And I don't need it to be arena football either, by the way. I'll take low scoring games. I'll take defense. I'll take running the ball. What that was in the fourth quarter wasn't that.
I think there are people, though, who don't understand that if all of a sudden the conference title round is also played at neutral sites, one, it negates the advantage that the teams fight for the whole season to get. So it's only going to worsen your problem at the end of the season of making sure that every team is playing for something, or as many teams as possible is playing for something. You've already got a big enough problem with that. You don't need to fan the flames of this by lessening the impact of the 1 seed. But 2, I also think, just quite frankly, it's going to turn more into what the Super Bowl is. And the Super Bowl, from a fan experience, the crowd
sucks. Yeah, it always has.
And listen,
it's a wine and cheese crowd is why.
But the NFL is going to look at this and go, wait, that's 2 more opportunities to turn all of this into more money and more pomp and circumstance. And now all of a sudden, all right, you got the Super Bowl, and then maybe the next year.
Well, we're going to have like a conference title game, Radio Row type thing as well.
No,
we're going to morph all that into that.
I guarantee you the NFL looks at that and sees money. To me, I look at that and I see another instance, just like I do with international games, where the common fan who might be able to afford 1 game, 2 games, 1 playoff game a year, where they get jobbed out of it so we can try and control more controllables. I don't give a rip.
I don't with the college football
I want them in
playoff.
Buffalo. I want these games in Denver. I want these games in Chicago. I think that adds such a flair. The crowd yesterday in Denver, tell me those people didn't enjoy every second of it, even if they lost. Like that, the crowd does make a difference in those games. It's what's absent from the Super Bowl.
If the Browns had an AFC title game, would I be peeved about it not being in Cleveland? Of course I would. I'd be like, wait, I want to be there. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But I was thinking about the college football playoff there too, where it's like after a certain point, all right, we're going to the Rose Bowl. It is what that's how this is. It's what exists now, and everyone just gets used to it, and you get on board.
I think the Super Bowl from an atmosphere perspective stinks. It always does.
No, it does. It's a wine and cheese crowd. It's never been great.
And I don't want to do that to 2 more games, specifically the next 2 most important games in the NFL.
Also, we're doing like the I don't care thing. I don't really care about what the fans' experience is. I care about what my experience is watching the game on the television.
But I think my experience watching my game on the television is made better by the atmosphere at the game. Like the theatrics, the sound of the game is noticeably different. It's a dead crowd in the NFL and the Super Bowl every year. That, like, yesterday's game, I think we all knew. If you weren't a Broncos fan or a Patriots fan, I think everybody could have guessed with 4 minutes to go, this one's over. The Broncos offense can't move at all. But that crowd didn't know that. And those theatrics, that sound, that energy is absolutely something that comes
I'm glad it brought you in because I got way too many people that were telling me that was a snooze fest yesterday.
I think a lot of that.
A lot of people said they stopped paying attention in that game.
I can't help you. If the drama, the natural things that happen in those games, if that doesn't do something for you, I don't know, man. Go start free solo and stuff. You're going to need to get your fix elsewhere.
Climb the 11th tallest building.
Like, if the ambiance
that was wild this weekend.
If the ambiance of things doesn't make things better for you, I just don't know. I really don't. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody out there, but I just thought it's such a media thing.
I saw people saying it was the worst conference title game weekend they've experienced in their life yesterday.
That's
is what I saw.
Such a crock of
people
crap.
in the media were saying that.
Yeah, and that's there's so many snobs in the media. There just are. These a-holes will not last until they've sucked every ounce of soul and emotion. We live in an era where everybody wants to be Johnny Analytics. That was a poor framing of the name because you don't want to be Johnny Analytics. My point is, everybody wants, you know what, I remove emotion from all of this. Then you don't like sports. The whole point of sports is the emotion. The whole point of sports is like the feel, the vibe, the essence of whatever you go.
Yeah, but I
don't need more soulless corporate NFL crap
but I also
that I get once a year at the biggest moment.
But I also don't like that multiple Denver Broncos players after the game were saying that they're a much better team than the Patriots, and if it was on whether a neutral setting or whatever, they were just saying that they thought they were a much better team than the Patriots. Like that does stink to work as hard as they did, do all season the way that they did, and then be like, it came down to the weather. They had the lead when the weather took over, and it was what it was.
How many times does a team that loses in the conference title game
They usually keep their mouth shut is what they usually do.
I guess they're better than us.
No, they usually keep their mouth shut, though.
No, they don't.
They don't come out and say we're better than them.
Every year
we know
there's
we're better
somebody
than
in the
them.
conference title that said, hey, if it wasn't for that one play, we're better than them. There's always an excuse.
It seemed abnormal. The amount of quotes after the game I saw of Denver Broncos players saying that, it just seemed abnormal to what it typically is.
I think the media's always wrong on stuff like this. They are. The Andrew Brandt, God bless him. I'm trying to think of the radio host that I saw, the national radio host. It's not coming to me. Was it Nick Wright? No, I don't want to bash Nick if I don't remember. Who the hell was that? The point is, the amount of times these people go, well, this is unacceptable. No, it's quite acceptable. I can't help it if you don't like snow games. I don't like soulless NFL corporate crap events.
So you don't like the Super Bowl then?
They've done this to the NFL draft.
The Super Bowl still gets exciting, by the way.
Yeah.
Even though the fans aren't great, we've acknowledged wine and cheese crowd, it still gets to be an exciting game.
How so? It's because it's the last game of the season.
Yeah, and a conference title game has the juice.
Parties for it.
But the conference title game has juice because it's the conference title game. You still get excitement out of this just because the fans aren't the greatest.
Yeah, but the atmosphere is a big part of that. For me, the atmosphere is a big part of that.
For me, I just care about the game. I care about the game way more than the atmosphere.
If it's a hot crowd in an okay game, I'll take that over a hotly tested game amongst the billionaires and millionaires that suck the soul, the corporate soul.
I think
out of
a good game
NFL.
is a good game, though. Ultimately, right? Like when the Falcons blew the 28-3 lead and the Patriots came back from behind, that game could have been played on Mars in front of nobody. It still would have been a great game.
And I guarantee if you put it in Foxborough in the middle of February, the atmosphere would have been even better. 216-474-0092. Should the conference title round be played at neutral sites in warm, cozy domes where everybody gets hot cocoa and just whatever you want because it's just a perfect corporate NFL world? That was that was not nice. That being said,
that made me want a blanket if I ever go to a conference title game is what it made me want.
More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Time out! Time out! 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes. But the Browns have made an announcement. And that
I got news for you.
Mac.
Mac, I'm going to need you to tap your chest right now.
He was speaking.
Okay. He's got a oh, there he goes. That's
speaking.
good. Yeah.
It was like a big production, a big what do you do?
I was kind of doing like a whole like theatricality thing there. It's okay. It's all right.
I mean, he didn't even like stop to breathe or anything.
Yeah.
Like he was just in the middle of it.
In fairness, I did do a little bit of a pause. I was trying to do like a so we're just going to take it from them. The Browns have just made an announcement. An announcement you're going to want to hear.
Okay, now I get it, Mac. I get what you did there.
And it involves giving him credit. Come on, he jumped the gun. Rabbit jumped the gun.
Pause was more than I thought.
Nate Scheelhaase type announcement. The Browns have announced they've completed their second head coach interview with Nate Scheelhaase.
Yeah.
Is he a guy? Is he the guy? Anybody?
Okay, so a couple things on this, right? So clearly they're done with the interview. They let him walk out. They didn't offer him the job yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Bills interview is tonight.
You tired him out.
I don't understand it.
Sloppy seconds.
You get interviewed like during the middle of the interview with the Browns. It's like 9-hour interview, exhaustive interview is when you find out the Bills are even interested and requested, and then the Bills are supposed to do this interview tonight with you, Scheelhaase. What are they going to get from you? Is he just going to be like, yeah, I think Josh Allen's great at football? I don't understand it. He played in a conference title game, coached in a conference title game yesterday to then spend all day with the Browns, and he's supposed to have his A game for Buffalo. You're not even taking it serious.
No, isn't that good though?
It's good for us, but also like, what are the Bills doing? Do they think he's going to? Is this just Is this a how do you do interview? You're holding up the whole Brown search for a how do you do interview?
No, it's a first round interview. It's going to be a nice 3 hour. Now remember, it's 3:30 LA time. So he can go home, he can shower, he can maybe take a quick cat nap.
Is he going to cram for like 5 hours to then come to the conclusion Josh Allen's good at football? And they don't have a run defense?
I know we had fun with this earlier. I would be surprised if the first time he heard about a Zoom interview with the Bills was 4 o'clock today.
And so if I was his agent, I would have been like, all right, forget the Bills stuff. Like, try to lock down the Browns job. You're not getting the Bills job. Like, anybody with a brain knows you're not getting the Bills job. Take the Browns job as serious as you need to, and then we'll regroup from there.
If I'm his agent, I'm saying make sure you really talk up this Bills thing, because you're making my job 10 times easier with the Browns.
Well, there's also the prospect, too, that he could be thinking he likes the Bills' offensive coordinator job better than he likes the Browns' head coaching job.
I'm sure that's a part of this. But also, at the same point, it could just be doing it to see if they have real interest, and then if they don't, I mean, like, I think the fact that they have completed the interview, and now, Nate's going to go ahead and interview for the Bills job tonight via Zoom as that first round interview. It could have been as simple as he went to the team and said, I'm very interested, but I just want to make sure that I do this just so I have options in case you guys go elsewhere.
Or maybe the interview with the Browns went the same way it went with the Steelers, where according to people on Pat McAfee's show, he was very underwhelming.
It's a very long interview if he was underwhelming.
You can be underwhelming. It can take a long time to be underwhelming, a short amount of time to be underwhelming. There's no time frame on being underwhelming.
I think we might have hit our maybe quotient for what the Scheelhaase interview was.
There's a lot of places this can go with very little actual info.
It could have been the best interview they've ever had. Could have been the worst
with very
one.
little actual info we're ever going to know.
Could have started. The first 6 hours could have been strong, and then the last 3 hours, it was like, we really lost it there.
Maybe it was just 9 hours of underwhelming, and they kept waiting for it to turn. They're like, maybe we just keep doing this.
It's like a bad date you just won't give up on.
I'm going to find something to be impressed by. I'm going to find something that I really like, and then I can hold on to that. And it just took him 9 hours to be like, I guess we're not getting that.
All right.
I guess he's not going to be impressive today.
If that was it, then it would fall back on the idea The Browns really needed Nate Scheelhaus to overwhelm them.
They needed him to be awesome.
Because everybody else was like, thanks, no thanks.
They needed to all look around each other at the end of the dinner and be like, we can't let this guy interview with Buffalo. We can't do this. Make the deal, get it done.
Now what I do? Hey, Anthony Lynn, you want to do a 8-hour tomorrow? You want to do a little 8-hour?
It sounds exhausting.
Come on.
Even talking about it.
Come on. No, we're going to make Scheelhaus jealous. You flip it on him.
He's dating or something?
Yeah.
We're going to let him know we have other options.
Realize this is exactly how most people try to do relationships in America.
And the Browns are like, I think Mac's out of the room, right? No, he's right there. All right. Anyway, as we were saying, whatever. I guess we're here. The Browns are coming from a position of somebody that's not getting much action, right? They're not getting much.
Yeah.
And so, like, you think Scheelhaus is really gonna buy into the threat of Anthony Lynn? No.
I don't know, Mac.
No. Well, it's not really from Mac's point of preference or point of view.
You just mentioned somebody's desperate and maybe not getting some. I didn't know if
you
Mac
said desperate, not me.
Mac. Well, no, I mean you said the word desperate about Nate Scheelhaus,
Didn't say
but
desperate.
then what word did you use?
I don't think I ever used the word desperate.
Mac, did you hear the word desperate?
I thought I also heard the word desperate.
Wow, I just don't even register with my brain.
In fairness, it's that we're 4.5 hours into this interview.
Well, I think Mac and I think the Browns. I don't connect the dots of desperate for both of them.
Yeah, just one of them, and it's Mac. Now, I'm not going to actually make you do this. I was going to be like, now, Mac, if you were talking to a girl and you found out she was talking to somebody else, because that's kind of Mac's life sometimes.
Yeah, keep your head up, though, man. It's going to turn around for you.
Yeah, one of these days.
Yeah, if not your 30s, your 40s are right around the corner.
Someone's going to look at you and say, I can fix him. And that's your gal.
That's what he's waiting on?
I think so.
Somebody.
Isn't that what we all are waiting on? Like
somebody that likes projects.
There's no way Vanessa walked in as like, I don't have to fix a thing with this guy.
By the way, based off of my research when I was single, if you're teachers like to fix people.
Ooh.
You should be dating in the teacher pool because teachers like to fix people. They love that. And so like that's going to be the person you marry is going to be a teacher. Cuz she's going to say I can fix him. I can make this work. You might disappoint him down the line. You might have to even be upfront and be like, "Listen, I can tell you right now, I'm not fixable. This isn't happening." But like they love the attempt.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
By the way, little Cavs news to pass along. DeAndre Hunter is out with knee soreness again tonight. Now, I would like to brag about a very funny prank I pulled on somebody at the station. Do you have time?
I do. I'm here till 7.
So, late last week, don't forget to tip your waiters. He said I'm here all night. Anyways, so late last week.
I'm here till 7.
Mac, shut up. So late last week, and it was Thursday night, Anthony Land was walking out with Mac and Jake, and he skipped down the hall talking about how he had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, what else did he say?
I don't recall. But he said something else. And anyways, as he skipped up to the bathroom to go to Tinkletown.
He's kind of a grown man skipping.
There was somebody else. There was actually a member of our Q104 staff right over here. And Anthony either didn't see it or didn't see it when Mac and Jake saw it. So this gave me the opportunity to then text our good friend Anthony and say, hey, just letting you know, I'm just trying to pass this along confidentially.
Mm-hmm.
Keith is going to be talking to you soon. Did you know there was a woman in the lobby when you were shouting what you were shouting yesterday? Keith was asking around about it and seems genuinely upset. I'm trying to look out for you here, but this could be really bad. About 3 seconds later, said, crap, okay, thank you for letting me know. I can talk to him whenever today. And I said, I'd just be honest on this one. Her husband is a bigwig, so getting ahead of this is important.
Did you clarify which Anthony this is, by the way?
Anthony Allant.
Okay, good. I
did.
just want to make sure,
So.
you know.
And then he said,
Not Lima.
then he said, yeah, totally understand. I said, I'm not supposed to be tipping you off, so, you're my boy, so, just keep my name out of this. And he said, of course. And I said, I know you're a good dude, Anthony. And this is where it started to get a little messed up, where I started to feel slight pang of, I'm not going to say guilt, I'm lying. But he said, I messed up. That's on me and my fault. Whatever Keith wants to do, I will, to make it better, apologize or whatever else. And I said, I think we're beyond apologies here. And then he said, in that case, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done to help me in this. It's genuinely been the best job I've held. You are a massive reason why.
He loved it so much he took a full-time job at Fox.
Good luck, and I'll be excited to see where everything goes with the show. And I said,
good luck. So he thinks he's
getting
fired
at this point. And I said, keep your head up. Stuff blows over when you handle it the right way. Keith respects a straightforward approach. Now, it was at this point that I got Matt Corrali to send him a text that said something like, hey, man, hearing some stuff around the station. You okay?
Yeah.
5 o'clock. Anthony Allant texts me. Is he planning on giving me a call today? And I responded, I know he had a busy day, but you don't want this festering until Monday. Give him a call. Keith is a good dude. He'll respect you taking the initiative. So then I got Jax to text him. So this is about 3 hours after Matt Corrali texted him. I got Jax to text him, hey, man, I'm here if you need to talk. At which point I also clued Keith in. Because I figured Keith, if there's anyone who can help me screw with someone to like the best level, Keith is also incredibly good at this. And so then he hits me up as we're leaving the show. And he said, I called him a few hours ago and left a voicemail. It was around this time that Anthony finally called Keith back again. And he picks up the phone and Keith goes, hey, Anthony, what's up? And Anthony, for I guess about 3 minutes, goes into what happened, what he did, and how sorry he was that it happened.
Yeah.
Only for Keith to then go, I don't have any idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I later found out that Anthony Allant thought that meant that Keith didn't understand like why he was apologizing, and then went back over the story like, I went skipping down the hall and I said this really loud and there was a woman there and I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
To which Keith again said, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. And then I got a call from Anthony Allant asking, were you dropped on your head as a kid? And then I laughed.
How'd you answer that one?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, a couple
I think that
times.
makes sense.
Yeah.
It seems rhetorical at this point. And then I laughed for a good 10 minutes as he regaled me with just a day full of just complete and utter misery. He claims that he just stayed in bed all day on his off day and ate Chinese food. Mac, you look like you got to say something.
I was going to add in as well that shortly after that phone call, me, Jake, and a few others as well received a group text from Anthony Allant saying, you all can go right to hell. You are bad, bad people.
Oh, I like that he blames all you guys and doesn't really blame Nick.
Oh, no, he does. Yeah, no, he's still very much blaming me.
Well, so is he going to have his like vengeance on you or what? Like, I'm waiting for the follow-up because like if you prank somebody, they're supposed to then try to prank you back in some sort of way. I would tell him it's a bad idea to try to prank you because you have no, like, there's no stopping the lengths that you would go to make sure that you won it.
Also pretty accurate.
And I think he needs to know that. I think he might already know that. And so I'd be worried about that if I were him. Like, I'm talking like there's a level of petty that I think you can get to that I don't know that he knows you can get to.
He also that was a bad.
What happened there?
He also
Did you dump it?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
So he also added in the group chat, Nick is a mean man. Pray for him because revenge is coming.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting any revenge.
I don't think he is.
I think he's going to hurt more in the revenge attempt.
No, all bark, no bite. That man's not doing anything to Nick. And I promise you, if he does something to Nick, the big line is you're going to get it like 5 or 10 times worse. It's not like this is not. You don't win these.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I've never seen anybody win against you in these.
I do think that he might try to get me back. The problem is...
No, the only problem here is that you will spend more time focusing on how to get him back than you will the show that day, and I don't know that I need that.
I'm fine with that.
No, I know you're fine with that. We need you to lock in.
Give my boy JP a chance to step to the forefront here.
There we go. Well, I mean, we
I'll
do like that.
I'll just take off single segments at a time.
Okay.
While turning this into basically Home Alone 3.
And I could see
the
that.
rightful one.
I could see like you just disappearing for segments on end to be like, I got a great prank with Allant going. The guy that's going to do this and pull it off can only talk to me at 3:25. So take this segment and go.
Yeah.
I could see that.
But I'll disguise it as tummy issues.
Yeah, naturally.
I got bubble guts.
I mean, it worked for Lamar Jackson in a game. It could work for you, too.
It worked for Paul Pierce.
The point is...
The man douched his pants, and he was like, no, I was hurt.
Do you want me to get you, like, roll you out in a wheelchair, too? And be like, he can't do it. He can't do it. It's not going to go well for Anthony. I do want to see him at least make an attempt for revenge, though. An attempt,
how's
but then
he gonna
have it fall short. I don't know.
How's
That's
he gonna
why
get me?
I can't think of anything for him.
Oh, I got a confetti gun. I'm going to get you. Okay. All right.
What would that do? That would just get confetti on you.
That's the kind of thing he might think is good prank.
It's just a bad prank.
216-474-0092. Now, I told somebody this story this weekend, and they did look. Halfway through, their look turned to, "You're a monster," which I think is fair. It is fair. They didn't see the same humor in it, and they privately told me you went too far. So I will ask, did I go too far in pranking Anthony Alland?
Well, he's only like a 23-year-old trying to have all his hopes and dreams come true and maybe not get fired for saying things down the hall. But that ain't neither here nor there.
You know what, though? He didn't get fired. If anything...
No, but it would have been interesting if Keith was the type to be like, wait, you can't say those things. You should be fired.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take you off the schedule for the next couple weeks.
What would have been the result then if he's like, I think he's already off the schedule for the next couple weeks from what he was saying. But like, what would happen then if Keith was like, you know what, we do have to take that serious?
I'd probably be like...
probably shouldn't have said that to begin with?
My bad, dog.
No.
You know what I'd do?
You would have been out of the next one. Yeah, and that'll bring his job back.
Yeah, no.
That'll bring his career
He's still
back.
got a full-time job elsewhere.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
It's just a part-time job. He still lives at home. Come on.
Yeah, and then Fox gets news of that, and then they fire him too, and then all of a sudden...
that could be my next...
Where's he at?
I could loop his boss in at Fox.
Yeah,
that's
a good idea, by the way. Good idea.
Be like, hey, would you like to help me prank him even farther?
Let's just really destroy his life over a prank.
If he comes back at me, that's how we play.
I know. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anthony, just call it a loss and call it whatever it is.
No, buddy. Come on.
Don't go after him.
Come on.
You're not going to win this.
Come on. See, be the Rodan to my Godzilla.
No.
Let's see how it goes.
Fine. Just go up to Nick and do like a, hey, you got me, and like do a little soft punch on the shoulder, like you got me, and then just turn and walk away and just accept the loss.
Then I'll really think you're going to prank me, and then I'll really get your ass back.
Just turn and walk away.
Yeah.
Accept the loss. No, but he might go extreme though. He might like bang bang boom boom, sugar in the gas tank. That might be something like that. I mean, Anthony, I don't know how dirty he plays.
That actually would be the death of Anthony Alland if in my Ram truck he put sugar in the gas tank.
He might not understand how far is too far. And that'd be the concern I would have.
That's the problem, though. At getting back to the I'll get you 10 times back worse, you don't want to know what I'll put in your gas tank. You do not want to know. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 92.
Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guest, Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool. I was at 3:20 today, and then Daniel Oyefusi at 4 o'clock today. Great stuff with both those guys. If you missed a second of the show, make sure to listen back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. The whole show's up there. You can, obviously click around, see it, but like our videos. We like to be liked here, and don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Little note here from Mary Kay in the last 5 minutes. Mary Kay tweeting out, as of earlier today, Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken was still in the mix for the Browns head coaching job. He's flown under the radar, but isn't out of it yet. Can we all just acknowledge that a week ago, pretty much everybody was like, anybody but Monken? It would be very funny if it ended up being Monken.
No, it wouldn't. I'd have to live with Monken. I don't want it. It's not even for the humor of it all. It's not even worth it to me.
I know. I'm not saying it. Like in a year from now, we'd be like, fire everyone. But for the now, pretty funny.
Not funny.
Very funny.
Can't even entertain the humor in it. I am going to...
I see the humor in everything, and I think we're there.
I think I'll lose my mind.
So that's the latest.
You'll have me rage out in a massive way.
I definitely want to see that.
Yeah, it'll happen. If it's Monken, it'll happen.
All right, if it's Monken tomorrow, you get the rage hour at 2, and then I'll bring it back at 4.
I like that.
Now,
what happens during 3?
We probably both take it like a minute, like take a beat.
Okay, yeah, we get to calm down for a second.
Yeah.
That's when at the fans hour, 3 o'clock. We're known for that.
Yeah, that's when everybody can call in, and then they can rage about it. And then that way, each hour, then the 5 o'clock hour becomes a fan hour again, and then 6 o'clock hour, we all have a cigarette.
There we go.
Let's get to quick hits.
All right, starting off, Arthur Smith to Ohio State as the OC. The deal's not officially done yet, but it's been trending in that direction all weekend long. You're the Buckeye guy. I am not. What do you think about Arthur Smith and his antiquated offenses now finding its way in Ohio State?
So here's what's funny. I do think that there's a segment of college that still believes if you just hire anybody from the NFL, you've just made a home run. I do not feel that way. I also think there were a lot of people, because of his offenses with Pittsburgh, that think clearly he stinks as an offensive coordinator. I also don't think that. I think it's an okay hire. A year ago, when they hired Patricia, I was like, okay. And he had the best defensive season, even better than the year before, with a younger cast and crew than Jim Knowles had the year before.
Okay, but does he turn Julian Sayin into what he did with Russ and then what he did with Aaron Rodgers, where they just don't throw the ball deep at all?
Well, he's not.
Russ had moon balls, but still.
The difference here is, like in Pittsburgh, you got to kind of fit into what Tomlin wants to do. Arthur Smith's going to have to fit into what Ryan Day does. I'd be really surprised if Ryan Day let Julian Sayin basically become a check down Charlie.
I would too, but you could see where Ohio State fans instantly were like, oh no. The crossover exists there. Oh no.
They said the same thing about Patricia. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's such a hard thing to kind of reverse engineer an OC coming to the college game, because it's just his offense is antiquated for the NFL. It's still an NFL offense in the college game, and I'll come back on, I have a little bit more faith in Ryan Day that it'll be okay.
Yeah, now one thing I did think that was really stupid is people kept being like, oh, but because his dad is, I think he founded FedEx, right? He's worth $10 billion or something insane, and it's like, he's not going to spend his money on Ohio State NIL. You don't take a job to go spend all your money on Ohio State NIL. That's not how that works, guys.
Also, his dad was a part owner of the Washington Commanders for a very long time, and Arthur never worked for the Commanders.
Yeah, I just didn't understand that. It's like, oh, they can see $30 million to NIL. It's like, that's not how that works.
Is that how people think Mark Cuban got to be the Indiana booster?
If Mark Cuban
hired his son or something?
It's so odd. The whole thing was odd.
All right, let's see here. Mike McDaniel is the Chargers' new OC, and he met with their social media team to do a video introducing himself with fan questions.
Oh, that's our favorite plane we're on. This is going to be bright.
So we'll do like a quick intro. Everything will be running on camera. If you don't mind, basically just introduce yourself.
This isn't going to be a vape question, is it?
No vape question.
You know how you guys roll. All right. What's up? Mike McDaniel, offensive coordinator for the Chargers.
All right, over-under, 1.5 seasons as Chargers OC for McDaniel.
There was awareness there. I think you get 1 year. I think he's going to have Herbert looking the best Herbert's ever looked. He's going to have 1 year, and then he's going to get a better job than what the Browns' job was this year.
I think it's better to be bad at an OC, or not an OC. It's better to be bad in these press conferences than it is to be flavorless like Stefanski. So give me more bad press conference as opposed to.
It was good awareness with the vape question.
Oh, it was fun. It was just a little awkward.
It was good OC. It was good OC energy for me.
Because you want him to be
good offensive coordinator energy.
What does that mean?
Well, usually they go to the podiums on Thursdays and they just they try to make jokes and they never land because they're just not used to making jokes in front of the mic. He's used to making them because he's done it his entire career, but it hit like an OC Thursday joke.
Just wait until he's the Eagles head coach next offseason.
Good landing spot for him.
Be the best landing spot for unless Jalen has a bad.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin.
I don't know what Mac did there, but
it was he played that sound over me, and I've never forgiven him for it.
And Lant thinks he's going to be able to prank you and get away with it. Think about that. That was 40 minutes ago.
We don't forget us Hungarians.
No.
Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and of course, producing for us today, Cam Manna. Man, am I glad he was on the show today. JP.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Shield House Watch continues. We must protect this house. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.